Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have a bunch of new Donald Trump regrets to share, new Trump voters waking up to the reality that he's a lying piece of shit. So, first is a TikTok user who no longer supports Trump, even though he used to love him as much as Jesus. This is what he said. I'm not making this up. Check this out. Take a listen to him, what he had to say.
I saw Trump be booed at the football game the other day, and honestly, dude, it made me kind of sad. Like, people don't realize how much I love Donald Trump. Like, if you talk to my friends, even years ago, they would have told you that my favorite person in the world, other than Jesus, was Donald Trump. For years, I used to drive around Portland with Trump stickers all over my truck, and they would get scratched off every week, and I would put on new Trump stickers. Like, I believe that he was different, dude. And now, dude, just everything has changed. Like, Donald Trump had the ability to be the best president of all time. He could have closed the borders, stopped all the woke nonsense, and locked up some politicians. Tried to cut down the cabal a little bit, but he's just not who we thought he was, dude. And to me, it was a very sad realization. Like, my family, my friends are still huge Trump people, but I see the world through a spiritual lens now. And what I'm seeing just doesn't look good.
Seriously. You loved him as much as Jesus. The guy who's a serial liar, he's a cheater, he's a grifter. Like, the guy who, if there is a heaven and hell, is absolutely going to spend eternity burning. Like, right-wing religious zealots are either low information voters or they're just complete hypocrites. There's no other explanation. So anyway, next up is a story shared by Media Matters. So they said the Manosphere bro podcaster named Sean Ryan, he now regrets supporting Donald Trump for president. Ryan interviewed Trump last year, and at the beginning of Donald Trump's term, Ryan said on his show, quote, "Things really seem to be turning around. I think way faster than anybody ever imagined." Well, over the past 6 months or so, he has become more and more critical of Trump, and primarily because of the Epstein issue. And then earlier this month, Ryan told his audience this. He's in this article, he said, quote, "I fell into this shit in the last presidential election of giving people a fucking platform. Every fucking time I have a politician, whether it's fucking Trump or some fucking congressman, they all fucking lie." Yeah, Sean. I mean, we told you that. We told you Trump was a liar. And people like you said we have Trump derangement syndrome. So anyway, this next person is also pissed off about Trump and his 180 on the Epstein files. So this person posted, quote, "The files get released or I vote D to reach a lesson. Hands down, I will never support the GOP again. Screw all of them." So I think they meant teach a lesson. So this Epstein issue, this is not going away. And I know they've released a bunch of stuff this week, but they're still holding on to a bunch. This is going to cost them. This is going to cost Republicans in the midterm. Their best bet would be to throw Trump under the Trump train. Throw him under the bus, start turning on him. Save yourselves, Republicans, or he's going to drag you down like the piano on the Titanic. And speaking of which, another guy, his name is Sean, he just wants to burn everything down. He wrote this over on Twitter, quote, "I hope the Republicans get destroyed in the midterms, and I hope Trump is impeached. This is where I am at right now, and I voted for him. I'm over it." I'm over it. Forget who said that. Where did that come from? I'm over it. Anyway, and a woman named Katie, she also posted on Twitter and she wrote, quote, anyone that believes a word Trump says obviously has Stockholm syndrome. I've already decided to sit out midterms. I voted 3 times for this man. I didn't vote for golden trinkets and ballrooms. I can't hardly stand hearing his voice at this point. We were played, brother. Well, she wrote, we played, brother. I believe she meant we were played. But anyway, next up, I have a video from a recent Gen Z focus group. This was conducted by the group called Engage Us. So take a listen to what these Gen Z voters think of the man they voted for.
Felt there were some issues that, he wasn't, or him and his administration wasn't too transparent on.
You don't say. The biggest liar in the world wasn't too transparent. Anyway, not like we knew that for 10 plus years or anything. I don't know how many of you are on Twitter anyway, but if you've noticed this, if you've been on Twitter, there's a bunch of MAGA influencers. They seem to be testing the waters. They seem to be trying to decide like whether or not to turn on Trump. One in particular, and I've mentioned him before, he goes by the username of Gunther Eagleman. So depending on the day, he's either a diehard MAGA fan or he's pissed off at Trump. And like I said, he seems to be sending out these test balloons to see what happens, what the weather's like. So he recently posted a blatant lie. He said that he's been approached by hundreds of Kamala Harris voters who regret voting for her and wish they had voted for Trump. I mean, come on, guy. At least try to make it somewhat believable. Like, say, I've a handful, but hundreds? Yeah. Such a freaking joke. Not a single Kamala Harris voter has ever said that to him. I guarantee it. And if you claim they have, Gunther, show us your work. Show us the proof. Anyway, he immediately got pushback from Trump voters. So one man just simply replied to him and said, quote, I regret voting for Trump. And then another person who had America First in their username, they replied, quote, exact opposite for me. No one voting for Kamala, but everyone I know, including me who voted for Trump, say he isn't delivering shit and won't vote for any side moving forward unless it's America-only reps, which this admin isn't. Gunther Eagleman used to be one of my faves, but man, he's now like a cheerleader for this administration, too fake to call out his own side, and gets on his knees for this administration every chance of the way. And here's the thing. I've been seeing more and more posts like Eagleman's, or posts saying, I don't know anyone who regrets voting for Trump. Do you? Like, these are such try-hard posts. They're just exposing the fact that they're desperate, right? They are desperate. They need validation because they know Trump sucks. They know he's losing support. And so they're like, oh, soothe me, help me, tell me everything's okay. Tell me I'm not the only moron who still likes Trump. I mean, it's just so transparent. It's just so obvious. And then the last story I have to share with you guys today, this comes from a USA Today piece. This was an opinion piece. This was written by a Pennsylvania resident. Their name is Morgan Mogus, I think is how you pronounce it. So I'm not going to read the full thing to you, but they wrote in part, quote, a year after the president election, I feel completely swindled. I am a libertarian who voted for Donald Trump in 2024, the first time I ever voted for a Republican for president, because he made efforts to listen and address our concerns. He came to our national convention, promised to stay out of wars and slash government spending and useless programs with Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. But none of it happened. You don't say. And then Mogus went on to talk about Trump turning on libertarian lawmakers, and he complained about, the big butt ugly bill, how it increased our national debt. And then he ended the article by saying this. He said, quote, "If the presidential election were held today with the same candidates, I would sit it out. I would not vote for Chase Oliver, the 2024 Libertarian Party's presidential nominee, because he is way too left-wing and alienating to a lot of libertarians. That's why so many went to Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. There was a hope that they would be willing to listen to us, but unfortunately, that is not happening. I am, however, extremely likely to vote in the upcoming 2026 midterm and the 2028 general elections. I feel that I need to do what I can to ensure liberty advances, which includes voting for Libertarian Party candidates or candidates who have libertarian values." I don't really care, right? This guy wants to sit it out or he wants to vote for a third party. I don't care. As long as his vote isn't going to a Republican, I'm happy. Go for it. Do what you got to do, Diablo. So anyway, guys, I will let you know when I have more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have news about a Florida man who has been charged for voting twice for Donald Trump. This was in the 2020 election, the one that they say all the Democrats voted twice in, all the illegals voted in, according to MAGA, and, how it was stolen from Donald Trump. Yeah, well, this guy voted twice for him. And his attorney is actually arguing that his crime should be covered and dismissed based on the previous, based on the pardon that Donald Trump had issued to the January 6th criminals. I'm not kidding. Before I dive into the details of this case, though, please do me a huge favor. Hit the subscribe button below this video. It is free for you. Truly helps the show. I'm trying to hit 250,000 by the end of this year. So if you could help me out with that, I really appreciate it. So here's the deal. Matthew Laiss, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. It's Laiss. He was 26 years old when he moved from Pennsylvania to Florida. This was in August of 2020. Laiss allegedly voted for Donald Trump in both of those states. So he's accused of voting in person in Florida and then sending in his mail-in ballot in the state of Pennsylvania. So Laiss was arrested. He was charged in September of this year. And he and his attorney filed a motion to dismiss these charges because the attorney claims Trump's pardon covers all of his alleged co-conspirators. And so it should apply to Laiss as well. I'm not joking. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. The pardon to which she's referring is the one that I had mentioned about a month ago or so, I think it was. It was the one that he issued that covered like Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, John Eastman, all the coup clowns who tried to help him overturn the election. So the judge is now reviewing all of this. He has to parse through the language of that pardon, and he has to make a determination because of the sloppy way that it was written. So Trump's pardon stated that it applied to, quote, all United States citizens for voting, activities, participation in, or advocacy for or of any slate or proposed slate of presidential electors, whether or not recognized by any state or state official in connection with the 2020 presidential election. So Leia's attorney is hanging her argument on the first part, the first and the last part of that section. Basically, all United States citizens for voting in connection with the 2020 presidential election. She's also trying to say that, in essence, Leis was also voting for electors. So he gets a pass because, as you guys all know, we vote, and then depending on who gets the majority of the votes in that state, electors from that particular candidate then go and cast their elector votes. I mean, it's such total pretzel logic and ridiculous, but the judge kind of seemed intrigued by it. Trump's Justice Department attorneys, on the other hand, they're actually arguing against it. They're saying that the judge needs to focus on another portion of the pardon, which says, quote, following the 2020 presidential election. So they're saying they are only referring to actions taken after the 2020 election, not someone who voted prior to the election. The DOJ actually told the judge that that phrase clearly indicates that the pardon applies to only the conduct after the election. So we'll see what happens. There was a hearing a couple weeks back, and, you know, the judge heard from both sides, and the judge said, quote, this is a very interesting case. We're going to take the matter under advisement and get a decision out. So as of now, no decision made yet, but this would be absurd. This would be insane if this applies to this person. I mean, really? And the fact that Donald Trump's own Justice Department is arguing against him, and this guy voted for Donald Trump twice. I mean, he has to feel like this is a major slap in his face. Oh, well. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share. As I said, please subscribe. It really helps the show in the algorithm here on YouTube. If you can donate, truly appreciate that as well. It really helps to keep the show going. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So we have another one, guys. We have another ICE agent who is a complete violent piece of shit, and he has been arrested. 47-year-old Samuel Saxon, bring up his picture so you can see him here. He has been arrested for assaulting his live-in girlfriend, and this is not the only time that he has assaulted her. So check out this video. This was a news report from a local news outlet.
Saxon, an ICE agent for more than 2 decades, faced a Hamilton County judge today, indicted on felonious assault, 2 counts of strangulation, assault, and domestic violence. Prosecutors described a years-long pattern of escalating violence, with a portion of the most recent incident inside this Quarryville apartment building caught on cell phone video and witnessed by a neighbor.
When they looked out the door, they saw him having her in a chokehold, dragging her down the hallway, screaming at her.
This is the first time Saxon has been charged in Hamilton County, but prosecutors say it's not the first run-in with police.
They've only lived here for the last year and a half, and in that time, Cincinnati police have been called out. They've lived in 2 different locations. They've been called out to their residence approximately 23 times in about a year.
Back in April, prosecutors say the victim was hospitalized with a broken pelvis.
In August, cops were out there twice within several hours for him repeatedly and reportedly assaulting her.
Cincinnati police have not said why Saxon wasn't arrested.
Oh, yeah. It's a big mystery, you guys. Big mystery why he wasn't arrested before, even though he broke her pelvis. This cowardly woman-beating piece of shit has been given pass after pass by law enforcement because he's law enforcement. And a local news outlet reported that he has also broken her nose. So wasn't arrested then, wasn't arrested for breaking her pelvis, 20 some times, almost 30 times, the police have been called out there in a year. So they just kept letting this piece of garbage, this total scumbag, go, and no charges, allowed him to go back and beat her more. I mean, are you kidding? And you guys might be asking, why is she staying with this psycho? Well, apparently she is only 18 or was only 18 years old when they started dating. He was in his 40s. So it tells you this guy can't get an adult, can't get a grown-ass woman who has experience in life to date him, right? Or I don't know, but I'm sure some things are going to come out about his past, because you don't just start beating women out of the blue, or a woman. I guarantee there's something going on in his past. I can almost guarantee it. I would guess she probably comes from a dysfunctional family. She's probably not a stranger to violence in the home. That's so typical. I speak from experience. You're willing to put up with a whole hell of a lot more than you would if you came from a good family. Again, I don't know. I don't have any evidence of this. This is just me guessing, but I would imagine that that's probably a part of it. And the one news article that I read says that she is financially dependent on him, which, yeah, I mean, a lot of young people are financially dependent on someone, right? And the fact that she's not going home to be with her family tells you something. Anyway, I just hope someone, maybe a friend, can get through to her and get her to go to a women's shelter before it's too late, because men like this don't change. Having grown up in a home with a violent, insecure, mentally unstable woman beater, I know that. I know it always escalates. So anyway, as of last Friday, Saxon was being held on $400,000 bond. And as you heard, he's been charged with felonious assault, strangulation, and domestic violence. He has also been placed on suspension with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. She is apparently not cooperating. So, still trying to save him and go back to the relationship. And so the prosecutor was like, look, sometimes we got to save these people from themselves. Sometimes we know with victims, we have to do what they're unwilling to do for themselves. So we'll see. Luckily there was videotape. There is a witness this time other than just the police. So one less violent ICE agent out on the streets to assault and harass innocent people. I mean, this is who ICE is. And yeah, this isn't a Trump hire or a Kristi Noem hire. This isn't somebody who's new to the force, but this is what ICE attracts. This is, like I said the other day when I likened it to people who go and work in slaughterhouses and are okay with seeing animals being murdered every second of every day. They're violent. There are all kinds of cases of them violently abusing the animals, sexually assaulting the animals. I just shared a video yesterday of one of these workers in these slaughterhouses urinating on a cow, on a baby cow. I mean, these people are sick. You have to be mentally disturbed. You have to have something going on with you, or you have to be totally desperate to take a job like that. But most of these people, a lot of them have criminal records, and they're just sociopathic. They like to see other living beings harmed and suffer. So that is who ICE is attracting. That's who they've always attracted. This is nothing new, but it has gotten worse this year under Trump's, regime, and with his Gestapo that's out there tormenting innocent people. So anyway, guys, please, I know it's a horrible subject, but please like this video, share it with others so they see what's going on. Subscribe if you have not, if you can donate. I really appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you, new Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So This first story that I have to share with you, this comes from PBS. This is about a 23-year-old Honduran woman. She is being held currently by Donald Trump's Gestapo. And they spoke with the boyfriend of her aunt. So the man you're going to hear and see, he is Gene Smith, and he voted for Donald Trump. So he voted for this to happen to her. Take a look at what he had to say. This is part of the interview that they had with him.
23-year-old Fatima Isela Velasquez Antonio was arrested by Border Patrol at her worksite in Raleigh, North Carolina. This is the video showing that moment, shot by a family friend. Despite having a legal work permit and no criminal record, she remains in ICE custody in Lumpkin, Georgia today. After both of her parents died, Fatima left Honduras at the age of 14, entering the U.S. as an unaccompanied minor and seeking asylum.
Well, as you know, she lost her mom when she was around 12. I think her mom died of cancer. Her dad was murdered by gang members around the age of 14. She sought asylum here in the United States. Since she's been here, she came as an unaccompanied minor, as you said. She's created a life for herself. She did exactly what the government asked her to do. She graduated from high school. She got a valid work permit, Social Security card. She pays taxes. She had gainful employment. And she just bought a home with her boyfriend a few months ago. I can't fathom that his policies were targeted at someone such as her. And unfortunately for me, and probably for a lot of Americans, we really don't realize the extent of what the immigration and how that system is broken. And I didn't, I certainly didn't. Now that it's hitting close to home, I see how broken that system is. I did vote for Trump, you know, and I still support Trump. I understand we have safe borders, sure. And I reach out to Trump right now, President Trump, if you listen to this and then you see this, please release her. You know, she is a good kid. I still support you, you know. And I support your policies. And I don't think that Trump meant for that to take place, for her to be deported. I do support his policies. I just don't support this one.
Still supports him. Still supports Trump. If I was one of her family members, I would never speak to him again. Next up, I have yet another fool who's entered the very costly find out phase of his journey. So the Los Angeles Times spoke with 68-year-old Trump voter Jeffrey Rosenberg. He is upset that Donald Trump allowed criminal David Gentile out of prison. So Gentile, I've mentioned before in another video, he ripped off like over 10,000 investors, stole $1.6 billion from them, essentially, you know, promised them, oh, I'm going to invest it. You're going to make all this money back, blah, blah, blah. So he was convicted. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Well, after less than 2 weeks behind bars, Trump commuted his sentence. And Trump made up some BS excuse about how this was a political prosecution. You know, he didn't do anything wrong. And I've shared with you guys, this was Donald Trump's DOJ that nailed him. They were the ones who prosecuted him and put him in prison. Well, Rosenberg, like I mentioned, he is a Trump voter, and he was one of those investors who lost a bunch of money. He lost $250,000 investing in Gentile's company. And Rosenberg told the LA Times, quote, I just feel I've been betrayed. I don't know why he would do this unless there was some sort of gain somewhere or some favor being called in. I am very disappointed. I kind of put him above this kind of thing. Really? And then in another portion, he said that $250,000, it hurts a lot. It changed a lot of things I do. Little trips that I wanted to take with my grandkids, well, they're not quite as nice as they were planned on being. And then he also said that this makes Trump look like another of the swamp. Makes him look that way, you guys. And then he said, I still support him. He still supports the man who just screwed him out of restitution because He still thinks, he said, that Donald Trump is going to do something for Gentile's victims. He's like, oh, even if it's just an apology. I mean, this guy is just beyond. He's just a cult member. And then he said this, quote, I think Trump does a lot of good things, but this is a bad one. I would like to think that he was fed some bad information somewhere along the way. If that is the case, at least come forward and say, I regret it. Yeah, sure, Rosenberg. Yeah, I'm sure he's going to apologize to you any day. Don't hold your breath. There is no hope for some of these people. They are so high on Trump's supply. It is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, it's always someone else's fault. Oh, someone gave him bad information. No, the guy is a scumbag. Next up, I have a Facebook post from a Trump voter named David. So David posted in a group for gay Republicans, and he's whining about how everyone's being mean to him. So check this out. He wrote in part, because this is way too long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, quote, my biggest issue is I feel out of place with both sides. The LGBTQ plus community has attacked us, and we lost majority of our friends over the last election. Now, because of things such as the Charlie Kirk assassination, we have people that are now backtracking on their quote unquote tolerance of gay people and feel it's okay now to attack us and spew nonsense. I'm so tired of having to hear that I chose to be gay. It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. So he's so tired of hearing this from the right, you guys. But instead of realizing which side the real hate is coming from, check this out. He goes on to say, quote, what I see from the left side not just disgusts me, but actually terrifies me. However, don't trust the right either. I feel there are extremes in both. However, in this moment in time, the Republican Party is the lesser of two evils because they're not celebrating the execution of a man, saying that there are 300 different genders, that people can be animals, men can be in women's bathrooms, and all this other crazy stuff. So this guy is delusional. He is absolutely delusional. He has clearly loaded up on the Kool-Aid. Who the hell thinks that people can be animals? Where is he getting this from? I mean, seriously. And David, if you ever see this video, consider this, okay? One side hates you for who you are and how you were born, and they wish death upon you. They think and hope that you will burn in hell for all eternity because of who you are, just for your being. The other side is angry because you made a choice. You chose to vote for a man and a party that embraces these ridiculous and evil beliefs. These beliefs that put a target on the back of every LGBTQ plus community member, including you. We're angry because you did that. Something that you could apologize for and not do again in the future. But, you know, sure. I mean, tell me again how Republicans are the lesser of two evils. Anyway, next up, I have a video from a focus group podcast, the one conducted by Sarah Longwell over at the Bulwark. So check this out.
This is the president of peace, right? That was a bunch of BS right now. It's worse than it was 5 years ago, okay? I don't know anything that's going to stop this war in Gaza at this moment, especially after the Doha attack yesterday. You know, you would think that one of the big reasons also was I voted was like, okay, this guy's going to actually do something about Israel and Gaza, right? So Palestinians deserve a break. I'm sick of it. I've been in this country for 45 years now, and I love America, but I'm just getting depressed here. You know what I mean? You kind of just get all the negative. My wife is Colombian. Every time we go to Colombia, people are like, oh, I hate America. Like nobody wants to come here. You know what I mean? It's kind of sad, right? We're not the country like we used to be. People love this country. They wanted to come here, and it's just going the wrong direction. Right now, it's just, he hasn't lived up to any of my expectations.
So, as you may have seen there, that was a Hispanic man who just voted for Donald Trump last year. And that was a September focus group. So, that was prior to this bogus ceasefire agreement that they keep lying about between Israel and Hamas. So, I would love to talk with this guy and know what he thinks now, since this fake agreement was signed and Israel continues on a daily basis to murder Palestinians. But anyway, I also wanted to share this next bit of news. So the primary Jim Beam distillery, the one that makes Kentucky bourbon, this is their main distillery, they are shutting down throughout next year. So the company is going to continue to produce products in 2 other locations, but because of Donald Trump's tariffs, demand is down by so much that they are halting production at their main campus. Ah, the golden era, you guys. It is upon us. Can't you feel it? Doesn't it feel golden to you? Like I said, the only thing golden about this era is all the tacky shit that Donald Trump has done to the White House. Anyway, I will have more for you. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So the Republican Party is in full-blown panic mode, and they're melting down faster than, I guess, ice cream on a Arizona sidewalk in the middle of the summer. And they have really good reason to do so, which I'm going to explain. So in just the past week, 3 more Republicans announced they're not going to be running for re-election. And I am going to call it right now and say that that number is going to explode after the holidays. After Congress members go home, see their family, talk it over Christmas break, I think we are going to see a very large number of Republicans who announce they're either, that they're stepping down immediately or that they're just not going to run again in the midterms. So we'll see if I'm right. But anyway, first we had Washington State Congressman Dan Newhouse, who announced that he is not going to be running again. Then we had Senator Cynthia Loomis of Wyoming say she's going to retire at the end of her term in 2026. And then we had the big one. We had New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who came out and said, yeah, I'm not running for governor anymore. I'm dropping out of that race. So this one was a shocker because Stefanik had been talked about in a lot of the media as some sort of rising star in the Republican Party. But then Trump snubs her. He, snubbed her for a position in his cabinet. I mean, he made her the offer, but then he was like, oh, we can't risk it because I need your vote in Congress. So I need you to stay there. So I'm pulling the position that I was offering you. And then Stefanik started butting heads with Mike Johnson, who's the House Majority Leader. So she then announced, oh, I'm going to run for governor of New York. I'm going to step away from Congress. Well, at first, this news came out. She's dropping out of the governor race. Then, so that was reported last Friday, early on Friday. And then later in the day, the bigger bombshell came that not only was she not going to run for governor, but she was leaving Congress entirely. So there's all kinds of speculation about her decision. Maybe it was because Trump didn't endorse her for governor. There was another Republican who jumped into the race, and Trump pretty much just didn't endorse either one. I think she kind of looked at that as a slap in the face, because Stefanik is someone who went from being your traditional normie Republican anti-Trumper to a full-on Trump humper. Just defended every single thing that he did. And then, he kind of undermined her on her message, because she was going to try to tie her Democratic opponent, which is Kathy Hochul. She was going to try to tie her to Zoran Mamdani and make them out to be crazy leftists, communists, socialists, whatever. But then Trump has him in the White House, and he's drooling over Zoran and praising him. So that totally took away her argument. Whatever the true reason is, the MAGA party just appears to be very concerned about their chances next year. And they're trying very desperately to manage expectations, because we all know it's going to be a bloodbath. I don't know if you guys caught this, but the Republican National Committee chairman, Joe Gruters, who Donald Trump appointed himself, who Donald Trump named and put in place himself, he made some pretty eyebrow-raising comments. So he was on several right-wing shows and podcasts, and Gruters said that the Republican Party is facing a quote-unquote looming disaster and quote almost certain defeat. And then he also said, quote, the chances are Republicans will go down, and will go down hard. And he wasn't just talking about Melania at a billionaire event. But anyway, in addition to Gruters, several Fox News hosts have now expressed real concerns for the midterms, because the Democrat won that governor's race down in Miami, Florida. And so they're all freaking out. So take a look at this.
How much should be read in a national sense to a local election like that? And it's also true that Miami has had Republican mayors who aren't the most conservative. But having said that, you would really want to be probably in the Democrat Party more than the Republican Party heading into next year's midterms, in part because Republicans don't seem to have much of a message for why, making the case for why to vote for them, apart from Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's not on the ballot next year.
Not really clear from this particular race, but Republicans do have big problems nationwide.
I'd say so. So those were two conservative commentators. Those weren't just liberals, how they have every once in a while they're liberal, they're token liberal over there to push the Democrats' agenda. No, that was not the case. Those are two hardcore conservative Republicans. There was also this next bit of news. This was reported by the Gothamist outlet in New York. So take a look at this. Evidently, Republicans are having a hard time finding candidates to run next year. The Gothamist wrote in this article, quote, in a cycle when both parties have their eyes on the House majority, up to a dozen candidates are lining up to run on the Democratic side in key New Jersey congressional races, compared to just one or two from the GOP. And they said, this is explicitly said, this is because Republicans expect the midterms to be a, quote, wave election and not in their favor. So, I mean, they're just laying it out. The same day that this article was published, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, they reported that Georgia Republicans are also extremely concerned. So they published this article that's titled Red Flags Piling Up for Georgia Republicans Heading into 2026 Midterms. And this is after the Democrats flipped and I've reported on this, they flipped 3 positions, 3 different seats that were previously held by Republicans. They also cut down a Republican's lead in another race by about 50 points. So they're fully panicking. And there's a state insurance commissioner in Georgia. His name is John King. He sent out this like red flag warning. He posted this wake up call on social media. He wrote in part on social media, quote, Georgia Republicans, we have a problem. We lost 2 statewide public service commission races in November, and they weren't close. Last night, we lost a state house race we should have won. Now we've got a state house runoff in House District 23 that's a must win. Our donors aren't motivated. Everyone behind the scenes knows it, even if hardly anyone is willing to say it publicly. We're heading into 2026 at real risk of being outraised and outspent by Democrats up and down the ballot. We have to flip the script here. But what's more alarming and important is that our voters aren't motivated either. I'm not a pundit, but I can do math. More than 5.2 million Georgians voted last year. President Trump won. Our Republican U.S. House members won, and we kept state House and Senate majorities. Last month, only around 1.5 million Georgians voted, and we got our asses kicked. So, yeah, he gets it. Semaphore News also shared some Republican concerns. This was following Donald Trump's horrific comments about Rob Reiner and his wife being killed. So they published this article saying Trump and his party enter a winter of discontent. And so in this article, they wrote, quote, one person close to the White House sent Semaphore polling from a House district that Trump won handily last year, showing his weakness on the economy. This person said a major economic bill could turn the party's fortunes, but that if the election was today, we'd be cooked. That was a direct quote from this person. We'd be cooked. And then a senior House Republican told them, quote, chaos is killing investment. The president could stop it tomorrow. Everyone is begging him to, but he won't. And then a longtime Republican that you've all heard of, Karl Rove, he published an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal, and he is begging his party to change course. He is begging them to wake Donald Trump up, essentially. So here's the article, and he titled it, Alarm Bells Ring, Are You Listening? So in this article, Rove wrote, quote, Mr. Trump despises Joe Biden, yet he's making the same mistake his predecessor made. Mr. Biden and his allies looked disconnected from reality when they proclaimed Bidenomics is working, even as ordinary Americans struggled with inflation. Telling voters not to believe their own lying checkbooks was politically insane. Mr. Trump is doing the same thing. And then further in the article, he wrote, quote, it doesn't look good for the GOP next year. The White House is on the wrong track. It had better get its messaging right, both its formal attempts at directing the conversation and Mr. Trump's spontaneous social media rants, or else the president won't like the outcome. A furious party in revolt against its executive, who is plagued by Democratic investigations and opposition. Time's a-wasting. And even if Trump won't admit it publicly, he and his minions, they know they're in trouble. He damn well knows it because it was reported that he is already considering preemptive pardons for his minions. So this would indicate that he knows that they're going to lose the House and that all of them can get impeached and removed or investigated ad nauseum. So, yeah. And I don't know if you guys caught any of the videos from Turning Point USA over this past weekend. They held an event. A ton of the presenters were literally pleading with the audience to get out and vote next year. And they were all warning of the same thing. They all were saying, you know, if Democrats win, Trump is going to get impeached. You know, and then some of them warned that Democrats are going to go after everyone in MAGA. These are the words and the pleas of desperate people. They know they're cooked. They know they're done. Instead of trying something new, though, you know, instead of like, oh, hey, maybe if we actually help the American people and not just our wealthy donors, maybe we won't lose in the midterms. No, wouldn't want to do that. So we'll just use scare tactics. Let me know how that works out for you, MAGA. Anyway, all right, guys, I will let you know if I hear any more. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So this is going to be the final polling video for 2025, and things continue to go downhill for Donald Trump. In fact, he just hit another new low. And this is, you know, in either of his 2 terms in office. So before I get into all these numbers, I want to share something with you that is just hysterical. The cope from the MAGA right is just, it is laugh out loud funny. I have to show you the excuse that they're floating over on Fear News Network to try to say, oh, you know, that these polls just aren't as bad as you think. So check this out and why they say this is actually a good thing.
What we're seeing from the Democratic side of the aisle, it's a lot of cope over the fact that they don't really have a vision. They don't have a next generation leader who's going to step in and take the place. And so we hear a lot about how Trump's approval ratings are cratering and blah, blah, blah. I mean, look, yes, they're down from where they were earlier in the year. That's to be expected. But I think in some ways, Trump is a victim of his own success and that voters expect a lot from him because they know that he can deliver on it. You look at some of his biggest policy achievements from this past year, the elimination of Iran's nuclear capacities, cracking down on the southern border, basically eliminating illegal immigration across the southern border, keeping women's spaces for women. These are all issues where he's not just above water with voters. He's overwhelmingly supported by 80 to 90% of Americans on these key issues.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So I can see why they put that dingbat Timu Tommy Lauren looking chick on during the holidays when no one's watching, because, oh my God, that made no sense. Like, oh, well, it's to be expected that his poll numbers would be down. Really? Is it to be expected? Since when? Like, is it just inevitable? No, it's a sign, lady. It's a sign. I mean, basically what she's saying is Donald Trump is doing too good of a job. That's why his approval rating is down. I mean, his approval ratings are in the dirt because Americans like Trump's policies too much, is what she's saying. Talk about cope. She says, we're the ones that are coping. No, that is like, that is the biggest cope I've ever heard. Like, oh my God. And to say, oh, well, overwhelmingly, everybody agrees with how he's handling the southern border and immigration and blah, blah, blah. Really? Show me the numbers, because I have been covering all of the polling all year. And they have been going down more and more and more in regard to immigration. So she is clueless. She is absolutely clueless. So let's take a look at how much people love Trump and what he's doing, shall we? So here is the latest Gallup poll. So this is just sad. I mean, Donald Trump just has such a negative thing for Jerome Powell, and Jerome Powell is liked by more Americans than he is. As you can see, his approval rating is only 36% among all respondents. That is a new low in the Gallup poll. As I said in the beginning, that's from either of his two terms. Like, it's not just his second term, either term. That is a low for Gallup. He's also at an abysmal 25%, as you can see here, with independents. Your party cannot win. It cannot win in the elections if the leader is doing that bad with independents. And here's what poll respondents think about the direction of the country. So take a look at this. That is just pathetic. Like 24%, only 24% say we're headed in the right direction. And this is far from the only bad poll for Trump, as we've seen throughout the entire year. So there was also an Economist YouGov poll that was conducted right before Christmas. Check this out. So only 33% in their poll say that we're headed in the right direction. I mean, it's unbelievable. And if you look down at the bottom, it says, do you feel that things in the country these days are under control, out of control, or not sure? 62% say that things are out of control in the country. I mean, the total opposite of what you want if you're in charge. You want to be seen as completely handling everything. Everything's under control. You don't have to worry. And then check out the crosstabs on this question. So this was very telling. If you look down towards the bottom, I know it might be kind of small, but you might be able to see it. Even 23% of Trump voters say that the country is on the wrong track. So it's not just liberals. It's not just the left that's just, oh, we hate Donald Trump, and so we think that everything's headed in the wrong direction. No, even almost 1/4 of his own 2024 voters say that we're on the wrong track. And then here's what the respondents had to say about Donald Trump's job performance. So look at this. 39% in this poll approve of him. So only 3% higher than the other one. 57% disapprove. I mean, strongly disapprove is only 22%. And then I checked out the crosstabs on this one as well, and it showed 17% of Trump's 2024 voters now disapprove of how he's doing his job. 17% of the people who just voted for him less than a year ago. And he's seriously underwater on all of the issues in this poll as well. And that includes immigration. So take a look. So as you guys can see here, only 38% approve of how he's handling jobs and the economy, and 44% approve of how he's dealing with immigration. So for that woman to say on Fox News, oh, overwhelmingly everyone agrees with how he's handling, really, lady? Put the crack pipe down. Back away from the crack pipe. And then take a look at what the respondents had to say about the Epstein issue. This is absolutely going to do him in. So as you can see here, these are 3 different questions. So 81% answered yes on should the U.S. government release all of the files. And then a plurality, 46% believe that Trump was involved in Epstein's crimes. And then down at the bottom, 47% think that Donald Trump is covering something up. So, and then you have, 24 and 21% respectively who say they don't know. They're not sure. And then in regard to the economy, a large majority think that the economy is either fair or poor. Again, not what you really want, right? Not what you want to hear when your top issue is supposed to be the economy and you're supposed to be this genius businessman. As you can see, there's a slight majority that say that the economy is getting worse under Donald Trump. That's down at the bottom. And then check this out. So even though there were more conservative respondents in this poll, Democrats still have a 4-point advantage in the midterm elections, according to this polling. Not sure if you guys can make this out, but Democrats received 38%, that's the very top line, and Republicans got 34% when they asked them, if the elections were held today, which party would you vote for? So this is like a generic ballot, not a specific candidate. Now, unfortunately, as you might be able to see there, 13% said they're still not sure who they're going to vote for, and 15% are saying, I'm not going to vote at all. Which, if they were Trump 2024 voters, good. Stay home, right? And then Fox News, they also released their December polling, and it's still not much better for Donald Trump. So check this out. So 72% of the respondents said the economy is either not so good or poor. And then 89%, if you look over to the right, said that they're either just holding steady financially or falling behind economically. Again, not good. And then check this one out. So when Fox News asked about the country's direction, 59% said they're dissatisfied with where we're heading. So it's no surprise in this poll, Donald Trump scored a 56% disapproval rating in regard to his job performance, and 61% said that they disapprove of his handling of the economy. Again, that was in the Fox News poll. Emerson College also published their December poll results. And this, again, very similar. So as you guys can see here, Trump's approval rating has just continued to drop all year long. 8% he's lost since he first took office. Now this one's a little bit better. It shows him with only a 50% disapproval, but 41% approval rating. As with other polls, Emerson showed him underwater on all of the issues with the exception of immigration. But even with that topic, he is skating on some thin ice because he's only at 47% approval and 45% disapproval. So, it's very close. At any minute, he could once again, and with that poll as well, drop below. The latest NPR PBS Marist poll also shows Trump with a low approval rating. It's just, I don't know where this woman is smoking. Like I said, she needs to put the crack pipe down, but 38% approval rating in this poll, 54% disapproval. We're seeing a pattern here, right? And then he scored even lower than that on his handling of the economy. When they asked people about the issues in this Marist poll, only 36% said that they like how he's dealing with the economy. And then Trump's numbers were very similar in the most recent Reuters poll. This was conducted by Ipsos. And what they found is he has lost ground since just last week. He is now down to 39% approval, 56% disapproval. And then check this out. These are the issues. So this is in that same poll. His approval rating is now underwater on every issue in this poll. When he started off above water, you can see the top bubble. He was above water on every single issue starting off this first term. So he just continues to decline. Look at that. He is like 30% underwater on the economy. Like that, or inflation and prices, I should say. So, and then jobs in the economy, he's like, what is that, 18% underwater? Just completely, just pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. And then he also continues to lose ground with all of the demographic groups. So check out this next graphic. So it shows white males and males in general, they were the biggest base of support for Donald Trump. Even those numbers have been slipping all year long, and they're now both underwater. So, and then look at where he is with voters under 30. So almost negative 40. That's a group that helped him get back in the White House. They are almost completely responsible. Them and Hispanic voters, right? And then some black voters that decided to take a chance and go for him. I mean, this is just absolutely terrifying if I'm a Republican right now. And then that's a group that is doing the worst financially, meaning the under 30. So, it's no surprise that they are losing faith in him because, they look at how much they're making and they see how much they're spending and how it's gotten worse this year when it was supposed to get better. I mean, that was one of the main reasons they voted for him, was to help them financially. I'm always reminded of a video that I saw at the end of last year. After the election, there was this whole family of Hispanic voters, and they all voted for Donald Trump, including their adult sons, who, if I remember correctly, were like in their early 20s or late teens. And they specifically said they voted for Trump for economic reasons and because they wanted to be able to buy homes. And they believed that he was going to reduce the prices of homes. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to their thinking, but that's what they thought. And I always think of them and I wonder what they're thinking now, right? And then check this out. So this really just sums up the whole picture with the young voters, because they're the ones who are most likely making the least, right? Because they just got out of college, they're just getting their foot in the door, they're taking entry-level positions. Well, here's what the polling found. When you look at people making less than $50,000 a year, it tells the whole story. So if you look all the way over to the right column where it says income, you can see Trump's approval rating with that group, with the people making under $50,000 a year, it's down to only 31%. I mean, he's just completely losing his working class base. And as I mentioned before, he's also losing independent voters by just in droves. They are just leaving him in droves. So take a look at this. This is what CNN's Harry Enton had to say. He reported on an aggregate of the polling. So this isn't just one poll. This is an aggregate of all the polling that's being done at the moment.
Approval rating in January, he was 6 points above water. But look what happens come December. 12 points underwater. What has driven Donald Trump's decline in his net approval rating? Well, it's independents. That is the name of the game, baby. Look, in January, Donald Trump's net approval rating among independents was about even, -1 point. Not too hot to trot, but not too bad either. Now, whoosh, we're talking about 43 points underwater come December. Let's look at two of the key issues, right? The economy, the reason that Donald Trump was elected to a second term. Back in January, he was in pretty good shape at +9 points on the net approval rating. But look, come December, 16 points underwater. And then, of course, immigration. In January, he was 9 points above water on the issue. Now he's 6 points below water on the issues.
So 25 points. Donald Trump has taken a 25% hit on the economy. And again, as he pointed out there, he has lost so much favor with independents. You cannot win elections without independents. It is just that simple. And as long as the Republicans in Congress continue to go along with him and all of these unpopular decisions he's making, all of these unpopular policies, they're going to take the blame right along with him. So, as always, though, I mean, they're stuck with an almost impossible position or decision to make, because if they go along with what Trump's sadistic base wants, right, all these cruel immigration deportation policies, yeah, they'll win their primary election, right? They'll stick with Trump, stick with the MAGA line. They'll win in the primary. But then they risk alienating the vast majority of Americans and losing in the general election. So, unless they're in a very safe MAGA district, they're in trouble. They have a very difficult road ahead. This is why so many of them are leaving. Why they're like, yeah, I'm out, peacing out here. I'm done. Don't want to get my ass handed to me next year in the midterms. Anyway, guys, I will let you know next year when I have more polling to share with you. So just in a few days. But thank you all so much for watching and listening. Stay safe out there. Have a safe New Year's Eve if you're traveling or going out anywhere. Be careful out on the road. People get drunk. You know it. It gets dicey. So just keep an eye out. Be careful. Find a designated driver for yourself. And yeah, I just appreciate all of you so much. Please like this video, share it with everyone you know, subscribe if you have not. If you can donate, truly appreciate it. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
Did you know that Batman, the animated series, and The Muppets share something in common? Paul Williams, the acclaimed songwriter behind The Muppet Movie and The Muppet Christmas Carol, also provided the voice of the Penguin in Batman, the animated series. Consider that for a moment. The same creative mind who wrote Rainbow Connection and composed the tender, iconic music for Tiny Tim also brought to life one of Gotham's most memorable villains, the scheming, umbrella-wielding Waddle of Doom Penguin. It's a remarkable example of versatility and artistry. One day, Williams is crafting songs that resonate with generations of audiences, and the next he's adding depth and personality to an animated villain, infusing the character with a subtle musicality that makes him really uniquely captivating. And Paul Williams' career demonstrates the power of creative range. He can move audiences to laughter, to tears, and even to suspense, all while leaving a lasting impression across multiple mediums. So the next time you hum Rainbow Connection or revisit a Muppet classic, remember that same artist also shaped a corner of Gotham's darkness. You skipped it, you dissed it, you said it's a bore. But what if that film's got a little bit more? What if I don't like it? What if it's bad? What if it's awkward or lazy or sad? But what if it's genius, a total surprise? What if it's gold when I open my eyes? We're watching the films you love to avoid. Now sit down and deal with your cinephile void. What if I don't like it? Let's give it a spin. You might hate it or love it. Let's dive right in. Welcome to the show. I am your host, Katie Baldassaro, and this is What If I Don't Like It? That is where we take a movie we have not yet seen, but decided we didn't like, even though, watch it and see if it actually deserves that reputation. This time I've got Brian and John from the Cinema Psychos show here, and we're watching Fried Green Tomatoes for their very first time, which I love because this is not a movie that screams Cinema Psychos. It's not horror, it doesn't have gore or splatter or creature effects, although it does have murder. And you might immediately be yawning here because Fried Green Tomatoes often gets lumped into this like safe 90s comfort movie category, but it is a lot darker and smarter than people give it credit for. Yeah, it's got this like warm sepia lighting and like Southern charm thing going, but underneath that it's got a story about abuse and revenge and identity and the quiet ways that women fight back. It's all told through a double narrative. Kathy Bates plays a woman named Evelyn who's trapped in her bland suburban life. She's listening to Jessica Tandy's Ninny tell stories about Idgie and Ruth, who work at the Whistle Stop Cafe in Alabama. And the way that the film uses this framing device, the jumping between timelines, it's all about memory and how storytelling can become a form of survival. As a filmmaker, I am obsessed with how controlled it is tonally. John Avnet shoots it like a period drama, but the editing and pacing sneak in these genre elements, mystery, tragedy, even a little gothic southern horror. And the performances are doing so much heavy lifting. Mary Stuart Masterson's Iggy has this unspoken queerness that's never labeled but totally central, while Mary Louise Parker's Ruth carries this quiet rage that's just simmering throughout the whole movie. Their relationship, which is loving and loyal and deeply intimate, reads as queer subtext, and it's one of the most fascinating things about the story. It gives it layers beyond its comfort movie surface. So yeah, if you're expecting a fluffy slice of comfort cinema, this one might catch you off guard. It's cozy on the surface, but it's also about what happens when people, especially women, have to build whole worlds out of loss. You might not think this one's for you, but I promise there's more meat here than it looks like. Or I guess more barbecue. Will the Cinema Psychos crew enjoy this? Let's find out. Welcome to the episode. I'm really excited to be talking with you about this particular episode. We had talked a little bit already about the hidden, spoiler alert, cannibalism in tonight's
I was totally blown away by it.
comfort movie.
I did not have cannibalism on my bingo card when watching this film.
And people who might not even know what they're here to talk about, well, now we're here to talk about fried green tomato.
Not fried green people. Like, it's not that.
Choky chicken is people. It's a reference within a reference.
Yeah.
God, if you've ever watched Rocco's Modern Life, welcome to the show. All the
So
references you're
great.
going to get.
Conglommo, we own you.
My God, it's
I
been
should have done that
forever.
when you were in mid-drink.
You almost got me, and it's fizzy, so it's a little... So before we launch into talking about the movie, I've told people a little in the liner notes, but you have a podcast called The Cinema Psychos. This is Brian, who's one half of
Hi.
Cinema Psychos. John was unable to be here with us today, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
Want want.
He's still talking about movies somewhere else right now.
He probably is. He probably is. Totally.
Tell our audience about you, how you came to talking about movies, how they can find you, all that good stuff.
Well, my name is Brian Collington. I'm the show host and producer of the Cinema Psycho Show. We are a movie review podcast. Been going strong for nearly 10 years.
Yeah, man.
Next April 1st will mark 10 years. So
Okay.
it's kind of crazy. But yeah, so my background is in film. I'm a indie filmmaker myself. Made a number of short films. I think I've done upwards of like maybe 20 or 30 short films in my time. Have yet to make the jump to feature. That is something that I've always wanted to do. But like with most things, making a feature costs time and money. I have neither. So the podcast kind of came about because at the time I was working a job where I did not really have a creative outlet. And I kid you not, reading an article by Kevin Smith in which he was talking about how if you're an indie filmmaker, you should absolutely have a podcast because it allows you to generate a audience. So I was like, well, that's a cool idea. Let me go and try that. And so I got together with two of my very good friends, John Woolscroft and my former co-host Lane, who were married at the time, but we kind of got together and we created the Cinema Psycho. And it was funny because at the time I had proposed doing a movie podcast, and John was like, I've never done a podcast before. I'm like, well, don't worry. It's just us bullshitting about movies like we already do. So it's like, don't worry about it. Like, we just talk about movies. And so that's kind of how we started. And it's only been over time that we've changed the podcast a bit. We used to do kind of like just movie news and then we go into a review, but now we've kind of honed it down to where we pretty much dive into review and also bring on guests like yourself, right? Like, so, bringing on guests like you, KT, has been something relatively new for the podcast. We used to not bring on guests. We used to just kind of shoot from our own hips, but, in one, trying to grow the podcast, but also two, trying to network with like-minded podcasters like you. I started to kind of push for us to add more guests and bring people on as guest reviewers, kind of like what you do here. So, and it's actually allowed us to really grow the show and meet amazing people like yourself. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Like we jumped to video about 2 years ago, and We're slowly beating that video train. And my whole thought process on podcast is I'm just going to run out the clock in terms of like be number one. Cause I'm like, there's always going to be someone else. Like eventually they're going to stop. They're going to stop. So if I just keep going, I'll eventually replace them because they'll stop.
Yeah, Energizer Bunny status. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm like, I just keep going.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and I totally empathize with the addition of a video and the guests. I've always had guests, but I will always say this, that like at first I did 2 a month, and it's hard to work bookings and everything around everyone's lives. So, adding in a guest is fun, but it also makes it a little extra spicy. And then you have to add in video if you want to be succeeding right now, which is also like, shit, I like doing a podcast with like no makeup on and PJs at whatever the fuck time.
That was a struggle at first because there would be times where, and I don't know if you ever did this, but like we would batch record episodes. So we would do like 3 at a time, but it was easy because we're just like, yeah, no worries. It doesn't matter if we do it at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, we're going to knock them out. Don't worry. You don't have, just crawl out of bed and do them. But now it's like, well, I got to get the lights set up and I have to shave maybe and bathe and put this crazy light thing on, and John has to do the same thing on his end. So yeah, it's a thing now where we pretty much do once a week, and the way we kind of produce our show is now to the point where I can knock out an episode recording wise and have it done after we're done recording. So it's the workflow that's really helped evolve it.
Yeah, I think you can get really stuck in the weeds over editing stuff, especially when it's supposed to be conversational. I don't think it needs a heavy
I don't do that
editing
anymore.
hand.
I've known podcasters, just because my day job is actually working for a podcast company. So I've known podcasters who are like, I've got to edit out every and on. I'm like, dude, don't do that. Like, we're not radio here. And 2, the amount of time and energy you do when you do that, it takes away from the other things that you have to do, like marketing your show and making the show notes and all that other fun stuff, where it's like, if you spend all your time doing the editing, the ums and ahs and all that stuff, you don't have to. I'm like, if you get like 80% of the way there, you're good.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody has to stop to let the dog out or go to the bathroom,
That's
you
different
can
story.
easily cut that out. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. I do batch recordings for stuff on TikTok, and I do the like different t-shirt, hair up, hair down, a little bit wet, squiggy, and you're like, just to make it look a little different.
TikTok. I still have not mastered TikTok yet. I just did like one of my first, like, because usually what I'll do is I'll like cut up an episode and I'll post that up, and that's been successful. That's actually what's helped grow our TikTok, has just been those little like very tight little miniature nuggets of the podcast. But I've known people like yourself and my friend Jordan the Gray Witch who do very much just like the green screen and filming on their phone for TikTok, and I still have yet to do that fully. I did like one on Halloween because I was like, well, it's Halloween, I probably should go and do like my top 3 movies that you should watch, and it felt so awkward. I'm not there yet.
That's the thing, is the like, it really does feel like if you're doing, I look at it as an acting exercise. It's like if you're doing daily soap opera television, where you're like, you're doing it so much that you're getting over the fear of doing it, the awkwardness of doing it. You're learning the lines way quickly because the text is just coming at you. I got to get this right. I got to shoot this out. I at least basically structure the stuff I'm doing because it's mostly trivia based. And then I also get to practice my favorite thing ever, which is my Micro Machines voice, because you have
Your Micro Machine.
see how fast can I say this and still be articulate.
I love how only us of our age will get the Micro Machine voice reference. Like, someone else is going to be like, what the hell is she talking about? Listen, there was a time when we had a Micro Machines voice guy who would come on and do a commercial about Micro Machines, and he would talk really, really fast, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, and Micro Machines being little tiny, like
Yes.
tin cars. Is that right?
They were 10 cars. Yes.
They
Yes,
sound
they were.
1,000 years old.
No, you're not 1,000 years old.
We used to play with tin cars.
Back in my day, just like with fried green tomatoes, back in my day, we played with tin cars, and we had to blow into our cartridges to put into something called an NES. Can you imagine playing video games on a cartridge?
Trying to even explain some of the bases of the games we used to play to my nieces and nephews. They're like, the circle was chased by a ghost and he
Yes.
had a wife. Yeah.
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 Yeah. 2 plumbers. One was green. The other one's red.
Fighting King Kong.
Fighting demented turtle. And, jumping on mushrooms. And then eating said mushrooms. Like, that's the thing I doesn't understand. Like, it's like, jump on the mushroom or the Goomba, and then you eat the mushroom. But they look the same.
I mean, it's cannibalism. I guess he's not a mushroom, so it's not cannibalism. It's just more deliciousness.
Yes.
I do love that the reason you had to blow on the cartridges was not even because they were dusty. It was because we were little fucking shit kids, and when we would blow, we would spit like crazy, and you were
Yes, we would.
creating more conductivity because the pins had been eroded on the inside of the machine. You can buy replacement pins, and I've fixed my old NES, and now it plays without having to blow into it because I don't need to be lightheaded at 40. It's not good.
But I'm just going to ask you, you still blow into the cartridge, don't you?
Every once in a while, only on RBI Baseball, because that was the one that always needed it.
I don't know. I had it was like the combo cartridge where it had like Mario and Duck Hunt and the track and field game that you always lost the trackpad. So it's like, we're not going to play that game. So like that one always had to have the thing blown on. But it was, for me, it was that, and then the Batman game. Batman game was the shit back then.
We were not allowed to have the track one. My dad said we would break the pad by running on it, which is the function of the pad.
That's what you're supposed to do, is run on it. Like, that's literally so let me get straight. Your dad was like, don't run on the pad, but here's a gun, have fun. You can play Duck Hunt, go shoot the TV, but don't run the pad.
But don't break this object by using it in its desired and functioned way.
No.
That being said, those pads were always broken. So,
well, ours was always lost. We lost the pad. So it's like, well, we can't play the trackpad game anymore because we lost it.
Before we go into the movie, I would like to ask you the following 3 questions. These are the 3 questions that I ask every person on the show. It's kind of my inside the actors studio questions. I used to ask people what their top 4 was, but I found that people can be a little performative, fun, or become absolute deer in headlight too. They don't know what to say, or their answer is like, I know you. I know that that's not the movie you're going to put on when we're done here. You're not putting on Godard. You're going to put on Goofy movie. Like,
I'm not going to put on Godard.
And let's face it here, a Goofy movie, one, not the sequel, has the composer from No Country for Old Men. The Coen Brothers composer did the movie. Yeah, they had to tone down the soundtrack he came up with and make it a little bit more Disney. He wanted a way more gritty version, but
that sounds very on brand for Disney. Hey, here's a piece of art. Dumb it the fuck down.
I don't like that. So my first question for you, since we're speaking of Disney and most people say Disney, what is the first movie you can remember seeing?
So the first movie I can remember seeing, and I guess I mean, I'll have a retort for that, but I would say probably The Little Mermaid.
Okay.
Yeah, The Little Mermaid is one I distinctly remember seeing that one first in theaters. But I would say the first movie that made me fall in love with movies was Batman from 1989.
The Tim Burton Batman. Oh,
yes,
okay.
Yes. That movie made me fall in love with film.
What was it about it?
Everything. Like, it's hard to boil down. Or so, like, I was 5 years old when Batman came out. Well, actually, technically I was 4, but I fell in love with the character. I fell in love with the world that Tim Burton and Anton first built for that character. I fell in love with this just dark nature, the Danny Elfman score, Michael Keaton's acting, everything about it just like struck the deepest core inside of me. And it's been a thing where I played that movie till the fucking thing broke. Like, the VHS tape broke because it struck such a chord in me that I became obsessed with it. And it's a thing where I am 40 years old, and I remember my mom telling me, "You're going to grow out of this." I'm like, I don't think I am. And I still haven't. So it's a thing where I love that film so much. And yeah, as an adult and as someone who's studied film, I see problems with it. Like I definitely see the deficiencies with it. It's like with anything, once you study it, you start to see the things that maybe you really loved and see them in a different light. But I still, to this day, like it's in my top echelon. And it is one of the films that just made me fall in love with the medium and really become someone who loves movies. It isn't the one that made me want to become a filmmaker, though. It was the one that made me just fall in love with film in itself.
Fascinating. Is there a different one that made you want to become a filmmaker?
Yes. Yeah. Hellraiser.
Wow, not what I was expecting. You need to say more words.
So when I was in high school, I saw Hellraiser for the first time, and like I knew I wanted to do something creative. Like I didn't know yet what it was going to be. I wanted to, like, at the time, do special effects makeup because I was like, hey, I like doing that. I like art. Art might be a cool thing. The teacher I had at the time was like, hey, there's a problem though. Special effects makeup artists don't really make any money, and he's still not wrong. So I took a film class. Well, it was a TV class in high school, and I caught the film bug roughly around the same time that I saw Hellraiser, which is around, I'd say, senior year of high school. So I saw Hellraiser, took the same film, the TV class, and like they all converged at this time, and I'm like, this is what I want to do. Like, this is why I want to study. I want to be the guy who makes things like this, who makes horror movies that are way more than just slashers. Like Hellraiser to me is a modern gothic tale in a sense. Like it's got everything. It's got the spooky fucking house. It's got the monster. It's got multiple monsters if we throw the Cenobites into it. It's got mystical things in there because it's got, the puzzle box and that whole mythos. But it's also got some weird romantic elements to it, which remind me a little bit of some of the, like, the Hammer films of the day. So like it struck a chord, like I could make this. Like I thought, I'm like, I want to make this sort of thing. And so yeah, that was the film that I was like, I want to make movies.
I do think a lot of independent filmmakers talk about horror as the first kind of jumping in point. It's when filmmakers talk about it, it's in this beautiful way where we're like, it was so inviting because I could see that it was something that maybe I could do. And I think people hear what people outside of the industry hear is, yeah, because it looked cheap and easy and anybody can do it. And you're like, no, because it seemed almost attainable versus like when you watch a like $500 million film like Avatar, you're like, I don't know what that's ever going to be like.
It's totally a thing. And I think it's also a thing where like movies of a certain age feel more attainable than they do now. Like even though we have technology now that anyone can become a filmmaker, you literally can use your phone and shoot stuff honestly at the same par to some point of movies that were maybe really popular 10 to 20 years ago. But it's still a thing where, in the 80s and the early 90s, especially with horror, they had to get by with such small budgets. They had to be inventive with their effects, with their gags, with the story. And yeah, don't get me wrong, some of them were just cash grabs. That's going to be the nature of the beast there. But if you watch the ones that really stuck around for a while, the ones that end up getting put to like through Vinegar Syndrome or Snaps Films or any of these other, boutique studios, they're cheaper films, but they have like a story. They have some heart to them. They've got meat to them because they had to make up for these lower budgets,
Yeah. Nobody theoretically there. I can cite some examples are going to put a terrible script and a shit budget together and just go film it for the sake of filming it. But, sometimes you want a tax write-off and that's what happens.
Well, I mean, it's funny you bring that up. It's like, the age of the tax write-off budget film, big budget film that we're at now, you wouldn't see that in the 80s and 90s. You'd see the movie still get put out there. But now it's to the point where it's like, David Zaslav at Warner Brothers is going to be like, well, I know we made Batgirl. I know we've done everything, but I need to write off, X amount of dollars this year on taxes. So we're just going to not release it.
Which they tried to do with Wile E. Coyote versus Acme, which I am desperate to see. So I'm very glad that it got picked up and put out. Like that was sinister. But then you hear stuff like Texas Chainsaw Massacre was meant to fail because it was supposed to launder money for the mob, and that's why it was constructed in the way that it was.
The original one?
Yes.
Yeah. They must have
Okay.
missed that part in the Ed Gein documentary that was on Netflix. They mentioned that part there.
Well, the mob, this part gets cut
Yeah.
out. You've partially answered my question number 2, so I'm going to tag it with a little bit something different. The question 2 I always say to people is, what is your comfort movie, or what movie do you think you've seen more than any other? And it can be for multiple reasons. I've actually seen Sniper like 200 times, but against my will. So that is my answer, but it's not a comfort movie for me. It's a trauma movie for me. You're going to say Batman, and I want to ask, is there a specific scene that you would always play, or did you always play it beginning to end?
Always played it beginning to end. I think for me, the one scene that I constantly go back to, and it's one that honestly, like, it always causes, and I don't know if you ever get this too, and I think only certain cinephiles get this, but there are certain scenes in movies which cause goosebumps to like rise up. And it's the best fucking feeling ever. So for me, it's the Flugenheim Museum scene, the scene where he drops down, and the whole Batmobile sequence, all of that. I love that thing because it's like, this is Batman at his fucking apex. You can't get any better than this. The cathedral scene's great. I think it's a little long in how it drags it out. I almost wonder, is Tim Burton just trying to pad this runtime at this point? Yeah, that's probably it. But yeah, the Flugenheim Museum is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful sequence.
And it's funny because I can hear the music, and like, oh man, that soundtrack is so. Sometimes when you think of a scene,
toys.
it's like, it's so evocative to get the whole experience pulled back out of it, and I think that's really what's important about that movie.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Another one that I'd say that I also go back to that's not Hellraiser is Lucky McKee's May from 2.
I don't know that one.
Oh, that's a good one. So it stars Angela Bettis, and it's a modern-ish retelling of Frankenstein. So yeah, Angela Bettis plays this girl, May, who is in essence really struggling to kind of like make friends. Like she's kind of a social pariah type person. She doesn't know how to socialize. She doesn't know how to talk to people. And the whole movie is a struggle for her just to get connection. Something that I think us as humans, crave. And it's one of these movies that I look at it and go like, I think everybody can feel the way that May feels from time to time. Difference is that May takes it into an unhealthy obsession because she finds that she likes parts of people. And yeah, that's when she talks to like her doll. And yeah, and then she starts to like cut people up and turn them into a friend. She makes a friend, but it's a great film. It's a great indie film. It's one that I anyone who's a filmmaker, and it's like kind of like that we were talking about, horror movies being kind of a gateway. That's another movie that I watch. I'm like, yeah, you can make this. This is not hard. But it's one that I discovered like most film people, when you go to like a Hollywood video or a Blockbuster and you're just like, this week we're going to grab this movie. I don't care what title it is. We're just going to see. And that was one that I just like grabbed it because I liked the cover and I fell in love with the film. And I'm like, this is a good one. So I own it. And that's one that I watch all the time as a comfort.
I found myself missing picking movies that way. And so I'll sometimes scroll through big lists on Letterboxd, like the top 250 somethings. And not because I care about what the list is, because I just want to see a bunch of covers of stuff. And then I'll just pick one because I like the cover, because I miss that experience. Because finding a movie like this is wonderful.
Yeah, I went to Vinegar Syndrome. They have a storefront where I live in Pittsburgh.
You lucky bitch.
Yeah, I know. So I got to go there this past weekend, and man, I was getting complete flashbacks to that time period where you're just walls of nothing but movies. And like, it was so glorious. I told my wife, I'm like, this is fucking heaven. It's like, I mean, I would go broke in an instant. I didn't buy anything, but it was one of those things where it's just like walls and walls of movies, ones you've never heard before, some you have seen, some you've never seen, some you didn't even know existed, like all of them just right in front of you. in one room. And there's something to that. I think the same thing for people who love libraries and love bookstores. It's the same thing for us cinephiles, right? The closest thing I've got to it digitally has been Tubi, honestly. Like Tubi is the one place where I do feel a little bit like that.
I would encourage you to check out Plex as well. Kind of has
Okay.
everything. And you can also
Plex.
add to Plex. My friend has a Plex account and he's given me access to his and like continues to add stuff all the time. And that's
Nice.
why I see some of my truly most random things. I'm like, hey, I want to see this.
I didn't know that you could get other people's Plex stuff, or is it just like it's a community of movies being shared?
It is to a certain
Okay.
extent. So maybe I should not say too
Maybe
much.
you should cut this part out.
Yes, people have their own drives and you can give access to each other, as well as there are a lot of copyrighted free. So it's a little bit similar to the internet database. You know, like
Okay.
you can sometimes watch a movie on that.
Yeah, yeah.
Similar to that. I
Cool.
mean, like, really, I don't think the stuff I watch on that is like, I want to see a documentary about a Chinese martial artist that came out in the 1970s and is maybe translated into English. Like, nobody's
I
going to
gotcha.
fight me for this.
No one's gonna fight for that.
Like,
I would be surprised if someone's like, "Hey, KT, we saw that you watched this movie that we are making 5 cents off of after 10 years."
dare you? You supported the artists?
You don't support the artist because you didn't want to pay the $50 to go ahead and buy the DVD that's out of print and will never be printed again, by the way. It's one of those out of print ones that like it ain't come back. But
You didn't want
yes.
to bother somebody on Poshmark? See if you could get
Yes.
it. I love finding Poshmark accounts that are clearly angry girlfriends who've been left with their ex-boyfriend's physical media collection.
I've never
Those are the
seen this.
best.
This is the real thing?
I stalk Poshmark
Man.
and Mercari for that exact thing, and that's usually how I get my Criterion Collection DVDs for like $5.
I'm going to have to check this out because I've been wanting to build myself a media server of my own physical media, and I might need to find some more physical media. So I'm going to have to check out Poshmark to see if I can steal some
Steal?
Film Bros pilfered films.
Treat Becky nicer and she won't
Yeah.
secretly sell your shit.
Yeah, seriously.
Actually, I need to check out something in Northampton, Mass that has just opened up and I haven't gotten a chance to go out to it. They opened in Northampton a cooperative video rental service. It's a physical place
Ooh.
you can go to, and people in town are donating their old DVDs and VHSs to this location. You get a membership and you can just take out like a library, but it's all movies.
Yeah, I don't know if I would part with my collection. It's right back there. It's small but mighty.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't get rid of these. I will
No.
never sell these. These are like, you don't get rid of your records. I'm not getting rid of my DVDs.
I get into a fight with my husband because I have a tiny, like 15-inch TV with a VHS built in. And he's like, when are we
Yeah.
going to get rid of this? And I'm like, when I don't have VHSs, I need to play, which is never. So never.
Hey, my wife wants to get a VHS player because of the fact that we want to get back into physical media. Like me, I have a handful of VHS tapes that I got from when a Hollywood Video closed down because they were like, we're getting rid of these. I'm like, good, because I'm taking them. And it's one of those things where she's like, we now need to get a VHS player. So don't ever get rid of that VHS player, ever.
I highly recommend going fully whimsical with it. If I had to buy another VHS player, I would buy one of those like Shrek TV ones with it built in, or the Mickey one with the TV built in.
Classic.
Just have fun. You want to watch 2001: A Space Odyssey on a Shrek TV. I believe that is how it was intended to be seen.
I mean, probably. You're not half wrong.
So, final question in our pre-interview is there a story or video game, comic book, something that has not yet been made into a movie that you desperately wish would be?
Comic book or movie that I would like to see made into
It could be a book or anything, just something that's
book.
a story that you know of. It could even be like this old Russian story I used to be told as a kid. Something that you're like, this should be a movie.
I mean, I will be honest with you. I and this is basic bitch territory. I love Clive Barker stuff. So like in grad school, I had to, for my screenwriting class, we had to adapt a story. into a
Wow.
screenplay.
Yeah.
So I chose one of Clive Barker's like his short stories that he did. It was one that featured Harry D'Amour, and I liked it so much. I'm like, this is really cool. So I adapted it into a screenplay for class, and then I turned this. I actually used that screenplay then again for another class, which was our sound class. So I like did all the voices of the characters, and like I had to voice a demon, but I actually like made my voice modulate and stuff. So I
Nice.
think if I could, I would probably take what the hell is it? The Scarlet Gospels, and adapt that, because it's like that's Harry D'Amour and it's Pinhead, and man, like that battle would be awesome.
That's actually a really great segue into talking about this movie. And people who are listening are like, how on earth is that a
How are you
great
gonna make
segue?
that?
Because we're talking about screen adaptations. And you can, from a book to a movie, you can kind of be like, that's a process. And that is technically what has happened here. Fried Green Tomatoes. The book is called Fried Green Tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe, which is technically the title that this film has everywhere except for the United States, because U.S. test audiences said, it's too long. And we had to shorten it.
We don't. U.S. test audiences, well, just U.S. audiences in general, we don't got time for more words in our titles, just like we don't got time for, anything that isn't giving me, some sort of hook in 5 seconds. Like if you don't give me that in 5 seconds, I can't do it.
Yap, yap, yap. Get to the point. You're like, give me 20 seconds to tell you the full history of how this works.
It's like, no. It's like, you gotta grab me in 5 seconds, dude, because I'm going to the next one. It's like, okay. When did attention spans like get measured in nanoseconds?
I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
Yeah.
No.
Fried green cannibals.
Fried Green Cannibals. This book adapted technically, because it got a nomination for its screen adaptation. It didn't get the win. I'm going to have to put in the errata at the end who actually did get the win, because I was going to look it up, but then I went to the bathroom and I forgot. Now I'm remembering that I forgot. So sorry, guys. I'll tell you who won the Oscar that year, but it wasn't Carol Sobieski. She technically according to interviews, she put in a script that everyone hated. Then they made Fannie Flagg, the original writer, try and do a script version of it. And she found the whole process really upsetting because they kept trying to make her change the story and change aspects of it. And it was too much for her. So the director...
I wonder what aspects they wanted to change. I've got theories on what aspects they wanted to change for audiences in 1990, 1991.
Yes. Avnet winds up fixing it, and he doesn't get the nomination. Fannie Flagg and Sobieski get the nomination. So this movie is wrought with a little bit of like, we don't know how to totally adapt it. And in fairness, in the original book, it is pretty explicit that they are at least involved in a very romantic relationship. It doesn't talk about any sex. It doesn't use the word lesbian, but there's no ambiguity there. This has you're exactly the same age as me, so this reference is going to land. This movie has the ambiguity of when we used to watch Supermarket Sweep, and the two contestants would come on and they'd be like, we're roommates for the last 10 years and we own a theater prop making company. And you're like,
we're just very good friends.
Totally good friends, and we share a pug.
We share a pug. And what do you like to do on weekends? We like to go on bike rides together. We do everything together. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
And so like you come so close to being clearly a couple, but we can't say that. And that is obviously what happened in the rewrites here. Most of the rewrites come into cutting that back and reassigning that, as well as the weirdest thing, the ninny and Iggy aspect.
Yeah, so first of all, like I know they're trying to cut back on the relationship between Ruth and Iggy. I gotta be honest with you, this was the first time I'd seen this film. Okay, because I was not someone who was like, I really want to go watch Fried Green Tomatoes as a kid. My wife was a fan of it, but I just was like, it's not my thing. So upon first watch this, I'm like, yeah, it's not even hidden very well. Like looking at this again through like 2025 eyeballs, it is blatantly obvious that they are absolutely in a lesbian relationship, and it's a loving lesbian relationship, and it's one that is, in my opinion, really beautiful as well as not exploitative. Other movies that I have seen where you do have two women or two men, it always kind of goes into this like exploitative side of it, and I'm like, that doesn't, that's not how any relationship is. Like, that, you know what I mean? Like, they almost feel like, oh, we've got to throw sex in there because, oh yes, it's, ooh, two people of the same sex having sex in a relationship. Oh, that's weird. It's like, that's, you know, you have in this movie these two women who clearly do love each other, who are, you know, companions. They live their lives together. They're there for each other at the most worst parts and the best parts. And like, that's a real relationship, you know? You're, whether it be two women or two men or opposite sex, like that's what it is. So I respect the fact that this movie, even though I know that the author had to cut back on stuff and found that really hard, the thing is that very much shines through that these two women do love and care about each other, and that they have a real domestic partnership there. You know, it's just in this backdrop of the worst time period in history at the worst physical location in that time period, the South.
Yes, yes. And you're right. Like, so many times we get these stories about, romantic entanglements, especially because, Ruth is a little bit older than Iggy. So this could
Yes.
easily wind up being like a call me by your name. And you're like, oh, it's the power dynamic and all this other stuff. But like, in the way that they wind up making it so unspoken and tangential and loyal, it winds up being a really loving representation of a same-sex marriage, and that's not even really the key point of the story. So making that tangential kind of humanizes gay couples at a time period where people were like, we don't like gay people, but we love Ruth and Iggy, and you're like, haha,
Yeah.
we hid the vegetables in your mac and cheese.
Yes. If that's a good analogy for it. It does very much feel like that. You know, regarding the whole Ninny and Iggy thing, I mean, I totally was like, Ninny is Iggy. Like,
Yeah,
come
did
on.
you think, Ninny?
I'm like, one, from a storytelling perspective, there is no way in fucking hell that Ninny knew all of the nuances of every little story that she was telling, what's her face? Evelyn Couch. There's no way. That's, yeah, I didn't write that. But I won't know if I'd pick that name. But either way, I'm like, there's no way she knows all these nuances that she isn't Iggy. Like, and I'm also like, she's 7 years old. So maybe not all the faculties are firing on all cylinders at that point. So, you know, we already know that Iggy was a storyteller.
She's a tall teller, yeah. She loves to tell tall tales, right?
So why would she not, at age 87, be telling tall tales about herself?
And it drives me insane because if you're watching this again, like I watched it twice in a row because my husband wanted to watch it again with me. There's a lot of graphic match between the fabric that they put Ninny, Jessica Tandy in, because they're such big outfits, and then the fabric that you see Ruth and Iggy in the very next scene, almost as if to be like it was cut from the same cloth. Maybe this is left over.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, and she has the picture of Ruth on her nightstand, and
yeah,
and there's the honey on and she winks. What if I told you in the book it's very, very clear that Ninny is her entirely own person, and that is not supposed to be part of the story?
I mean, I would buy that. I'd also say that if I'm making a movie version of this, it makes way more sense to make Ninny Iggy than have her be a separate person.
It wasn't even going for that. That is just
Really?
what everybody who watches the movie sees, because I feel like all of the things we just said makes us come to this conclusion. But the writers, they all were like, no, we weren't. We just needed a reason to go, oh, that, oops.
Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. I'm calling bullshit on the writers right there. I'm calling bullshit just from the last fucking scene. Like, literally, Evelyn looks up the note and is like, Iggy's still out there? And just Jessica Tandy's like, you might meet her.
What she's trying to say is that, like, the stories keep Ruth and Iggy alive. So yeah, she's still alive because I'm still telling stories about her, and I keep putting honey there to make people believe it. But what we've read, what you've just said, makes way more sense, guys. You didn't tell that story.
I'm just telling you, I read it as like, yes, Ninny and Iggy are the same person, and of course they are.
Yeah.
And it just makes more sense from a movie perspective. It makes more sense. I get that in the book it didn't work, but just for movie it does.
Yeah. And then they do a sequel to the book where she's in Ninny is still a character. So you're like, oh yeah, no, she's.
Did they make a sequel to the book? Because I didn't know that.
There is a sequel to Fried Green Tomatoes at the Whistle Stop Cafe called The Wonder Boy of the Whistle Stop Cafe. And we meet Buddy, the one-armed son of Ruth.
It's not about Buddy's arm. It's not about that.
It's not. So technically it's about Stumpy. He's escaping a retirement home trying to get back to the Whistle Stop Cafe. And they do that same juxtaposition about his life in Maryland and everything like that. But I did think that scene was so silly but so necessary because it had been so maudlin and so sad that the point where you're like, the fucking kid, spoiler alerts, of course, although if you're listening to this, you're going to get spoiled. The fucking kid got hit by the train and you're like,
yeah, I saw that scene and I'm just like, maybe you shouldn't name your son Buddy. Like maybe
and then let him play on the train tracks.
Maybe we don't name him after your dead ex-boyfriend and your girlfriend's brother. Like maybe we don't name him after that. We don't name him that guy. And then say, yes, go play on the train tracks, child. There's no problems. And then he's gonna lose a fucking arm.
There's something about
of course it's gonna get run over by a fucking train.
Something about the expectation for it to be too much, and then the filmmaker being like,
I love that though. I love like when I saw that like the camera pans down and you're just like his arm. I'm like, okay, movie, good job, movie.
Because otherwise I might have checked out a little bit. That'd have been too much.
Well, there's a lot of funerals in this movie. Like it's almost like after every story that Ninny/Iggy says, it ends up turning into a funeral scene.
Yeah. Yeah. And so when we talk about this movie and why we kind of picked it for you, you had said you'd never seen it, but your wife really likes it and that it was kind of pushing you towards seeing it. What were you expecting going in?
I don't know. I was expecting something that was not like basically here's the thing. I am a white man in my 50s who's bald with beard, and I was not expecting a movie that could talk to me. If that makes sense. I respect the fact that movies are not for every audience, and I don't think they should be. I think that certain movies speak to certain audiences, just like everything speaks to certain audiences. And I did not think that Fried Green Tomatoes was meant for me. I didn't think it was a movie that was talking to me.
Valid.
And so, I didn't ever was like, oh yeah, I'm not going to really watch that. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, it's a good movie. Like, yeah, this is not my thing. So when I got to sit down and watch it, even though clearly I'm not the audience, I did see a lot of things that I'm like, this is just an all around good film, and I think that something to point to is, and the kind of the crux of your whole show is that you kind of have to give every movie a little bit of a chance and taste it, even if it's not necessarily meant for you. I still don't think I was the audience. I think honestly, someone. No, I'm being honest. I still don't think so because here's the thing. I know that a couple that is in the LGBTQ plus community is going to get a lot more out of this film than me, and that's okay because this movie I really do believe talks to them first. But I can see stuff with those characters. I can see commonalities with those characters, the way they love people and, that we build these relationships. I can see that with me and my wife and that sort of thing. So I think there is connections that can be made, but I definitely still believe that I am not the prime audience for this, which is okay, Yeah. So like watching it again, I enjoyed it. I definitely was into it. And I love the fact that it broke up these moments of high drama and kind of sappiness, but then had these moments of comedy in there that I'm just like, it's funny. Like Evelyn Couch, I think, is fucking hilarious in this.
Kathy Bates really kills it as that character.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, this is Kathy Bates, like right after Misery, or I think it's right after Misery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like, you went from playing real crazy to this very sympathetic, kooky type character who has, I think, the worst husband ever. Like, he's kind of shitty.
He's broadly written too. Like,
he's broadly
no one's
written.
that dumb, right?
I don't know. Like here's the thing is, I think that, and I can't speak for all men. I'm not the representative of all men.
# not all men.
I'm not all men, but I do know that, like, there was a time period, and this movie is not that far removed from it, where, men were like, I'm not going to fucking make dinner. I'm going to come home and I should have beer in hand and then food. I don't understand that, because I'm like, what are you, a lazy sack of shit? Go get your own food. Go get your own beer. Your wife's not supposed to do that. You do your own thing. Or, like, make it for both of you. Like, take turns making food. Like, a couple. Instead of this, like, oh, you walk in, where's my beer? Oh, what's this? You made healthy food, but we're fat and dying of diabetes and or heart disease. Where's my heart disease food? Like, a lot of that stuff, I imagine that is not that far removed from reality of the time period.
It's hard to like him though, because like there's obtuse where you're like, he comes home and he doesn't know what to expect because of his expectations from the gender of the time period. And then there's C. Evelyn saying with her words to him while he's sitting there listening what she wants and what she expects, and he still fails to understand or meet those or do anything. And so there's like a certain, like, you're right, he's kind of like an asshole.
He's an asshole. Like, I'm sorry, the guy's, and he's played by, and I forget the name of it, but I know he shows up in almost every Ernest movie. Like, he's not Bobby.
Oh my God, I didn't realize that until you said it.
He is in every Ernest film. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna, if I don't know his name, but he doesn't. He's like the.
I'll get it to you in like 10 seconds.
Oh man, but anyway, yeah, he is just kind of a shitty husband, and even when like, what's his name?
Galliard Sartan.
That's a name and a half right there. But he's in every Ernest film, right?
He's got a lot of credits.
Yeah.
Wow. He's in every Ernest film. He plays Chuck in Ernest Saves Christmas.
That's it, Chuck.
Chuck.
And he sells the troll spray at the troll store for Ernest Scared Stupid.
Wow, that's a memory that I have offloaded and forgotten about.
And now you're just gonna be like, after we're done recording this episode, I'm gonna watch Ernest Scared Stupid.
I love to watch How Did This Get Made? And one of my
I like that too.
Favorite episodes, they talk about how, like, you forget how hot Jim Varney was.
He was a good looking man. Okay, he was a very good looking man. R.I.P. But anyway, that guy, I find him detestable throughout the whole film. Not Jim Varney, but guy Chuck.
Gillard Sartan.
Ed
Couch, if you will.
Ed Couch. We're gonna call him that because that's an easier pronouncing name.
He doesn't really seem
terrible
to learn anything or have a character arc, even by the end when she's like happy and come to this conclusion and is like, this will bring me joy and we have this extra room. He's still like, I don't know about that. You're like, just have the
it's like,
throw us a phone. Come on. Either that or make him get divorced.
I mean, let's be honest here. That's where the sequel of Fried Green Tomatoes would be. The movie version is Kathy Bates will divorce his ass in a heartbeat, because clearly that's the trajectory she's on. She's going to realize that this guy is not supportive of her, that he is the exact opposite of what the relationship that she views as healthy in the stories that Ninny tells her of Ruth and Iggy. So it's like, eventually she's going to be like, I'm not doing this shit, dude. Like, you're kind of an asshole.
Yeah.
So like that's the trajectory.
Yeah, it's interesting to see her story in parallel to the other story, not really having the love. She does get to start to feel like her own independent. We start to see her go on a trajectory where we hope she continues to grow this way. But it's weird for a movie, especially a movie like this, where everything gets so neatly handed to us, to have them be left in that sort of limbo. But I was thinking about Ed particularly because, as you were saying, as soon as I finished watching this with my husband, I said, so how does that feel as a guy watching this movie because the only guy in it really that we see is an asshole. And then there's, some people in the past, but we don't even really spend very much time with any of the male characters in the past.
Yeah, I mean, as a guy, I look at it and go like, well, I'm glad I'm not like him. Like, it's like I never do that shit. Like I like to think that I'm attentive to my family and that sort of thing. And when you see that shit, you're just like, yeah, I've never just completely ignored person I care about and just been like, yeah, no, I'm gonna ignore you. Let me get my beer and my food and then just walk away and we're not gonna talk at all. And it sucks because like I feel for Kathy Bates because she's just trying to get connection with her husband of all people. Like, and this idiot just ignores her.
Yeah. And she is again and again reaching out in these good faith moments. And you're like, so I guess what Fanny Flagg is showing us is, again, she reaches out for a male character who's not there, and she finds a platonic female character that winds up giving us a type of love that is just as fulfilling as the sexual love that we thought we were supposed to have, but comes from a place we didn't even know we needed. Maybe that's the parallel, Katie. Okay, whatever. Turns out Fanny Flagg, when she released these books in the 80s, was not openly gay at the time. And so she tried to, like, in a lot of the interviews for this movie, she's like, yeah, well, like, they were definitely in a relationship. I wouldn't have used the word lesbian because I don't even think the word lesbian existed when the book was written. And she kind of like dances around it until one of her lovers releases a memoir in like 97 and lists her as a lover, casually forgetting that like she's not technically out. And now Fanny Flagg is like an openly gay writer, and it feels retroactively so obvious. But even still, like, it's so funny how much they had to hide that in there, and yet it doesn't feel hidden at all. In fact, both of the two actresses decided when talking to Fanny about it, they were just going to play it like they were in a relationship together because that's how they read it.
That's how if I was reading the script, that's exactly what I would have thought of, but it's just like that. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Wachowski siblings at the time. I mean, at the time you look at movies like Bound and The Matrix and you can see parallels to, obviously like trans community and those sort of things. Like the whole idea of you're translating your mind into a different body, into a different reality, like that is not your own, like that sort of thing. And then looking at them now and, the fact they are now openly trans and that sort of thing. And it's something that, at the time you could be like, oh yeah, no, I didn't think about that at the time the movie came out, but now in hindsight and now seeing that they are openly being who they've always been, it makes those parallels blatantly obvious.
Yeah. It makes scenes like the "You're a bee charmer" scene. Like that's very romantic.
I mean, charming ladies, let's be honest here. Iggy knows how to charm them, okay? Just the look that Ruth has as she is watching Iggy go get the bees, it's the same sort of look that you would see in a traditional like romantic film when like a woman is staring at like a muscular guy. Like, those types of movies in the late 80s, 90s where it's like, let's slow motion camera pan over all of the muscles. And I'm like, this is the exact same shit. It's the exact same thing.
They're using a male, like this female gaze.
Yes.
On the female character. So it's fascinating to be like, how could we not know that this was sexy? The camera is doing the same thing it does when it says sexy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's total male gaze, but it's through Ruth's perspective of looking at Iggy.
Yeah.
And that's why when she says like, I've never seen a bee charmer before, I'm like, I know what you're saying here, Ruth. I know what you're saying here, Ruth.
And it's a real testament to the acting that those two actresses, Mary Stuart Masterson and Mary Louise Parker. In fact, to keep them straight on set, because they're both Marys with the second name, they called them Lou and Stu.
I mean, hey, whatever works, right?
Whatever works. It's a real testament to the way that they took the dialogue that they had and they seem to be telling us additional dialogue. Even in the food fight scene, feels like this is the sex scene we didn't get because we couldn't have
Well,
it.
the director said that as such. Like they literally
Yeah?
said, like that was the food fight scene was a sex scene.
Yeah,
Like,
it reads that way.
Which, of course, like,
Yeah.
no duh.
Yeah, I've seen Tampopo. I know what we're dealing with here.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, okay, like, cause I read a little bit about fried green tomatoes before going and watching it, and that was the one thing that popped in. It was like, oh yes, the food fight scene is in fact a love scene, and I'm like, how are they gonna play this one? And then I watch them, like, okay,
Makes total sense.
that's total sense.
Total sense. So we've been talking a lot about the relationship between Iggy and Ruth and the gay aspects and the queer codedness of this movie. I also want to talk about the like murder mystery aspect of
This
it.
was the thing that honestly like threw me for a loop in how it was all going to be presented, because like I immediately the first opening minutes of this movie is an old truck being pulled up from, lake, and like I'm like, huh, okay, murder mystery, how are we doing this? But it kind of comes off as, at least in the way the movie presents it, as a secondary thing to actually, I would almost be able to say it's the third most important thing, because it's led up to it, but then we get to the trial and they're just like, yeah, nope, don't worry, it all worked out.
Yeah, the trial really does feel like, God, how long is this movie?
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, no, I was just like, oh, so that's the end of it, is the trial. Like, oh, okay, what else? I'm like, we still got like 40 minutes left.
And you're like, oh, so Iggy just has to go to church now. Okay.
Yeah, she just has to go to church now. It's like, oh, I guess that sucks. Damn it.
And it's an interesting kind of juxtaposition, because we've seen a few times in the flashbacks the way that small town justice can go the opposite way and be used for lynching African American people at the time, for hurting LGBT people, for all of these ways. And yet the movie decides to be like, what if the town could also use it in a way to insulate and help people? You're like, okay, I love the whimsical, perhaps this didn't happen aspect of it, but okay.
Yeah, this is a part that I was like, this would not happen in the South in the 19s and late 20s. Like, there were some parts of this movie, and I don't know if it was just because our storyteller in this is someone who is an unreliable narrator at times. Like, we do not know. But there were parts in this that I'm just like, that would not happen. Like, I hate to say this, but this is a legacy of this country, is that at that time period, Big George especially would have everything put on him. Like, just, they wouldn't even mention Iggy. They would just go after Big George.
There would never have been a time where they were chasing after, and they wouldn't have needed a body. There wouldn't have been a trial.
Nope.
All of that.
And honestly, like, the trial would not have just been like, oh, well, we're done. The town's, the local pastor said that in his Bible that that he's been recording everything. It would not even get to that point. And that's why I found that stuff to be kind of unbelievable. And, that was the one, I mean, there were a couple of things that kind of made me go like, okay, movie, this is a stretch. That was one of them. The lack of agency from the African-American characters in this film, I felt was a little weird and didn't really help the film. Like, don't get me wrong, like, you have these characters like Sipsy and Big George or Big John, right?
It is Big George. Let me just triple check.
Yeah, I think it's Big
George. Yeah, that's Stan Shaw.
So Sipsy and Big George are there are two main characters that are African Americans, and they align themselves with Iggy and Ruth. But it's a thing where they have no agency. Their characterization is paper thin. And it's like, okay, yes, they're employed by their white friends, but they are still like in this paradigm, deep racism, like, and persecution. because of their skin color, and it's like, okay, well, this doesn't really, it doesn't look good. Like, don't get me wrong, like, Iggy and Ruth are clearly allies, but they're allies to a point because of culture.
And they would have been allies to a point, and I'm sure if people were like, it's this town in Whistle Stop is so fantastical that no one seems to care that clearly Iggy and Ruth are in a relationship together, or that and you get the town cop coming through and be like, I told you to stop, and they're like, we ain't ever gonna stop. So like there's this, like they hang a lantern on it enough to be like, we will address it, we'll say it, but we're just gonna say that the characters here don't care and they're going to stand up in this way. And for me, the only reason that works is because we are at the very beginning, this gets framed around that fantastic story about the lake that used to be in town, the ducks, and they fly away with the lake. And you're like, this has to, at some point when you're listening to that story, no matter how well it's told, you realize that it's bullshit. And I think that that's what's happening with the story. No matter how well Ninny tells us a story, at some point it gets to the point where the ducks fly away with an entire fucking lake. Cute, but obviously not true. And I think there's a lot of things about the racism in this that is cute, but obviously not true.
Yeah, and that was a big one for me, where I'm just like, it's like, I don't get me wrong, like, I also have to look at this from a filmmaker perspective and go like, okay, it's 1991. Are our audiences gonna want to see a full-throated display of racism in the 1930s in a film?
No, I mean,
Probably
we're talking about, was it Penny
92
Marsh?
was, well, I was gonna say 92 was when you had like LA riots and things like that, and Rodney King. So it's like, I don't think Hollywood's like, I think we need to clearly show the reality of this situation in the 30s, because I don't think it would have helped their bottom lines. I just don't. I think they went as far as they could commercially and artistically without pushing the envelope any further. And honestly, what I think they should have done is been more full-throated in the reality to starkly contrast these characters against. But that's my opinion, though.
I think if they remade it now, that would be probably the only reason to attempt to do this film again. I was going to say that Penny Marshall had done A League of Their Own, I think, a year after this movie, and there is an aspect of the African American Women's League that she wanted to include in the story, and they fought her tooth and nail, and she could only have that scene where they toss the ball, and that was the best that she could do. So yes, I do think we are definitely talking, and that's another sentimental, heartwarming kind of history flashback movie in the early 90s. So I definitely would say that they were limited in that capacity. This movie winds up making $80 million. It does great. People love it. So yes, they wanted to financially make sure that was going to happen.
Yeah.
They actually did some really weird tie-ins for this one. I was watching an old
With
advertisement.
fried green tomatoes?
Old advertisement that you could get previously viewed copies for sale that had been at Blockbusters or stuff like that, and you would buy them through Mary Kay, and
Of course.
Mary
Through
Kay would
Mary
give you
Kay.
like a free Mary Kay makeup thing. They'll give you a free makeover with every previously viewed copy of fried green tomatoes that you got.
Oh my God.
I do love that.
You don't want a makeover in 1991 from Mary Kay. I'm sorry.
No, I do love that the empowerment job that the woman gets is makeup.
Yeah. No, it couldn't be that Kathy Bates gets like a corporate job or any other job that she makes enough money to usurp her asshole husband's paycheck, right? We couldn't have that. That couldn't be the thing. No, it is her side job selling makeup. Okay, movie.
Okay, movie.
Okay, I get what you're saying here. Kathy Bates is good enough to be empowered to go ahead and sell makeup, but she can't make enough money or more money than her husband, because that would be threatening to the man.
And then we really wouldn't know why she stays with him. Like, she should just
really wouldn't know,
divorce.
yeah.
He should divorce her for making him feel so lesser.
Can you imagine if there was a scene between Kathy Bates and Ed Couch, if it was just like, hey, I looked at our bank account and it looks like we got a crap ton of money that just came in. And then Kathy Bates says, oh yeah, that was my paycheck, my commission from, or let's say we stick with the Mary Kay because clearly the movie wants us to have that. Well, that was my commission from Mary Kay. That's more than my weekly salary. Can you imagine if that scene was in there? How many people, women can't make more than men?
That would be too much queer coding. That would just push it right over the edge. That's clearly, yeah. I do think that this movie has to juggle a lot of strange tonal things. Like suddenly we're doing that. We're talking about Mary Kay. We're talking about empowerment of women in the 90s. And then we're dealing with a whodunit murder mystery. But then there's also like a Southern Gothic racism story, but also a love story. How did you feel about the shifts? I mean, also it does camera style shifts sometimes as well.
So, I mean, the shifts didn't bother me entirely because the movie sets the ground rules for this sort of thing early on. Like we are clearly given rules, and that's something that just about every screenwriter and filmmaker, needs to prioritize. Or what are the rules visually and within the bounds of the story for the story to exist? And this movie already sets those up. So for me, it didn't cause issues tonally. Like I've seen some movies where they clearly don't establish these things early on. And so then it does make these shifts feel like all out of place. Like, where the fuck did this come from? But, it's just kind of talking about Evelyn Couch, Kathy Bates' character. We see her shift played out through this film, and it's tied along with the stories that Ninny is telling us. So, like, as we're seeing what's going on with Iggy and Ruth, we're seeing those things mirrored in Evelyn's struggle. And it's the same struggle, right? It's still the same sort of thing, dealing with similar things, even though they're at completely different time periods. So it doesn't make the shift between these different things as tonally weird because of that paradigm that's already been established.
Yeah. Yeah. The only point in the movie for me where I felt like the tone got weird was the point in which they talk about the cannibalism.
Okay, yeah, that was what the fuck. Like I literally was like my mouth like dropped.
So whimsical, right?
I'm like, I mean, I don't know if I would use the word whimsical. That's not the word I was thinking. Like, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, when did this fucking movie about these two lesbians become a horror movie? In a matter of seconds. Like it goes from, oh yeah, by the way, let me tell you the last bit of the story here you didn't know.
And Jessica it's just like, let me tell you.
Let me tell you something here about that guy who died. Let me tell you about him. Yeah, we fucking chopped his ass up. We then smoked his ass like a pig and fed him to not okay, here's the thing. Not only the detective from Georgia, but the whole town.
They fed him to everybody.
Like, that's the thing where I'm going like, this is Sweeney Todd in the South. Like, this is, what the fuck? I literally was just like, Katie, I was just like, what the fuck is going on? They're feeding the guy to the whole town.
Yeah, not to the dogs,
and I'm
not
thinking
to
to myself,
the pigs.
I'm like, have they never seen Ravenous? Do they not know that once you get a taste for human, you can't, it's an unquenchable feast of flesh. You must have more. Like, I've seen Ravenous. I know the tale of the Wendigo and how you absorb the strength from the person, and it's an insatiable appetite. So what, my God, you know what happened to the fucking town? Let me tell you what happened to the fucking town, because the whole town disappears. They ate each other, and Jessica Tandy's the last one.
I'm just saying, we have a lake that a guy dies in. So we have a monster to come out. We have a lake-based man monster. We have cannibalism who could, lake-based man monster. It's basically a chud.
It's basically a chud.
It's a water-based chud. Who has a revenge story. I feel like we could absolutely do fried green flesh at the Whistle Stop Cafe. And
Green flesh.
I think Fanny Flagg would be like, girl, go ahead, take the story, do what she needs to do. And then we would be like, give me $10,000 and I will make this movie.
I don't need a lot of money. I just need $10,000. That's it.
Dollars and a dedicated group of people who see my vision. And I think we could have.
Have you ever watched the Righteous Gemstones?
Yes, every episode.
Okay, we can be like Baby Billy, be like, I need $10,000 and an 8-ball to make this movie.
Exactly. You go with that Baby Billy confidence, I will give you a fantastic movie.
I'm gonna make this movie for $10,000 and an 8-ball of cocaine because I need some gas to get this picture going.
I guarantee it'll be better than Teengis.
Oh, come on, Teengis.
Teengis.
Why do you call him Teengis? It's
not
like
Teen Jesus.
No, he's Teen Jesus.
Superb.
My wife
Walter
and I just
Goggins
binged that
is
whole.
superb.
We just binged that whole series like from start to finish, so we're still on that kick, and it's hard. I know this has nothing to do with fried green tomatoes,
It's
but
got
it's
Southern
hard
people
to,
in it.
Yeah, there you go. It's hard to go from that show down to his other shows. Like it's hard to go from that to Vice Principals because it's very different and not nearly as good as Righteous Gemstones. Like, man, so good.
That's so funny because I was literally just talking to someone about that, but with Danny McBride. How if you follow Danny McBride backwards out of Righteous Gemstones, it's not as good because he's writing for himself stuff that he really knows versus being used in other things. It's like, oh yeah, once you can produce your own vehicle, like them really do shine.
Although I did really like Eastbound and Down. So like that's a great one.
True. Oh man. So yeah, so by the time we get to the cannibalism, I'm surprised by the way that it's introduced by Ninny. And then I'm gobsmacked that Evelyn asks no additional questions.
I mean, what do you say when this friend of yours that you've known for what? At this point, it's what, at least a year?
Months, maybe a year.
No,
yeah.
I'd say at least a year. Tells you that she committed cannibalism.
Well, that's my first question is Ninny. I guess in this one, Ninny is Ruth. So yeah, but it's like, did you?
Ninny's itchy, but yeah.
Itchy? Did you have any of the? Who ate? Did you serve it just to that guy? How? Like, there's so many additional questions.
First of all, that's a whole human. Okay, so there's a lot of cuts of meat on that whole human. There is no way in hell that they only served it to that detective. No way in hell. They served his ass literally to the whole fucking town. Okay? They served it to the whole town. That means the sheriff was getting it, their buddy, he was getting it. Every person in Whistle Stop was eating that guy's ass.
So to speak. It's a really gay movie.
It's a real game. They was eating his ass with the side of barbecue sauce.
So there are beats in this movie. There's a fantastic beat where we lose Ruth and it's beautiful and it's poignant. But basically the last beat we get before the like, hey, wink, nudge, maybe Iggy's still alive is we ate him. It's such a weird thing to put so close to the end.
It's not how I would end the movie. Like, I think I would have ended it on more the Ruth died, like that whole sequence, because it's very heartfelt and drives home just everything. But again, I don't understand why they were just like, you know what, we're gonna end this fucking movie on? We're gonna end it on cannibalism because that's what's gonna make it known. Like that's the holy shit. You didn't know that was coming, did you? You didn't know fried green tomatoes is really a parable for cannibalism. But guess what it is? You thought you were gonna get some sort of Lifetime type movie. No, you're getting cannibalism, baby. No, I mean
lighthearted cannibalism.
Lighthearted cannibalism. Yeah. I would have ended it on the whole Ruth's cancer dying. I would not have ended it on cannibalism. That just seems like silly. Also, on top of that, like it throws the timeline of events kind of out the window because the cannibalism happened right after that guy died. And like we see that happen. It's not revealed who hit him. Then we jump to, Ruth dying and all that stuff. And, we kind of wrap up our main narrative. And then we get presented with like, oh yeah, by the way, here's what really happened. And it kind of feels like Clue, almost like the movie Clue.
Yes, yes. And it also, like you point out the timeline. So they kill him and smoke him presumably quickly because you want to get rid of the body right
Well,
away.
yeah, you got it.
How long later does the detective come by? He doesn't come by the next day, and yet he gets served all of the meat. So how does that work out?
I mean, as I said, like they've probably been cooking his ass for like a while.
He's a big guy.
And I mean, there's no refrigeration back then. They're still relying on giant blocks of ice for everything. So like you got to preserve that meat somehow. A lot of probably curing salt type deals.
A lot of beef
sausages.
buddy, jerked buddy.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I hope your listeners aren't eating dinner while listening or watching to this episode.
Enjoy your bacon salad, your beef and
See,
barbecue.
you know what'd be hilarious? You know what'd be hilarious? You remember the show Dinner in a Movie?
Yes, of course.
Like TVS? Like they should. I mean, I probably did do an episode of it with this, but like they should have done this, but then done barbecue with it because clearly those two would have gone well together.
Obviously, everybody talks about the fried green tomatoes and gives you a recipe for fried green tomatoes. Ironically, in researching this, did you know that fried green tomatoes was never really a Southern dish? It didn't exist.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's made in the Midwest, maybe in the North. Usually, you make it when you're about to have a frost and you don't want your tomato. You have to pick green tomatoes, and so that's really you wouldn't really want to serve this all the time because it's rare that you would do this. Frost happens mostly in the Midwest and the North, so it's not really a Southern problem.
I was gonna say the South isn't gonna get frost. It's rare. You know.
So this when Fannie Flagg wrote this, she did write it about her aunt who worked at the Ironside Cafe, which is a real cafe that this is based on, but is in Alabama, not Georgia, which is where they actually filmed in Georgia, even though it's set in Alabama, yada yada. And they didn't even serve fried green tomatoes. She just kind of made it up because she thought it would be a cool idea. And then retroactively, it has become an iconic Southern dish served all over the South. And there's even, they took the location that was the filming location for the Whistle Stop Cafe. It was just a house at the time, left it as a Whistle Stop Cafe, and it still functions as a restaurant you can go to today and get fried green tomatoes at. But yeah, the dish has been popularized backwards because of the movie saying it was a popular dish, and it never was.
That's hilarious. Like that never happens. You never see a movie that's contemporary cause a cultural thing to occur, right? Like that rarely ever happens, especially with like a food. Like I know I can't think of any food that's like been birthed because of the only thing I can think of is like Wonka bars, like that coming to existence because of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yes,
that's the only one that I can think of. The whole idea of Wonka chocolate bars and Gobstoppers, like that growing out of the movie, right?
Yeah.
Not because someone's like, yes, we've always had Gobstoppers, let's write a book about it and then turn it into a movie. No, it's like, no, this came because of the movie through promotion, and now it's become a popular thing.
Yeah. At best, I can think of how Tampopo brought ramen to the United States because people watched the movie and were like,
I didn't know that.
Try that. Yeah, they because we all saw that movie and it sounded really cool. The people who owned the location, they opened one in New York and they even called it Tampopo just so that we wouldn't get confused. And people were like, let me get that soup. And we've been insane ever since. But what I think is also so funny about fried green tomatoes is so many people have this like Mandela effect of being like, no, I heard that it was like a slave dish that they used to serve. And like every single story you've ever heard about it is just a lie. It was like people made it some of the time. It did technically exist, but this movie made it a Southern classic.
Interesting.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
Do you have a favorite scene from the movie and a least favorite scene from the movie?
The cannibalism whole scene is my absolute favorite because I just was like, I mean, it threw me for a loop. Like that whole thing, I did not see that one coming. It caused my jaw to drop while watching it.
Fantastic.
And I'm just like, I did not know that this is where the film was going. So like that whole sequence revealing what happens to that guy and the fact they fed him to the town, like that's I think my favorite. I think my least favorite is when Chris O'Donnell dies Because he dies in such the fucking dumbest ass way. Yeah,
So
yeah. Like
stupid.
I was like one, I realized Chris O'Donnell was gonna die just from the simple fact that this is 1991 Chris O'Donnell. So this
Yeah.
is before he became really famous for like Mad Love and Batman Forever and became a household name. So I'm like, oh, this is an early Chris O'Donnell movie. Yeah, he's fucking dead. So like as soon as you see him swinging on like little rope right where the bridge is at, I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen? He gonna die? When's that gonna happen? And then when it happened, I was like, oh, of course. But yeah, he dies in the most like dumbest ass way possible while trying to impress Ruth and everyone. I'm like, just leave the fucking hat go, dude. But he gets his foot caught in the thing. I'm like, of course you did, because you're dumb.
He wedges his foot in. He's like, I walk by wedging my feet. Chop, 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 chop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then can't untie the boot until the last second, goes after a meaningless hat. Everything about that is so like, we gotta fridge this character quick. At least it's a dude.
Yeah, no, it totally was. Let's fridge his character quick. And I was like, of course you're gonna get your shoe that has a bajillion laces because we're in 1920 and you can't untie your shoe properly. I'm like, of course you're gonna get stuck in a railroad tie because of course you are, and you go out, real weak.
Yeah, and of course you're like, even though you're on the train tracks and you should be able to feel the vibrations, and we can hear trains for quite a while, we're not gonna notice the train is coming until it's quite upon you.
Plus, I'm sorry, but one, I would never, ever walk on train tracks to begin with. Like, in my entire life, I have never just been like, I am going to walk on train tracks for any reason. And maybe it's paranoia, maybe it's because of movies like this, but I'm if a hat or something's on the train track, guess what? It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Fucking gone.
It's a fucking hat, dude. I also know that had he not died, the movie wouldn't happen.
Yeah. So yeah.
Because let's be honest here, Ruth would have ended up with Buddy.
With Buddy. Yeah, absolutely.
And, yeah.
And to a certain degree, maybe Iggy is grown up the way that she is because she's trying to become the brother she lost. Like maybe he could have helped her, it feels like she's trying to be him, and that's part of why Ruth is so attracted to Iggy is because she's embodying everything that she lost when her brother died. Plus, as these film viewers who look at the cover, you know that Chris O'Donnell is not on the cover of this.
Yeah.
So he can't possibly stay alive
for
very long at all. He's got Sean Bean all over.
Yeah, but I think the way that he went out, I thought was really dumb.
Yeah, it really does. It's funny because like train tracks, so many times in my life I've seen train tracks. People are willing to get on train tracks, yet everyone wants to talk about like, we got to worry about quicksand. Like, stay away from both, perhaps. Movies have taught me both equally dangerous.
I have been told through movies that I should stay away from bees, train tracks, quicksand, water, namely water that is in the ocean. Okay. What else? Mountains. Like, stay away from climbing. Like the movie Cliffhanger. Yeah. No, stay away from climbing.
Stay away from planes.
Yeah. Stay away from planes, cars, just about everything.
Christine.
You should stay. Yeah, Christine. So like there are certain things that you just don't do. Like when Iggy goes towards the bees, my first thought is My Girl and Macaulay Culkin. I'm like, the fucking bees. Like, don't do it.
It's funny that you bring that scene up. They had hired a stunt performer to do the scene. Day of shooting it, the stunt performer gets freaked out, refuses to do the scene, quits. And that is actually Mary Stuart Masterson. She's like, I'll just do it. And she worked with the bee handler, and they figured out, and that's her just straight ass doing it.
Wow. That's some Tony Todd level acting right there, because Tony Todd did the exact same thing in Candyman.
Man, that makes sense. I mean, there's so many
Did you
bees
know
in
that?
Candy.
Like
I did
they
not.
dumped the bees in his mouth. Like that was real.
He was such a great guy. Oh my God, what an amazing actor. Yeah.
Met him one time. Yeah.
It must have been magical. I hear he was really awesome.
I was at I think it was at a horror convention in Pittsburgh, and he was at the bar, and I'm just like, it's fucking Candyman, dude.
Sweet. I definitely think that the performance that we get back from Louise Parker in that scene is half because she is legitimately watching the other actress do that amazing stunt, the Be Charming. And so she's so taken back and so worried because everyone was legitimately worried. Is she going to be okay? If she gets badly stung, we can't keep filming. Oh, it has to work.
Yeah. No, I'm watching. I'm just going like, stay away from the fucking bees. Like,
I
no
know
honey
this.
is worth it. No honey
It's
is worth it. I don't care.
God, it's just freaking sugar. It's also funny that you bring up my
Freaking sugar.
girl, because that film and this film contain each have a line that can make me well up just from remembering it. Of course, in My Girl, it's he needs his glasses to see,
Man.
right?
Oh God.
So when you're talking about bees, like, oh yeah, no, I totally remember that movie. And bees, yeah, I actually have never been stung by a bee, and I'm horrifically afraid of being stung by a bee because of My
I
Girl.
don't think I've been stung by a bee in a very long time. One of my earliest memories is getting stung in the ear by a bee.
No,
Yeah.
unsubscribe.
Yeah. I
That
remember
shouldn't be
being in the
possible.
backyard. No, well, like you mentioned, like what's the first movie you remember? It's like, Little Mermaid. But like I can also remember like being in the backyard when I was like 5 years old. It's roughly around the same time, and getting stung in the bee while playing. Like right in the ear. Yeah.
It's painful, yes?
If I remember it, yeah. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's one of those things where like, it's a core memory
Wow.
because it was painful. Yeah. But yeah, not something I would suggest you do.
Yeah, no, I won't seek that out. I'm fine, thanks.
Stay away from that. And then also like, wasps, because they can sting you and not die, because that's the real true evil right there.
I had a wasp's nest in my in the steps up to my front stoop to my house this summer. Everybody was walking on it. I don't even understand. And my husband was the one who walked on it when it cracked open and came running in the house, and it was so bad. And like they were stinging for well after they were killed. Wasps are truly awful.
They really are. Like they are nature's asshole. Like they just are. When we first moved into our house, when we actually had wasps that were getting into the house, like they were coming in through like a light. Yeah, it was so weird. And we were finding like 20 or 30 of them, because by the time they would get through to the house, like inside, they were exhausted because they had like burrowed through all this shit. And so they're like, I don't know what to do. And so they were easy to kill. But, we told the landlord, we're like, I think you need to get this taken care of. And so they, I remember we had this guy who really took his job very seriously. His name, he billed himself as the bee hunter. And yeah, like that was his business, was the bee hunter. And he very much came in like, where are the bees at? I mean, you mean like the wasp? He's like, yes, where are the wasps at? I'm like, okay, bud. Like, he came in like wearing khakis and looking like he was ready to go to war with the wasps. And I'm like, I mean, you clearly are a master of your craft, by all means. And he's like, I've taken care of them. I'm like, okay, what did you do? He's like, I put nesting around this area here, and they will not come in. You had to come in this. I'm like, okay, bud. Just let me know if they come. We will let you know. And I think you need some time to decompress after this battle you had with the wasps.
That's fantastic. I mean, I guess if he does his job well, he can wear whatever he
He did
wants.
his job well. We didn't have the wasp come back. The bee hunter killed them, massacred them, committed a wasp genocide. So hey, they're not coming into my house anymore.
The line from this movie that always makes me cry is delivered by Cecily Tyson, who is an amazing actress. You might have seen her in The Help, I think was her most recent credit. The black actress who, I forgot what the character's name is in this one. Sipsy.
Sipsy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She gets to have the best line in the whole damn film. I know those characters are very like broadly written and kind of used as accessories to the plot, but she gets to say the line to Iggy, don't cry, she was a lady, and a lady always knows when to leave. And I think that is such a good freaking line. And again, it's surprising not to end at that point in the movie, because it's really emotionally compact. It's really well written, and that is a banger ass line.
Yeah, they should have ended there. Like, they should have really ended there.
But I do love the cannibalism.
I think you keep the cannibalism, but you just shift it.
Rearrange, rearrange.
rearrange it. Put the cannibalism right after the whole weird, like, jury and court thing, have that happen. Then we get to this part. Like, just like it again, I don't know why they threw that in there the way they did, but it makes more sense to throw that very emotionally charged scene, which really is the true end of the movie, at the end of the movie. Like, that's just, for me, I'm in the same boat as you.
It's very funny because also, by the time we get to the end of the movie, personally, I didn't really have the question of what happened to that guy's body. And I didn't really care if Iggy did or did not actually do it. This is like needing to know whether or not the top stops. Like, you could leave it open. I don't really feel like that's the important part of this story.
I mean, for the top stopping in Inception, it's a question mark at the end of a statement of a movie, which is this real? It is. The whole idea of reality and dreams and discerning what is reality, what is not real, what happens when you start to believe things within a dream as reality, that whole bending of reality and the dream world makes sense for that top to be the last thing. Plus, it's also been drilled in our heads throughout the entire film that if the thing is spinning, like we've got the repeatable motif happening over and over again. So, like, it makes sense that that's the last thing you see. But you're right. Like, no one gave a shit about what happened to this guy until the movie told us at the end. Like, I wasn't wondering what happened to that guy. I'm like, oh, someone hit him. Now it's the thing of like, well, who did it? It's like, well, that was the like number 3 thing about this whole story.
And they could have thrown his body in the river, burned it, give it to the pug. Why eat it?
So like, to go like, oh, yes, we ate his ass, literally. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a choice you made. Like, yes. But then they go to like, well, the whole town disappeared after Ruth died. And again, I'm going, why did you not put that part after Ruth dies? Like, it just doesn't make any sense why they put that at the end, other than to just be a shock value thing. Like, that's the only thing I could think of, is we're going to end this on a shock value rather than an emotional punch.
Yeah, I guess maybe to make it feel a little bit more open to more audiences, as opposed to like, oh, women like movies that end like this. It is fascinating how it does have some similarities with Inception with regards to, like, here we have these stories where these narratives, and we're kind of questioning what is real and what isn't real, especially, well, mostly not in the Evelyn Couch stuff. Most of that is clearly real. But all of Ninny's stuff has this, like, what is really happening, what isn't really happening. And I thought about the runtime of this movie, and I thought about the use of flashback. Do you think that it is made better by being in that narrative structure, or do you think if we'd cut maybe 40 minutes out of it, made it an hour and a half, and had it all be a historical period piece in the back, would that have been better?
I mean, I am a fan of this flashback type structure. It reminds me a little bit of The Godfather Part 2 in terms of how it navigates it, where you do get this kind of, here's what's happening to this character, while at the same time, this is what's happening to this character on 2 completely different timelines. I think the biggest difference, though, is that where The Godfather Part 2 doesn't really have any sort of connection between the two, other than relying on the audience to do the heavy lifting, right? Like, that's one of the beauties of that film, is that it gives you all of the pieces and says, have fun. Like, that's what it does, right? It does. You don't need a narrator to drive between those 2 timelines. Fried Green Tomatoes, unfortunately, you do have that. You do have Ninny/Iggy, who is that connective thread between these 2 timelines. I think it works fine. I don't think I would change it, outside of just probably putting cannibalism first and then having the gut punch emotional ending that we clearly need.
Filmmaker, one of those tenets is usually cannibalism first.
Of course.
Yeah.
What you lead with the cannibalism, like, we need to have that.
That's the hook. That's how you fight the ADHD.
That's how you get them. That's how you get them. Like, can you imagine if Fried Green Tomatoes just opened with, "This is the best damn barbecue I've ever had"? Like, just someone saying that.
Or even just like, We used to serve the best long pork down at Whistle Stop Cafe, and I can still
Yeah.
taste it to this day. And you're like, did she say long pork? Long pork. Is
It
that a
just be
kind
like,
of
we
pork?
used to serve the juiciest pulled pork sandwiches down at Whistle Stop Cafe with a side of fried green tomatoes and an iced tea. And then you'd be like, do you know what that pulled pork really was? Like,
Technically, this could be on Letterboxd cannibalism lists.
You
Like, you
could.
could just throw it right in there. People be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, throw that one in there and just be like, people be like, what the fuck?
Mhm.
Why is that on there? And you'd be like, you have to watch it to figure it out, dude. Like, yeah, you gotta watch the whole thing. It's not just about female love. There's more to it than that. And that more to it is cannibalism. Yum.
I did have to almost sit on my hands while making the video to send to you guys. I was very excited to be like, oh God, this is, in a way, it's for them. They just don't know. And they have,
Well,
and
that
I
was
know
the
that
thing-
the beat
that
is
was the
all the way at
thing.
the end too.
Well, that was the thing when you told us, like when we had you on our show and you're just like, oh, you guys have not seen fried green tomatoes. You don't know. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Fried green tomatoes? You know, whatever. Kathy Bates. Okay. And now I get it. Now I get
It
it.
wasn't a total shot in the dark.
No, it was not.
So as we draw to the end, unfortunately, because I could talk to you forever. This could be a 4-hour episode. Any final thoughts? Anything we didn't cover?
You know, I think just overall, this is a really brilliant film. I enjoyed it a lot. I did not think I would. I did enjoy it. I don't know if I'd go back and rewatch this like I would with a lot of other films, because I still do believe that this movie is not for me. Like, I really believe that this is not, I'm not the intended audience for this. But I did get a lot of enjoyment out of watching this. I did find elements of it funny. Like, we didn't even talk about Kathy Bates's, like, going nuts in a parking lot, which I was cracking up on.
Yes, with that very
Yeah.
iconic line. I'm older than you and I
Yeah.
have better insurance.
Yeah. So, like, there's a lot in this film that is very funny, but also there's a lot in this film that has a lot of heart and definitely does make you think about your own personal relationships with people after watching this. So I think there is something to that, but I will admit that this is not a movie made for, you know, white cisgender males. It's not for us. And that's cool. It doesn't have to be.
It's kind of like when I watched Bad Boys 1. Me and my friend
Yeah.
Ari, we're two 40-year-old white women. That movie was not made for us. We found aspects of it that we liked, but mostly what we didn't like was like, oh yeah, that's in there because people who are not us enjoy that. And that's fine. But it is very interesting in the ways that you can relate to these characters and like where you are in your life and getting older and possibly dying and passing on stories. There are non-gendered things that are in here that you can still totally grasp onto. So I'm glad to hear you found that aspect to it. I think if I were to watch this movie again, because it's not a movie I feel like I'm going to keep throwing on. My favorite way to
It's not
watch
a Sunday afternoon movie. It's not.
Watch this movie again is with someone who hasn't seen it and doesn't know about the cannibalism. That I'm watching them watch the movie.
You're waiting for that moment. Like you're like, we know that this movie is 2.5 hours long, but I'm going to sit here and wait for that last like 15 minutes just to basically be like, did you know that you were getting into a cannibalism film? Because you are. Like that's still to me is like, holy shit. Would not. And then I gotta go back to like, who in their right mind of the studio was like, yes, we're good with showing cannibalism, but we're not good with showing two women in a lesbian relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cannibalism's okay. Two women making out, nope, can't have it.
No, absolutely ridiculous ass shit that's what gets through and what doesn't at all get through on this. Yeah, good to point that out as well. And I do love that by the time the cannibalism is hitting you, you're still kind of like drying off the tears from the death scene.
You're dealing with the feels.
Yeah.
100%.
It's there are very few movies that do that. Like,
That's some emotional jujitsu right there to be like, hey, by the way, you know, you're still grieving over the death of Ruth. Here, let me tell you about how the time that she cooked up that person and fed them to the town. And that's why there's no town anymore, because they all ate each other. I'm gonna die on that hill right there. They all got a taste of human flesh, and then they ate each other. They didn't all wander away like Ninny tells us. They ate each other because they got the hunger.
It's a
and the only
slippery
person
slope.
left. It is. If you've seen the movie Ravenous, which is a brilliant film,
You should see it. Top 4
you
for
should
me.
see it. I'd say the best cannibalism film out there.
Hands down,
Okay.
Cannibalism and Manifest Destiny as the same allegory. It doesn't get any better
Yeah.
than that.
No, but that taught me that if you consume a man, you consume their soul, and then the hunger becomes unending. So that is exactly what Iggy and Ruth did, is they caused a hunger in the whole town, and they ate each other.
And even smaller than that, Big George killed and butchered a man, and everybody just goes and cooked it, and they all just go back from that. Like, we're just totally normal people. Like, what you should drive you H.P. Lovecraft kind of mad that you
Well, I
did
imagine
that.
it did. I imagine it did, but you got to figure, like, they had to eat.
Oh my God, this movie writes itself. The sequel.
I'm telling you, the sequel has to be made. I'm telling you right now, KT, all we need is $10,000 and 8 ball of cocaine, and we can
If
make this
you
movie.
Are listening to this, Walter Goggins. We just need some of that. Do you know Walter Goggins has a 3D goggle company called Walter
course he does.
Goggins Goggins Noggin Goggles.
My God. For real?
Yeah, noggin goggles.
I mean, I don't know if that tells me that, like, hey, maybe you should stop paying him money. But because, like, someone's got too much money when they're just like, you know, I'm going to invest my money in. I want some 3D goggles that are going to have noggin goggles. That's what we're going to call them.
It's just because it's funny and it sounds like my name. Here's some money.
Yes.
So Walter
some money.
Goggins, I know you got them noggin goggle glass money, so we just need 10,000. We'll let you be in it.
$10 and 8 ball of cocaine, man. That's all we need.
Question for you. Would you recommend this movie to anybody else, or would you say don't watch it? Yeah? Yeah?
100%. Yeah. No, I would absolutely recommend this movie to people. I would recommend it in the same auspices that, you know, you kind of recommend it to me, as, you know, kind of, it's not what you necessarily think. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that if you have a preconceived notion of what fried green tomatoes is, like I did, you will find very quickly that that is not the case, that it is not a Lifetime movie. Like, that is really what I thought it was very much a Lifetime-esque movie, like a Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants type film. Like, I thought it was very much going to be in that vein, and it's not that at all. It's much deeper than that, and much funnier than those movies. Because honestly, like, those movies I always thought were just really, really, really hard to watch.
They are so formulaic. Even when you I think
Yes.
the reason people like them is the comfort of knowing where it's going, what's going to happen, what the stakes are. And for filmmakers, that is a tedium that we do not need. I have seen this movie. I need not see this movie again with different actors.
Yeah. Like it's a lot of that. And there was even one that we reviewed early on that I didn't like it, because I'm like, this is the same thing. It was one with Christina Ricci, and it's also kind of like jumping back and forth in time. I forget the name of it.
I know what you're talking about, and it's got
You know
another
what show I'm
famous
talking about.
actor in it. It's like a prepositional
Yes.
title, like "don't something" or other, like that.
Something along those lines. Yeah.
It'll be in the errata at the end.
Yeah. But it was a thing where I was like, this is very formulaic and very predictable. And I'm like, I don't really like this. And there are moments of it that were good, but it was just like, not my thing. And I thought that Fried Green Tomatoes was going to be very much that. I was pleasantly surprised that it was very fun to watch, and honestly very heartfelt. Like, and not just talk about the cannibalism part, because that would clearly cause heartburn, but just the emotional stakes within the film.
It's hard. It is hard to walk that line, still return back to being funny, still have a murder mystery in it. And I am impressed by how it manages to hit those beats pretty successfully. I'm sure that Christina Ricci movie just needed more cannibalism and would have also been better.
I mean, can't we just admit that cannibalism just makes almost every film better? Like,
That's the lens
Just
I'm
throw
going
it
to be
into
looking
anyone?
at all my films for the rest of the week. As
Does this need cannibalism? Yes or no?
Yes, that's why I put this in here. Well, as I said, I could talk to you forever, but I'm going to let you go now. Thank you so much for coming on and for seeing a movie that you thought might not be better than a Lifetime movie, which is a hard thing to do because I hate those movies too. But I am genuinely glad that we surprised you. Welcome to Corrections and Omissions. This is the part of the show where we publicly acknowledge that our brains sometimes do that blue screen of death thing mid-sentence. And I'm just going to kick off the bat right here with the title of the movie that we forgot that I told you would be in this part of the show. The elusive film that starred Christina Ricci that we absolutely couldn't remember. That was Now and Then from 1995. The ultimate coming-of-age girlhood movie. It starred Christina Ricci, Thora Birch, Gabby Hoffman, Ashley Aston Moore as the kids, Rosie O'Donnell, Demi Moore, Rita Wilson, and Melanie Griffith as the adults. Peak 90s childhood energy. It had the time jumps back and forth between the kids and the adults, just like Brian remembered. We actually remembered a lot of it. We just couldn't remember what it was called. I said I couldn't remember who won Best Adapted Screenplay the year Fried Green Tomatoes was nominated. And here are the facts. It was the 1992 Academy Awards, which means that it was for films that came out in 1991. Fried Green Tomatoes had received 2 nominations. The first one was for Best Supporting Actress for Jessica Tandy as Ninny. She lost to Mercedes Ruehl for her role in The Fisher King, which I would love to do an episode of this show on. I just have to find someone who hasn't seen it. If you yourself haven't seen it, you should go see it. It's great. Her performance in it, well worth an Oscar. It was also nominated for Best Adapted Screenplay with Fannie Flagg and Carol Sobieski, but it lost to Ted Talley for Silence of the Lambs. Fried Green Tomatoes did not win any Oscars that year because it was the year that Silence of the Lambs won the Big 5. That is Best Picture, Best Director for Jonathan Demme, Best Actor for Anthony Hopkins, Best Actress for Jodie Foster, and like I just said, Best Adapted Screenplay for Ted Talley. And for those of you who are sitting there thinking right now, I wonder how many times that has ever happened in human history. Well, only 3 films have ever swept the Big 5. Silence of the Lambs, like I just said, is one of them. The other 2 are It Happened One Night from 1934 and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest from 1975. Meaning it's been over 3 decades since this has happened last. We are due for it again, fingers crossed. I also mentioned that the guy who scored a Goofy movie also scored No Country for Old Men, and then I simply did not say his name. It's Carter Burwell, iconic Coen Brothers collaborator. Yes, Disney absolutely toned down his original darker score, but it's still kind of in there. If you've listened to our No Country for Old Men episode with Harry Marks, you know how much I love this and how kind of funny it is to have the 2 of those combined. Check out that episode if you haven't. And that wraps up this week's Corrections and Omissions, or as I like to call it, movies I knew until the microphone was pointed at my face. If you enjoyed hanging out with us, don't forget to subscribe, rate, review, or scream the name of your favorite Christina Ricci movie into the void. Whatever helps the algorithm find us. You can follow me everywhere, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all social media, at Movie Runtime. And if you want even more film chaos, behind-the-scenes nonsense, or episodes where we try very hard to remember the names of movies we have seen, please check out other episodes of this podcast, What If I Don't Like It? There are 39 other episodes so far. As always, thanks for listening, thanks for laughing with me, and I hope you watch something really weird this week. See you next time.
Hey, everybody, and Merry New Year. It's good to see you guys. I want to give out a shout to my friend, Amy, who made this hat from Portland, although I'm not sure if she is, I'm sure she's not even watching, but I'm set up. I just want to say Happy New Year to everybody that's joining us today. And I have one more thing to do, but I got a lot on my mind about 2026. And I have been not doing a whole lot today other than working, cleaning. So I don't have a lot, but mostly every show, I have notes somewhere. I always have notes because there's always something that's going on for me that I may want to do this space and political coffee house, environmental coffee house, or a show with Antonio. So today I started thinking about, well, I'm not going to show you, but I'm going to read you something. I'm probably going to play you a video I made so that we can go over that again. I have NSPM7 on my mind. I've got a lot of things. We've talked enough about data centers. I don't want to talk about that right now, but I want to talk about things that progressives specifically should be cognizant of in the United States coming up in 2026. And it has to do with this. But I want to start with something I read on Facebook. And let me give a shout out to Kim, moderator, and hello, Nadia, in from Berlin, and Poppy. Great. It's good that people are joining. It's wonderful. So it was really like, okay, my thoughts were, what is 2026 hold for speech on the left? Why? And these are the questions I asked today. Why do right-leaning organizations seem to violate the 50C3, the nonprofit 501c3 laws? Why do they violate them so flagrantly? I mean, awful. It's terrible. And you think the U.S. government this year is going to be more targeted? I think, actually, but specifically, I'll look at climate organizations, climate activist organizations, but then there's also the, 50501. There's a lot of organizations. But you have to be cognizant of the framing: domestic threats, critical infrastructure, foreign influence. What does all that really mean? So when I was looking at Facebook and messing around today, I come to the post on Facebook of our sheriff's department. Now, I've read all about the NSPM7, Ken Klippenstein stuff. I've made videos. I've talked about it. And I'm really trying not to be paranoid or too overly concerned. So let me read this to you. We'll start with this. As we welcome the new year, we do so with both hope and resolve. While crime and drug use have reached all-time highs, our commitment to protecting this community has never been stronger. A more safe, more prosperous my county depends on all of us working together. Neighbors looking out for neighbors, families supporting one another, and citizens partnering with law enforcement. Your awareness and willingness to speak up truly make a difference. If something doesn't seem right, trust your instincts and report it. If you see something, say something. That single call or message could prevent a crime, save a life, or help someone get assistance they need. As we move into the new year, let us choose vigilance over silence, unity over fear, and action over inaction. Together, we can reduce crime, combat drug activity, and build a safer future for our community. All right. Now you know why I just read it, because it's on my mind. But really, sheriff's departments, they've always had these tip lines. They really have. And they've always wanted to solicit information if they could on criminal activities, burglary, drug trafficking, any kind of shit that happens, fugitives. Now, I live in a very small county and it's very red. So what really struck me is, okay, crime went up and they're talking about drugs, but yet it's all Republicans and the congressman is Republican and everybody is here. And so who are they blaming? It's been that way for decades here. Decades. So who are they blaming? I don't know. But it got me to thinking. So I looked up a couple of articles, jotted down some notes about this. They, historically, it's always been crime prevention. But in 2026, things are going to change, my friends. They're going to change. I believe this is the test year for a lot of things. And with Stephen Miller behind the mouthpiece who can't even really speak well, but the evil people he's got behind him. And I use that word lightly because it sounds like a religious word, but in my vernacular, evil is just evil. So we've had the say, the see something, say something. That's been a thing in the United States for a long time. And suspicious activity, violent crime. We don't have that much of that here, really. But I don't remember seeing that kind of thing on the sheriff's page. And then things are changing. Very much so, right? What I think is that maybe this year is going to be the test for these. I'm thinking, okay, so I look up snitch networks, coercive snitch networks. There's so much I could do on this, but I don't have the time today. And I am going to play a video for you, and I'm going to talk about a couple of books I have now because I want to write on Substack, but I really want to delve into this a little bit. So when they're talking about neighborhood reporting, or let's work in unity with the sheriff's department. Anonymously, some of them are anonymous, some of them are not. But what my concern is with this NSPM7 and what is trickling down to these sheriff's departments, even in New York. This is all red here. What is trickling down? We already heard the turn in your neighbor thing. And I'm going to play you my video. And I'm going to sit back. We watch it at 6 minutes, but I don't know if you all saw it. I don't know, but I'm going to play it. It's fine to play. The bottom line with law enforcement in the U.S. is they've always done this, but with ICE now and I know that my county, the actual holding center is a partnership with ICE, even though I don't think there have been many arrests. Although we are a farming community, I couldn't find the statistics. I didn't have time. I have been cleaning today, doing cat litter, vacuuming, laundry, all this stuff. I didn't have enough time to really investigate a thorough show like I usually do. But it is New Year's Day. But I'm live here. It's not syndicated. I'm live today. It's really good. So here we are. But what we have to watch out, I think, for in this is the tendency to want to make our society a snitch society because of these people that are in charge that want to see all of the left. They vilify the left. They're sitting there talking about drugs and crime in our community, but it certainly isn't because of the left. It's sociological. Really, if they looked at it in the real way. But there are going to be issues. And the National Security Presidential Memorandum number 7, I don't remember what was 6, is definitely tasking the federal agencies, the Department of Justice, the Treasury, Homeland Security. They're going to coordinate investigation and disruption of domestic terrorism and political violence. To what loose measures that's going to be. And especially here in this little place where we already are an ICE detention center, right? Oh my gosh. So, it, it, we had the No Kings protests, which you couldn't even say they're protests. It was a bunch of people here standing on the bridge with signs, very, very quietly. Nobody really doing anything. Certainly not a threat. Okay, not a threat. But NSPM 7, it doesn't create like new crimes. It doesn't create all this new legal authority, but it supposedly can't override our Constitution, free speech. But see, I feel like all bets are off. That's why I think we really have to be cognizant in 2026 that this is going to be the test case year. And I know the civil liberties groups, they're watching what happens. They are watching. Now, right now, there's probably not a whole lot of evidence that local sheriff's departments and police departments are going to implement this kind of thing yet. If at all. If at all, right? But I have been watching lately, and this is kind of wild. I have been watching a lot of Holocaust remembrance videos. These were Holocaust survivors, and these were filmed in the 80s and 90s. And the stories, it's been really, really awful, actually, but I'm going to work on it to do a show, hopefully on Friday night, to tie in why I'm doing this. And a lot of them had talked about how they were, when the war first started in 1939, and the Jewish people were then put into ghettos. They were herded into ghettos before they went to Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen and Ravensbrück or any of the concentration camps all over that sprung up all over, Eastern Europe. I'll take Poland, for example. And in the towns, when the Nazis took over, came into power, it unleashed a racism that was unparalleled. And yet we're seeing it in the United States against Muslims and Latinos. We're seeing it. And it's always been there with Black people. But we're seeing it now, especially with ICE targeting. And, everybody says, oh, it can't happen here. Bull! But what happened in Poland, specifically in these ghettos, Poland, Czechoslovakia, other countries, was the neighbors that were Christian, that were not Jewish, they turned in their Jewish neighbors. They turned them in when they were hiding. They turned them in. That's how Anne Frank got turned in. And so history kind of repeats itself. It's like, okay, it's New Year 2026 in other countries, but in the United States, it seems like Happy New Year 1940. And so there's a lot of things we really have to be cognizant of. Now, right now, they said NSPM 7 doesn't call on citizens to report neighbors by ideology, but everything in the perverted right sphere is propaganda and lies and all kinds of horrible things, really. That broad language, like saying anti-capitalism or other political views, could be used to justify things, investigations into people that, like me, people like you, people that are, look, I'm even now, I think about this, I don't want the data centers. That's my issue, which I'm not going to talk about today, but that's my 2026 local activist issue, which here is not political. It's really not. It is quality of life. Okay. But what happens when the propaganda is so thick, which now in the 1939, 1930s and the early 40s, they had media, they had some media, but it was all newspapers, all word of mouth. We have the internet now. Everything goes so fast, so fast. Turn in your neighbor. So let me play you my video. I'm going to play this video. I don't know if Let's see who saw it. Gives me a chance to sit back. My back is killing me from doing all the cleaning and the work I did today. And then we're going to move on and we're going to go from this. And I want to talk about 501c3 organizations also. It all segues into each other. But let's watch this because I put this together for Substack and I did put it on the page. And I do want to talk to you about the books I got and writing and all kinds of fun, cool things. But let's watch this. 6 minutes. It's okay. It's me. It's just a video. Hello, this is Sandy Shellis. I have the Environmental Coffeehouse, but today I'm going to read you something I wrote for Substack, which I'm going to publish tonight. It's called Turn In Your Neighbor. I'm an American. For the many decades of my life, I felt comfortable in feeling that dissent was an American right. Although there were many times in history that various government administrations wanted to squash it, starting with John Adams in 1798, and even with the threat of silencing voices across U.S. history, some still managed to have their voices become powerful forces for change. However, every time social movements challenged power, whether it was abolitionists, labor organizations, civil rights leaders, anti-war coalitions, environmental activists, and whistleblowers, many administrations tried to repress it with surveillance, criminalization, and force. Why on earth did I ever feel that things were different after the 1960s? How naive was I to feel that dissent was my right? The U.S. has always celebrated dissent in theory while punishing it in reality. Remember Standing Rock? The myth says we are a nation built on rebellion and free speech, but the historical record shows a country that tolerates dissent only when it's weak, polite, or harmless to those in power, like most of the climate marches I've been on, actually. The thought that dissent is equal for everyone, it's a myth. There are so many people in my life who may not understand what is happening in the U.S. They go about their life as if what they see and hear on Fox News is real. They certainly do not get the full picture of the precarious state the U.S. is in. They dismiss the threats that are front and center. Some of them are cheering authoritarianism on, not fully understanding what Americans are losing, maybe even their privileged selves. Some of them have the, quote, it can't happen here, unquote, normalcy bias that American democracy can't collapse. It is. It is collapsing. I'm an outspoken person. I'm not a terrorist. I'm not doing anything but what I thought has been my right in America for decades. When the right wing was screaming about the deep state, they obviously did not realize, by design, that they were being lied to and manipulated by the very deep state that told them basically hate would make America great. The deep state that was allowing festering racism and ugliness to become a prominent feature of American life in 2025, where some of them emulate the behavior and racism of their chosen leader. The very deep state that is now paying them to turn on their neighbors. The billionaires, the oligarchs, the racists, and the fake Christians have their sweaty hands around the neck of freedom, which is another misused word. Authoritarian rhetoric is turning the actual freedoms we felt we had as Americans into a distant memory. Instead of meaning shared civil rights, shared civic rights, speech, bodily autonomy, voting safety, well, it's been rebranded to mean freedom from accountability, like January 6th, freedom to discriminate, again, ending affirmative action, freedom to impose ideology on others, Project 2025, anyone? Freedom for one group at the expense of everyone else. Why Christian nationalism? Here we are. 2025, shadowing a German Nazi 1933 decree, quote, for the defense against malicious attacks against the government, unquote, which explicitly required Germans to report anyone who had made statements against the Nazi Party, its leaders, or its government. Today in the U.S., we have Trump's NSPM-7 policy that commenced this new, despicable, aggressive program of domestic spying and paying Americans to do it, even with the existence of right-wing activist reporting apps and doxing networks that have been out there for years. The tools of social surveillance, ideological enforcement, dehumanizing rhetoric, and citizen policing of dissent are being revised, and it's being normalized. The U.S. is not Nazi Germany. However, the strategies being deployed resemble the early phases of authoritarian movements, and we are seeing the erosion of democratic norms as they collapse completely. And they are collapsing completely. The courts are captured by corruption. The media is complacent, compliant, and capitulating. And I call that the 3 C's. Most of all, the public is distracted. I don't know where all this is headed, but I have a feeling that I won't like it, nor will millions of folks in the country who actually do see it, but are unable or unwilling to fight it. It is frightening, I know. Frightening because of the feeling that this current administration is parroting the idea that once dissidents are safely incarcerated or dead and no longer politically dangerous to them, all will be well. It won't. It will not be all as well in my lifetime. But I'll continue to speak up. I can delude myself into believing that it is my right, can't I? Thank you. Please subscribe to Substack Environmental Coffeehouse. I'm Sandy Shallis.
Hey, Sandy, can you hear me? You're muted.
Oh shit, I was
There you go,
muted
you're
this
good,
whole
you're
time.
good.
I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, well, you saw the book. Okay, so the book, I got a book. I'm so sorry I muted myself. Nicholas had to come on. Happy New Year, Merry New Year, whatever. So I again, that was from Substack. That was a narration of something I wrote, but I want to make sure that I hone my skills. So I got myself some books to try to read in the new year because writing down the bones, freeing the writer within. And I'm looking forward to this one in particular because it's more creative writing and not just work type stuff, which I was used to before. And there is another one called The Courage to Write, which I got. And that one is by Ralph Keyes. So I've got 2 books that I'm looking forward to reading and honing my skills because I think for the future writing, whether it's on Substack or whatever medium it's going to be, I think it's going to be something therapeutic for me, cathartic for me, but I really want to hone my skills and not just be writing like I sound like a, policy writer. I don't want to do that. So let's see where that goes. I think it'll be it's a fun endeavor besides the activism and the data centers locally, but okay. So what have we talked about today? We talked about today the sheriff's department where I live, writing down their, okay, we can partner with each other so that we can prevent things or help people. They talk about drugs and crime, but we're in a new era. 2026, I said, is going to be the test case. So what should progressive watch? What should we watch? It's not like, again, I said, it's not a snitch network. I was thinking about that because of watching the Holocaust survivors. And let me tell you, you all should be watching these and learning about what happened to these people. But I'm going to talk a lot more about that Friday night because I have a comparison I really do want to talk about, and I need a little more time to flesh that out and put that together. And I think it would be, it'll be important. So Friday night, let's do that. But we just have to be cognizant as progressives who are activists, who are left wing. We are not centrists at all. And I also think 2026 is going to see this divide a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit heavy duty. Mamdani got sworn in as the mayor of New York, which is really wonderful. And I do think that as we talk about on Left Past 10, and there's a lot of people talk about the parties have to, or the party has to absolutely non-negotiable, knock the shit off and recognize the progressives and our policies, because the policies are the policies that need to go for the future, for whatever that it means. You know, we're in a climate crisis. It's a predicament that predicaments typically have no solutions, but we're still living. So we have to look at federal and local collaboration risks. So keep your eyes open and ears open. Look at what these people are writing in their little sheriff's pages, or these different, different. I did not say Zion Mamdani. I did not. I didn't say that. Obsolete optics. I see you there. All right. And civil liberties. That's a big thing too. And we have the civil liberties organizations out there. But I worry about people thinking the wrong things because of the propaganda and trying to snitch. I worry about it. I can see things like that happening. So really, it's like your community awareness is going to be so important. It is going to be so important. Really. Okay. So let me see. I had a couple of more notes that I wrote about this. All right. So I did look it up. I'm sorry, I Googled it, but there's no, right now, Google says there's no nationwide order where sheriffs are telling citizens to report their neighbors for political beliefs. But there already is a snitch system. But it's really actually, just as I said, what is the behavior that gets reported? How are people going to, I mean, think about this. Nothing's affordable, right? They're screaming about affordability all the time. And here we have a government telling people that, hey, you can make some money if you turn in somebody for, and it's going to be so vague. And because now we are so so propagandized, and the Trump administration in this whole last 10 years has really allowed racism to run rampant in this country. And so we have to learn from history. We have to learn from the past, which is why I'm watching all these Holocaust people, that survivors, talk about what happened, because I think it's so important to understand and reference where we are in the United States today. And Friday night, I'll talk about the Israel connection. I absolutely don't have time right now, but we want to preserve our ability to have online speech, and we want to protect our abilities to organize, and these, other things like mutual aid networks and activist coordination, which is big in the climate community. It is. And that's kind of where I wanted to move a little bit into that before I move into the 501c3. See, in the activist community, there's so many things under this NSPM7 that could really make it very difficult, because already the president has said they want to try to take the freedom away from your county to say no to a data center. They want to take the freedom away for a lot of things, really. Okay. They do. So this government, and I know it's Stephen Miller, They're not saying go after climate nonprofits, but you know that it's going to be on the radar. It's going to be on the radar because of all of this, drilling and let's just keep cutting down the trees and let's do all this to destroy the country even more than we're destroying it. So I would say that it's kind of like it's like a gray area right now. But I do believe it's going to flesh out during 2026. I mean, climate people, typically, it's pipelines and gas terminals. What else? Mining, water rights, water privatization, and expanding fossil fuels, which we see is happening. And then the data centers. All of these things that we speak out against, could they really be things that we could get snitched on or have problems with, or any organizations that are 501c3s? And that's where I want to go next, because 501c3s and nonprofits, it seems to me like it's always the left that has to be perfect, but the right and all these religious institutions too, they could violate the rules. And I'm going to show you this little video in a second, but they violate the rules like crazy. But the rules have been manipulated for a long time. I was the treasurer for 2 years of our local environmental 501c3. We were so careful not to ever politicize our topics, the things we were working on. We did everything we could to do it right. And it does not happen. It does not happen on the right. They don't give a shit. And I hate to be this left, right? But this is exactly what I'm seeing. So besides just the topics, the 501c3s, sometimes there are these climate activist groups, they'll get a foreign grant or an international grant, which was perfectly fine at one point. They work with global NGOs. They rely on the IPCC science, which, can you imagine? I mean, the IPCC has been conservative in what's really happening. Can you imagine being silenced because you're talking about the IPCC science? Literally. And because climate organizations, and I'm using them for an example because this is what I know, work across the borders. But under this whole national security bunch of garbage, they could say, well, you're aligned with a foreign group, and it's an external influence campaign. Like tell me, that woman that was installed in the NRA during Trump won, Bettina, come on, give me a freaking break. And so, there's this framing. They're going to try to frame. I could see this stuff happening. That's why I'm saying it's okay. And it's not a paranoid thing. I don't want you to be paranoid. I just want everybody, progressives have to pay attention to this. Absolutely. And what'll happen to the 501c3s, which they don't give a shit on the right, I'm telling you. They'll do audits. They will. They can weaponize the IRS. They'll do Department of Justice inquiries. They'll weaponize that. It's already weaponized because we're already, Project 2025 is no longer a project, by the way. It's not a project. It's a done deal. There's no project. But they will weaponize to probably look through the grants, donors. And that's already happening. The things that you see online, if you've ever donated to Act Blue, you're going to be, scrutinized, or you're going to be in trouble or whatever. Pretty sick, right? So donor. And then they'll say, okay, we got to look at all your banking records. Now, as I was a small 501c3, there was not a lot to it. I think we had like less than $10,000. It was never a lot of money. But you still have to do everything right. at the end of the year, you're doing your 990 and you're submitting your forms to the IRS. It's just something, they want to. I think what's going to happen is people may not necessarily going to get arrested. I think the government is just going to make it miserable for these organizations with time, money and audits and trying to scare away people that donate. I just got something in the mail from the climate mobilization to donate. I've had Margaret Solomon on as a guest. Can you imagine now donating to the climate mobilization as being a threat to the country? Oh my God. All right. So who's at risk with the climate, with the 501c3? Well, think about it. You challenge the fossil fuel industry directly. You link climate to capitalism, policing or militarism. You're supporting frontline or indigenous people resistance for projects. Let's say down, we had one just in a local town down here because the sewage treatment plant kept failing, and the indigenous group locally was hot and heavy protesting because it was all going through the reservation. And then what if there's media reach? There's good media reach. There's good stuff out there. So you're out there and you're being seen. Knows. So like I said, right now it may not be about the NSPM 7, but we need to be cognizant of all of it. We have got to have eyes at the back of our heads, and we have to hear everything. And welcome to Left of the Box and Sandy's folks. It's great to see you guys. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Talking about She's Canadian. It's a Canadian show. We're talking about the clusterfuck in America. And, the tool right now, I was talking about NSPM 7 particularly and 501c3s. So let me play you this quick one, and I won't turn my mic off. This is just a second, but watch this, and you tell me, is this legal?
And mission focused for both 2026 and 2028. We're investing in states and not just in races. So what I mean by that is we are building the red wall, Arizona, Nevada, New Hampshire. That's going to be very important to us. We're going to ensure that President Trump has Congress for all 4 years. We are going to get my husband's friend, J.D. Vance, elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible.
Okay. That's political. TPUSA is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. They have a mantra, and that is to eradicate the left. They are a white Christian nationalist organization. And I don't think I should be in trouble for saying it. That's what they support. That's really what they support. Why was Nicki Minaj there? Who knows? I think the woman must be nuts. Probably, she probably got paid a lot. So you see Toilet Paper USA. And that then reminds me of, we move over to the churches. I've always said these churches on the and they're usually right. And look, I'm not putting down anybody's religion, as long as you're not forcing it on anyone else, which, I don't know, kind of like is the case. I wanted to talk about, there's a couple of them that it was interesting to me. All right, that I pulled up. I've shown before where these not just mega churches, but these small places, they have their little Sundays and they slip in things. There's a local one where I live that is on Facebook, and I listen to them, and they slip in things that are so clearly veiled threats against Democrats. Seriously, I'm not kidding. I've listened. But there's a list of churches I remember from the past, and these people, they endorse all the time. They did it all the time. Even the National Rifleists, NRA, is I think a 501c3, and their pages of their magazines are loaded with political advertisements and all of that. But remember that there's one, the Bethel Church. The leaders express support for Trump. They have prophetic political framing from charismatic leadership. For example, I'm just telling you that there's a couple of these churches that are so obvious. Do they lose their 501c3? No. And I pulled up something else about that. And I wanted to read just a little bit of that to you about these things. These mega churches, they are 501c3s. And TPUSA is not a mega church, but they might as well be because it's a cult. But they're supposed to have these they're supposed to have these restrictions and not say this thing. You saw her violate it in front of the whole country. You just saw her do that. So they're supposed to avoiding explicit endorsements, but that didn't happen there. It did not happen there. And they totally overlap. They totally leverage their organizations. But I have something else too. And I don't know if I can find it, but it's you get what I'm talking about. It is not evenly applied. It has never been, because people get upset if you start talking about taking away 501c3 status from these churches. There's all kinds of upset and all. It doesn't seem like it'll ever happen in the United States. And there's so many churches that violate it. They really do. Toilet Paper USA, they keep it so far. They try to avoid those explicit endorsements, but she just did it. You just saw her. They are out in the front of everything, violating everything, and they feel like they will get no repercussions. The red wall, and now the post office, they're trying to screw up your postmark for voting for anything, right? My thing is, okay, if you're going to mail your ballot, you take it to the post office. Don't put it in a box. Take it to the post office, and you stand there and you say, I'm not leaving until I see you postmark that date that I've handed this letter to you. If that's what's going to take, and it's going to inconvenience millions of people, especially in places where there's intimidation, because that's going to happen. Like I said, 2026 is the test year. We ain't seen nothing yet. 2025, it was horrible. But Project 2025, again, no. It is done. It's funny how TPUSA, they hide behind their issues, and they use other entities that are affiliated, but maybe not directly 501c3s, and they do their dirty work. But the IRS it's compromised, but they don't have the will to challenge. And that's been a problem through all the administrations. I'd say all the administrations. Yep. So listen, I'm not being alarmist. I'm not being anything but cognizant of what is happening around us. And yeah, I see that. Can I show this? Doesn't matter who you vote for. What matters, who counts the votes. These days, it will happen. Unfortunately, it's not alarmist. We're seeing this happen right in front of our eyes. This whole post office thing has got everybody in a tizzy, because this administration is trying to hang on to power any way they can. And the churches are going to help them, which, well, that's helping already. 10 years of this shit. 10 years of it. My God. My God. So it's like, okay, we're not really, are we a police state yet? We seem like it with ICE, don't we? Don't we seem like a police state? But we're not yet. But think about it, though. You look at history and then you go, okay, authoritarians, they didn't arrest everybody at first. But in Nazi Germany, they started it. They arrested not all the time, but they took people out and shot them. But they're changing the social norms. They're changing our social norms. They're working very hard on it. You look at any of the propaganda networks. You look at any of the of these right-wing podcasters. Yeah. I mean, okay, so people want to say we've been a police state. Yeah, we know this, but it's not, we are still not yet as far in our losing of any kind of civil rights as Russia is. Not yet, but we're getting there. And that's why we have to be cognizant of this, and we have to understand who the organizations are to reach out to. Who are we going to be with? I am a climate, environmental, outspoken person. There's, again, I showed you, there's a myriad of things under this bullshit that they can get us up, because they'll say, oh, well, it's national security. We need oil. If you protest against bombing boats in Venezuela, or if you protest against wanting to take over Greenland, I mean, any of it can be then said, okay, your organization will lose its ability to have a 501c3, and I mean, it's like not that we will be tarred and feathered, but it can really be something to see. So here we are. Happy New Year. And I have a real hard time these days with that word happy. That's why I'm saying merry. But so what can we do? Don't want to be anxious, because we have the power in each of us. We should know our rights, definitely. I don't know what happened to my little pocket constitution. I don't know if it's still even relevant, but have a pocket constitution. Know that when and where you can be in an assembly. Know when to be quiet. Don't overshare online. Absolutely. I think online is something we're going to all have to start thinking about too. And I've been thinking about it. I am obviously older. I am the elder of this space. I am the elder of Environmental Coffeehouse. I am that person. And even with our corrupt post office, who knows what we can do? Newsletters, how we can have a pipeline, because online is so surveilled. Surveillance are us, baby. So I was saying we have to be careful. Now, all of the 50501 and all of the organizing for No Kings was online. And for the most part, in 2025, it was all good. It was all peaceful. I mean, Amy, who made my hat, Amy from Portland, she lives there. She was telling me of some of the things that were happening in Portland, and it wasn't all perfect. I mean, there were, besides people dressing up in animal outfits and all, there was some shit going down there. It wasn't always wonderful, but it wasn't as crazy as what gets magnified and amplified so much. But we really need to build real world, like community here, there where you live. We say this all the time. I mean, we have it online here, but there could be a time when that breaks down. And I've talked about this before. How do we get each other's addresses? Or we start doing that if we trust each other enough to have our addresses so we can stay in touch. Could we get in trouble? I mean, listen, I've been studying also the political situation in Russia and how much free speech they have. And it certainly is a lot different than here. And I've looked at China, and China is completely a surveillance state, but the younger people in China, they're accepting it because they think it's very easy. They live on credit. They don't even carry money anymore. It's like a very different world over there. But we're not used to that. We've had a constitution. We've had what we've had. And what we also have to think about is the younger people and not letting them forget this, not letting them forget or not even understand what we had in this country, and accepting a status quo that of what the tech oligarchs and what Stephen Miller and what these people want to happen. Russell Vought, he's the budget guy. I mean, I just pay attention. Like I started with, you pay attention to local law enforcement partnerships and these federal task forces. Just know what's going on around you. Really know. And they put it on Facebook. They did. We're not going to hide, but we need to be informed. And that's what was on my mind for 2026 to start. And that's what I called this. I said, well, I was looking at a few things. I called it a few things that are on my mind, 501c3 and the NSPM 7, because it really is on my mind for all of us to be careful, and all of us. So, we also want to, I don't know. I mean, out there, what keeps you grounded, guys? What keeps you grounded for the last 5 minutes of this? What keeps you grounded? What makes you feel that you can trust some people in your community? Possibly. Anybody out there? I could put you up. What keeps you grounded? Things like this? I mean, it's social media. Will it last forever? We don't know. Again, I don't want to be alarmist. I don't want to be paranoid. I don't want to be conspiratorial. I'm being realistic. Just what we have to pay attention to, what we need to know. We have to talk to people that we know. We have to, but it's very important. It's really important. Look, like I said, the big picture climatologically is not pretty. But we're here. We're still here. Okay, so your 2.5-year-old grandson. Okay, so that's who you do everything for, if that's who motivates you. Yep. You live in Dallas. Wait, where is your thing? It should be easy to find me. I see. You're talking about where you can find. Well, I certainly hope that you got something from this. Just that feeling of 2026, things are changing. They're going, this government, this administration is not nice. And they're full of really dark, evil people. I could be a conspiracy person and say, listen, they want to kill us. But I'm not. I've said it already. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to do that, especially on this space. I want us to be proactive and understand that, we just have to. We really just have to be, okay. John, where are you? Your hobby, worm farm, keeps you grounded, literally. Sticky earthworm castings and wiggles in my fingers. That's beautiful. And thank you, John, for your generosity. I want to thank everybody, by the way. It's almost time to go for their end of the year generosity and supporting of Environmental Coffeehouse and this Space TV, the collective that is trying to be, build and become something. Absolutely. I have to get that off, and I don't know how to get it off. Where is it? Okay. There we go. So you're not grounded. My New Year's prediction is that the Christian religious fanatics will do away with me. I'm scared for you, but you're not, at least you're not here right now. You're someplace else. Not that I know what it's like there. I mean, in 1940, it wasn't a very good place to be. No. Nope. Let me see what else you guys have. Hi, Morbius. Hello, everyone, and Happy New Year. For me, it's Merry New Year. I'll try to be merry. I don't know, happy and hope, the two H words. I just feel like hopium is a difficult word. And then happy. I haven't been happy. I mean, how can you? I'm not going to sit there. And then my newest thing is like, what am I going to skip down the street, go zippity doo dah? I mean, what the fuck? Happy is relative. I want to be productive. I want to be righteous. I want to work hard. Given my disabilities and given my financial situation, I still want to do all those things. I ain't dead yet. And I've said that. I may be the elder, but I'm not dead yet. Even though it takes me a lot longer to do the things I've been doing today. I was hurting so much. I didn't wash my hair. I put Amy's hat on because I didn't have time. Literally, I threw this whole thing together. I don't even know half what I'm talking about. But again, have books too. That's another thing. Books. Read. Critical. I've got my 2 books I'm going to read. They're coming with me. I'm going to be leaving from the 5th to the 12th. I'm visiting my mother in Florida. I have to go. It's not something I relish to fly. I don't like the state, but she lives there. She's 91. I love her dearly. 2026 is Universal 1 Year in Numerology, symbolizing new beginnings, innovation, personal leadership. This year marks the start of a new 9-year cycle, encouraging individuals to take bold actions. Yes, bold actions, but be aware of your surroundings at all times. And we've got a wonderful person coming up after me. Hey, buddy, I see him in the green room. All right, stick around. We got a really good show coming up. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I really appreciate it. Merry New Year. I'm on Friday night. I'm really going to go more into why I'm watching these Holocaust survivor stories and how it translates to today and modern Israel, and it turns my stomach. But welcome to 1940 United States. The rest of the world's in 2026. We're going backwards. Stay. Great show coming up. It's a surprise. Peace out, guys. I love you. Thank you for coming. Makes me very happy. All of you. Kim, thank you for moderating. Love you. Mwah! Bye-bye.
Yeah, I had to get on here and talk about this real quick. Look, this dude Donald Trump is trying to milk everything that he can. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to get every penny he can, because why not? Why not? Whether it be through doing some corrupt deal that he don't got no business doing, or whether it be, trying to intimidate and strong arm companies like CBS and ABC and Paramount and anybody and everybody he possibly can. I'm going to sue you for $10 billion, settle for $16 million, sue you for $20 billion, might settle for about $20 million. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you got to, you got to go all out. And that's one of the things about Donald Trump. If there's anything to admire, I suppose it's ambition and just how dedicated he is to the craft of being a scumbag piece of shit motherfucker through and through. This is just what he does. You feel me? It's what he does. So let's check this out. So now he's suing the BBC for $5 billion, right? But the thing is, Trump is Mr. Donald, BBC is the British broadcasting company. It's not the ABC. It's not the American broadcasting company. They don't have as much reason to, bend over for you because you can't really approve their mergers and their deals and whatever else that they got going on. You can't strong arm them the same way. But see, Donald Trump's crazy. He's out of his mind. And, he's the walls are closing in on him every day as Poland just gets worse and worse as people flee from his ship as it sinks and sinks because he just ruins everything he touches. This is nothing new. So let's check this out. President Donald Trump filed suit Monday against the British Broadcasting Company, seeking more than $5 billion from the venerable news outlet over what he contends was deliberately misleading editing of a speech he gave on January 6th of 2021. The pettiest man in the world, the pettiest, bro. He is the pettiest man on earth. He just pulled that out of his ass arbitrarily. Oh, I remember in 2021, I gave a speech in the BBC. I remember because I tuned in and I remember they said they messed up my audio. They made me sound different than I have a deeper voice than that. I don't sound like that when I speak. They messed up my audio. Like, whatever it is, bro. However they edit it. Like, so how does this equivocate to $11 billion? I mean, $5 billion rather. My bad, y'all. I'm a little stoned right now. You feel me? It's all good though. But how the hell does this equal out to $5 billion? It doesn't. Why not? Again, he's just trying to extort people. The gangster in chief, Don Corleone Trump in the White House. The lawsuit filed in federal court in Miami complains that the BBC maliciously strung together two comments Trump made more than 54 minutes apart in order to convey the impression that he'd urge his supporters to engage in violence as electoral votes were set to be tabulated by Congress. Again, this is the most arbitrary, petty, pulled it out of my ass lawsuit ever. 4 years ago, when I gave a speech, as if he noticed this, as if Donald Trump noticed this. I remember because I watched it. But actually, he might notice it because all he does, like with all his time, is probe the wavelengths, cable television mostly, to see who's saying what about him. And he responds to everything. He couldn't let Rob Reiner rest in peace, Rob Reiner. He couldn't let that happen. He had to go after him. He had Trump derangement syndrome. He took it a little too far. I think I was upset with him. That's what happens when you have Trump. And he says these things publicly, like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with this man? What is wrong with this man? But either way, here we go. Let's continue. Quote, it would have been impossible for BBC's journalists and producers to splice together two distinct parts of the speech from nearly 55 minutes apart unless they were acting intentionally, the suit claims. Such a dramatic distortion could never have occurred by accident. The BBC apologized to Trump last month over the splicing, but argued that it did not amount to the basis for the defamation suit. A network spokesperson did not immediately respond. The new suit is Trump's latest bid to extract a large payout from news organizations he has routinely attacked. One recent suit against CNN demanding damages. My bad. I was trying to decide if I was going to read that. He was from CNN demanding damages from the network over its use of the term big lie to describe Trump's false claims of fraud in the 2020 election, but was tossed by the federal appeals court. Why not? Why not do this? Honestly, I ain't even mad at him. He's gotten away with so much, and he's, managed to stay out of prison his whole life. He's managed to, just shimmy his way out of all his debts and all the trouble that he's ever gotten in. He's managed to evade serious consequence. Never a consequence so great that it's actually brought him down. And, he's going to die a wealthy man, no matter what happens in his name and his legacy, which is, going to continue to go down the drain. His legacy, the inheritance that he had. Oh, hold on. Is it $10 billion now? Hold up. Now, see, I just got an update. I just got an update from the Associated Press. Apparently it's $10 billion. Okay, so is it $5 billion or is it $10 billion? I don't even know. See, hold up, right? We sitting here making this video right now. I'm gonna go ahead and record this. Nah, see, hold up. I'm in the shade room chat right now. I'm sitting here making this video about Donald Trump crazy ass suing the BBC for $10 billion. Or is it $5 billion? I don't know. I got two different sources. You know what I'm saying? The Associated Press is saying 10 billion and Politico is saying 5 billion. And we trying to figure that shit out. Hold on. Had to get that. But anyway, sorry, y'all. So I don't know. But no, I had to do that real quick because, again, like I said, here, I'll show you. I got an update for $10 billion. So right now in the title for this thing, I have 5 billion, but I'll put 10 billion because apparently that is the new number. Yep, $10 billion in damages. Okay, yeah. See, he said $5 billion is not ambitious enough. This man said, go ahead and lap that up to 10 billion. That is not enough money. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so $10 billion. And like I was saying before, why not? He's managed to wiggle his way out of trouble his entire life. He has, while he was in office the last go round, his family profited in the billions. Jared Kushner getting a $2 billion deal, the billions of dollars they made off their shit meme coins, all the merchandise that Donald Trump sells. As I always say, anything you can imagine, he has sold his raggedy ass name on it. All of that, the business dealings that he never divested from, because of course he hasn't. He still ain't released his tax returns, because why would he? He just in his base now. People are starting to turn on him just a little bit, but overall, his base is just they don't care. They don't give a damn. They love everything he does. They love the man. So why not? Why not sue BBC? Why not sue them? Get that $10 billion. Go ahead, work, queen. Do your thing. All right, hold up. Let me see. Oh, so there's two lawsuits. Okay, so he got two lawsuits and it's $10 billion total. See, we figuring it out right now. Okay, so that's what it is. All right, so $10 billion total, two different lawsuits, $5 billion a piece. Do I have, okay, I got this pulled up here. He's facing a lawsuit in Washington, D.C. The judge presiding, okay, this is something different. Legal experts have said they expect the BBC to challenge the federal court's jurisdiction over the case, particularly in light of the network's claim that the documentary did not air in the U.S. and the digital version was not available to U.S. audiences. Oh, this dude, he just stalking their ass. Trump just over here stalking the BBC. They didn't even play that shit over here. See, that's what makes it even more crazy. It's like, damn, bro, they didn't even play this on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, none of the main ones. Americans did not see that. This dude is looking at all the wavelengths all over the planet. Whether you in the UK, Russia, India, China. No matter where you are, Donald Trump is tuning in, listening to see if you talking shit so that he can respond, whether that be on Truth Social or whether that be on goddamn suing your ass for billions and billions of dollars, because maybe he might get something. Like I said, you can't even hate on the man because he's getting his way. But yeah, that I had to hop on and talk about it because, oh my God. So right when Republicans were pretending like they were going to help us have affordable health care, they showed their true face. Oh, I mean, the one that they've been showing for decades and decades. This is nothing new. Of course, Republicans don't want to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Of course, Mike Johnson blocked the vote. He said that they weren't able to come to an agreement. And keep in mind, 20 million Americans are relying on these tax credits so that they can afford their health care. When premiums go up next year, which is a few weeks from now, people are going to die. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat it. I'm not being hyperbolic about this. This isn't a situation where 20 million people just don't want to work and they're just not serious about life and they're lazy. Well, no. These are regular everyday people who maybe have a couple of kids and life is just too expensive for them to address in full. Like my health insurance bill every month. Well, this year, we'll see what it is next year, but this year it's been $130 something because I'm 33 and healthy, and I really just don't use my health insurance because I'm 33 and healthy and I don't have any chronic issues. So why use it? Okay, so next year it might be $300 something, $200 something. I don't know yet. We're gonna find out, but I can afford that. It's inconvenient, but I can pay for that. Now, where the real problem comes in is for people who have chronic conditions to where they have to have their medication, or they'll die, or their eyesight won't work, or their legs won't work, or their heart won't function properly, or their liver won't whatever it may be. There's going to be a lot of people who depend on very expensive medications to stay alive or to stay comfortable, who won't be able to get them. There's going to be people, families, people who have 2, 3, 4, 5, however many kids they have, they already paying like $1,400, $1,300 a month for health insurance. It is significantly more expensive to double that. It's not that $100 something, $200 something. Yeah, that might put a hole in your pocket, but it's not as significant as doubling something with 4 digits. People having to pay $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. People just aren't going to pay it. They're just not going to pay it. Or they'll find some way to rob Peter to pay Paul. People are going to go in more debt. As we covered before, 95% of the Black Friday sales were financed. People don't have any money. Prices are going up for everyday commodity items. And the ripple effects you're already seeing. Businesses closing down. Over 1 million people have lost their jobs this year. And that's very, very, very likely undercounted because Trump fired the head accountant person at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and now they just jimmy in the numbers. We have to look at the ADP every time they put out the private jobs reports, and even then, we still have to undercount that. How many small businesses around the country are shutting down because people don't have the money for discretionary spending? People don't have money to go out to eat. This is a big deal. And like I said, people are just going to die from this. You got some Republicans who say, that Americans shouldn't have to, foot the bill. Americans shouldn't be forced to pay the price for congressional inaction. But this is not an issue of congressional inaction. This is an issue of corruption. It's not more complicated than that. The Republican Party and the Democratic Party are thoroughly corrupt. But Republicans just want to take everything away from everybody. Whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, let's get rid of that. Let's privatize the public school system, privatize everything, because shit ain't already bad enough. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that returned $13 billion to people who were defrauded by financial institutions. Let's get rid of that. People don't need it. I mean, what other reason do you have to get rid of something like that other than because you want financial institutions to be able to rip people off because the financial institutions are paying for your political career? This isn't an issue of inaction. This isn't a situation where the Democrats and Republicans just can't come to an agreement. The Affordable Care Act has a lot of issues. It's loads better than what we had before. Way better than what we had before the Affordable Care Act went into play by Obama. Millions, tens of millions of people are now insured because of that. But we never pushed it forward. We never really pushed for something like a public option. We damn sure ain't never really pushed for universal health care. It's time to do better. It's time to put forth new ideas that can just take the pressure off of Americans. But at the end of the day, that's just not going to come from the Republican Party. It just won't. And, Trump's second term, I believe, is going to keep Republicans out of the White House for, I don't know how long, but it's going to be a long time. It might be decades before we have another Republican president, because it's not just Donald Trump's terrible term. It's the fact that the entire Republican apparatus has sold their soul and their identity to Donald Trump. The whole thing is about one person. So even if Donald Trump wasn't at the helm of this, what do you do next? It's a very big problem. But yeah, this is to no surprise. Mike Johnson killed the vote because Mike Johnson doesn't want people to have affordable health care. That's it. So as of now, we got 54 members of Congress who will not be running for re-election in 2026. The majority of them being Republicans, and some of them, and we'll go over these in a bit. I think 15 of them are running for governor or another position. One of them is running for a federal judge, and a variety are just stepping down. Including Marjorie Taylor Greene, who we've spoken about in length and who the whole country is talking about as she has been Donald Trump's biggest supporter. And even as she has distanced herself, as she has been distancing herself from Donald Trump, her voting record is still pretty much 100% in line with whatever he put forth. So a lot of that obviously has more to do with, sinking the ship before it completely sinks. I mean, fleeing the ship before it completely sinks than anything else. And so there's a couple races. The majority of these races are pretty safe. There's a few that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Jared Golden from Maine. Don Bacon from Nebraska, who's a Republican. Jared Golden's a Democrat. David Schweikert, Republican from Arizona. And all three of them won their last elections by less than 5 percentage points. So those races may be a bit competitive, but we'll definitely see what's going on as we get more information. And so here we go. Let's see. Joni Ernst. This is from the Senate. Joni Ernst is not, and she's been in there for a minute from Iowa. She's not running for re-election. Tom Tillis, Dick Durbin, Mitch McConnell. Well, Mitch McConnell, he's one of those people in Congress who, his time has just come. These people, a lot of these people are in their 80s, and Mitch McConnell has been having a lot of brain malfunctions back to back. And he's done what he's come to do when being in the Senate, as basically the Grim Reaper of anything positive, as he's called himself on more than one occasion. And then also we have Jasmine Crockett, who we know is running for Senate in Texas. And I think that race is a pretty big deal. I'm hoping that she can win it. I think that, just with the Democratic push in Texas for years now, Democrats have been trying really hard to get a stronger foothold, and they kind of almost get it and then not quite. We saw that with oh God, what's his name? I'm blanking on his name right now. Whatever. I got his face in my head, but I can't think of his name. But he ran for governor and he ran for the Senate. He wasn't able to get that. As soon as I stop recording this video, I'm gonna know his name because he's pretty famous. But he wasn't able to clinch that. And Ted Cruz, we've never been able to get him out of there, even though he's very unpopular with pretty much anybody. Texas has managed to stay red. And then we got Eric Swalwell. He's running for governor in California. Nydia Velázquez, she's another one from New York who's, her time has just come. And all of these races are pretty solid and safe for Democrats. But Jasmine Crockett, the reason why I think that race is going to be a big deal is because of how much face time she has. She's become a pretty strong firebrand for the Democratic Party. And whether or not she wins, I think that she definitely can help the Democrats to have even stronger, more definitive victories in the coming midterm elections, just with her influence and with all the people who are going to join and be a part of her campaign. I think that she is likely to help introduce us to newer candidates who we're not even thinking about, not even aware of right now, or maybe some people who they've been there maybe for a couple of terms, but there's over 400 people in Congress, so nobody knows all of them off the top of their heads at all times. So I'm thinking that her race will help to provide some additional insights and some additional promotion to people who need it. Hold on, let's see. I got another one pulled up here real quick before we go over it. But it's not looking good for Republicans in the midterms, period. You know, they've been getting completely swept in since Donald Trump won in 24 last year, since he won. They've been getting swept in absolutely everything. And Donald Trump's approval rating continues to tank. And I really don't see how that's going to change at all. So we'll keep our eyes open. There's a variety. Hold on, let me see, because I got a list right here of some races that are probably going to be have some scandals or just have a crazy dynamic. Definitely keep our eyes open for the mayoral race in Los Angeles, U.S. Senate with Cornyn, the Georgia U.S. Senate with Ossoff. That's going to be huge because he barely clinched that last time in Georgia. There's a lot of competition there. California and New York gubernatorial races. Texas with Henry Cuellar, because Henry Cuellar was just wasn't he? I think he was just pardoned, or he got charges dropped by Trump for corruption, because of course he did. So we'll keep our eyes open for this. But as of now, there are 54 people, and this is the most since 2018, the most amount of people who are stepping down, not running for re-election since 2018. And a lot of that, again, just has to do with Donald Trump's influence. He is pretty much lost support with whatever youth vote he had, that's gone. His support with independents is completely gone. His support with Latinos is completely evaporated. Pretty much anything on the outskirts that he had that really helped him cross that finish line in this last election, he doesn't have it anymore. All he has left are the people who would let him get away with shooting somebody on Fifth Ave, like he said. But outside of that, he's pretty much done. And after the Democrats sweep the 2026 midterms, he's going to be a lame duck president. So until then, he's going to be doing everything he can to collect more money, to extort more companies. You know, he's extorting broadcasting companies from overseas. Melania Trump, she got a production company that, well, she opened it. I think she started it a few months ago, or months ago rather. And she's opening that. She got some documentary that just went out. The Trump family, they've been making billions of dollars in crypto scams, and just corrupt deals with foreign governments. In Trump's first term, Jared Kushner got a $2 billion deal from Saudi Arabia, just because, $2 billion with their live golf tournaments and things like that. So people have been working the Trump administration, and I think that's probably all he's going to focus on for the rest of his time in there. How can he make as much money as possible? Because what else can he do? Nothing. And with this Mike Johnson, he just killed the vote for extending the health insurance subsidies with the Affordable Care Act. Well, 4 House Republicans actually, they defied Mike Johnson to force the vote, but I don't suspect that anything's going to change. The subsidies that the Biden administration passed were such that nobody's health insurance premiums could exceed 8.5% of their income. For certain people, not everybody, but for certain people, your premiums can exceed 8.5% of your income. So, I mean, really think about how arbitrary it is to end that specific subsidy, and how it helps no one other than private health insurance companies, which really don't need to exist. There's no real need for us to have a whole industry around private health insurance. It's predatory. And it's evil, honestly. It's evil. So these people lobbied the government for years and years and years, just so those fine little details can be paid attention to. We want more money, and the way we get more money is by, making it such that the premiums can exceed 15% of your income instead of 8.5%. And of course, also that private health insurance companies can make more money, which doesn't help the public in any way. If you need medicine, if you need an operation, a diagnosis, whatever it may be, that being more expensive for you so that health insurance executives and hospitals can profit more, it's just, this doesn't happen in a lot of other developed nations that have single payer healthcare. It just doesn't. So that is a lot of why Republicans will continue to lose popularity as we go into the midterms, because they can't point the finger at Joe Biden anymore. They just can't do it. So we are at 54 U.S. members of Congress, because 10 of those are in the Senate. So 44 in the House, 10 in the Senate, who are not seeking re-election in 2026. And I suspect that list will likely grow. I don't know how much more, but I think people are going to continue to drop off. Donald Trump and the good people over at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission have released a video saying that if you're a white man and you feel like you've been discriminated against, go ahead and file a complaint, because as we know, over the past, forever, life ain't been fair for white people, especially white men, especially in the country of the United States of America. As of lately, white people have just been facing a lot of pressure to step up in the world and try and put forth some effort. And they don't like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't like that. I'm supposed to just get what I want by default because I'm a white man. That's my birthright. So if you feel like that is not, America's not living up to its potential of what you're supposed to be getting, then she got a message for you. Go ahead and check this out.
I'm Andrea Lucas, chair of the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EOC as soon as possible. Time limits are typically strict for filing a claim. The EOC is the federal agency charged with enforcing federal anti-discrimination law against businesses and other private sector employers. The EOC is committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all forms of race and sex discrimination, including against white male applicants and employees. Check out eoc.gov to learn more and read our one-page explainer about DEI-related discrimination.
Okay, so the fact that they're making a post about this, for the group in America that sits at the top of the social status hierarchy. Now, obviously, if you poor and white, then you're not all the way up there, but you still higher up there than pretty much everybody else. White men in the workplace, you are at the top of the social status ladder. They just trying to piss people off. You know what I'm saying? They just trying to get people talking and they just trying to give some fodder to their base, because this is what they want to see. This is what they want to hear. I mean, the truth is that this type of stuff impacts white men's personal lives are more impacted than their professional lives are. But everybody's personal life has been impacted since things like, the civil rights movement, since women have come up in the world and just, started being heavy power players in the economy, making more money, being more college educated. The playing field has changed a lot. People don't just get to have a wife anymore. You have to have social skills. You have to try. And primarily, this is really what these white men are upset about. They may feel threatened that they see more black and brown people in the workplace, but for the most part, men are simple creatures and we care about sex more than anything else. You go online, primarily what you see is conservatives griping and complaining about pop culture. They're not talking about healthcare. They're not talking about wages. They're talking about how, Justin Bieber's gay and all the male celebrities these days wear dresses and how everything's gay and how, the Barbie movie was oppressive towards men and that women in positions of power need to remember their rightful place in society. It's just a bunch of BS like that. This really doesn't have any teeth to it. At the end of the day, if you're not actually being discriminated against, then this isn't gonna, result in any type of lawsuit victory for you. And not only that, like here, I'll pull this up. Like, JD Vance was recently talking about some white kid who got turned down from Hollywood, and he said that it's because he was discriminated against because he's a white male. Hold on, where is it? It's down here a little somewhere. Let me find it. And so he said he included a column by a Hollywood screenwriter who claimed he was refused work because he was a young white man.
I mean, unless they directly told you that, then there's no way to prove this is true. But also, maybe you got refused work because your script wasn't what the producers were looking for. You know, maybe that's it. Maybe it's because you needed to go back to the drawing board, or it just was trying to fit a square into a square peg into a circle hole, however the saying goes. And I mean, how big, it just sound like you mad because you didn't get what you wanted, but that's everyone's experience. It really doesn't have much to do with being white, black, woman, or nothing. Obviously, the job market in life in America is easier if you're white, particularly if you're a white man and got some money up under your belt. But everyone has to try. Like you're gonna have to, apply to maybe 100 jobs before you get one that's decent. You're gonna have to go to school. You're gonna have to go into debt. You're gonna have to spend a lot of hours working when maybe you would rather be out hanging out with your friends. Like you have to go to the gym and put in the work. You can't cheat yourself when it comes to improvement. I mean, there's really not any deeply serious commentary to give about this. It's just silly. And it's all the Trump administration has left. But apparently, black people filed, I think it was 195 times more complaints with the economic employment. What was it? The Equal Employment Opportunity Coalition, which of course they do. But yeah, no, man. I mean, there's nothing else more to say with this. But maybe you can cash in. If you're a white man and you got passed up for a promotion, go ahead and hit up the EEOC. They'll probably give you a W. At this point, it's all but inevitable that the United States is going to end up sending troops into Venezuela at some point. I mean, if there was some type of reversal now, that would be highly surprising and pretty counterproductive for all the moves that they've been making. First and foremost, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense have just flat out murdered over 100 people in their quote unquote suspected drug runner boats. First and foremost, even if there was cocaine or whatever is supposed to be on those boats, fentanyl, which fentanyl does not come from Venezuela or South America. It comes from Mexico and China. But that aside, even if they did have those drugs on their boats, that doesn't give us the extrajudicial right to just kill them. The excuses by the Trump administration is that we're actively in conflict with cartels. And so that gives us the right to treat this as a combatant situation, to treat these people on boats as combatants. When the reality is that whoever's on those boats, either they're just everyday fishermen, or even if they are drug runners, those people are at the bottom of the crime world. Those are not the people making the decisions. You blow up one boat, there's 100 other ones waiting to go. And at the end of the day, it's the American citizenry who can't stop doing drugs. Every other commercial that you see on television is some pharmaceutical product being sold to you. And, people dancing in the background like, if this shit doesn't work, it'll give you diarrhea and it might make your dick explode and it'll give you warts on your asshole and it'll make your titties blow up and everybody's just in the background like going like this and shit, or whatever the medicine is. It's so easy to get drugs on the streets because they're unregulated. And just our culture here exacerbates the problem, but we don't want to deal with that. We know why we're interested in Venezuela, because they have the largest oil reserves on the planet. This isn't speculation. Obviously, it's not speculation that their reserves are that large, but it's not speculation that we want that. I mean, the American dollar has remained the standard currency around the world, largely because we force Middle Eastern countries to sell their oil in American dollars. And if they don't, then we'll go blow them up. Donald Trump has repeatedly said, before he even talked about Venezuela, he used to say stuff about Iraq, like we should have took the oil. And then he said that about Venezuela. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. There was a representative from Florida, I think a Cuban woman, who was just on Fox News talking about how Venezuela, they're going to be open to doing business with the United States and we're going to have cheaper oil and it's going to be, like just prosperity and capitalism galore. But
so there's really nothing else to say there in that regard. It's really that simple. We've sent aircraft carriers that way. We just seized some type of oil tanker a couple of weeks ago, and we're holding that piece of that asset and that piece of real estate captive. And Pete Hegseth, part of the $901 billion, was it $901 billion defense bill that was just passed by the Senate. Part of the stipulations in it was that Pete Hegseth is supposed to release some type of boat strike videos, which of course he won't do, because who the fuck is going to do anything about it, at least until the Trump term is over. Then he could get prosecuted, and he probably is going to be in trouble. Pete Hegseth, people like him, people like Stephen Miller, they're definitely going to be facing some legitimate prosecutions, because well over half of what the Trump administration has done and is doing is illegal, whether it be the people that they fire, the programs that they just try to cut. A lot of these moves have been reversed by federal judges. A lot of those federal judges being appointed by Donald Trump in his first term. So that's how you know it's bad. But yeah, no, over 100 people that we've blown up, right, for nothing. And the flow of drugs hasn't slowed at all. Not at all. And the majority of drugs come over here on airplanes or across the southern border. You could take a whole truck, a whole 18-wheeler full of cocaine and heroin and whatever else, and again, it's another 20 right behind it. No dent whatsoever. So since September 2nd, over 100 people murdered. I'm going to keep saying that because that's what happened to these people. They were murdered by the United States government. Since September 2nd to December 19th, we have murdered over 100 people off the coast of Venezuela. I mean, like, what? How do you justify this? Well, they tried. I said, given the reason that they say we're at war with them, and I think it was last week that the Trump administration they listed fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And so when you do that, you're able to go after people who produce and sell fentanyl as terrorists. And Trump has many times discussed waging war on the cartels, but that just is not going to fix the problem. It just won't. It absolutely will not. There's always, you cut off one head, another one, three more pop up. And then the truth is, like, the reality of cartel violence is when you make the monopoly smaller, there's more violence, because now you have more people fighting against each other to take control of the whole pie. So going in and killing cartel leaders is just going to lead to more violence. The same when a giant nation starts to weaken and break up, and when an empire starts to break up, civil war happens, because all the power players are trying to take control and run the whole show. And then at the end of the day, too, I mean, let's talk about the reason that people abuse drugs. One, life is hard. Like, people grow up in rough situations. You may have grown up in a household that suffered from addiction, or, you may just be genetically more susceptible to it. You may be used to living in poverty. You're just always behind on your bills, or maybe you're homeless and you don't have a real roof over your head. So the only way that you can really get through your day is if you intoxicate yourself to the point that that's all you can feel. If all you feel is depression and pain and anger and despair, you're going to want to replace that. And so instead of helping the people going through that and treating them like they have a disease or a condition, or treating them with some humanity, we just turn our noses up at them anyway. So, why does the U.S. government care that its citizenry is hooked on drugs when we don't have we do have programs to help people, but more and more those types of efforts are defunded or looked at as the government shouldn't be doing this. Decades ago, there were so many more clinics, mental health clinics all over the country that people could go to and take advantage of their services. And that type of stuff has been defunded. So you have the issue of actually taking care of people and treating them like human beings and trying to get to the core issue of what it is that they're struggling with. And then you have just basic factors that, you know, like people's wages and how much things cost. Just basic stuff like that, that if we addressed affordability, which politicians are always talking about, but they rarely ever deliver on. If we address affordability, people are going to be less likely to turn to the bottle or to turn to whatever their drug of choice is, because they're just generally in a better mood. You know, like money, few things will drag down your spirits and your mental health and emotions like being broke for long periods of time. If you can address that, we'll have less people abusing drugs. And then we have to address our pharmaceutical, the business culture of pharmaceutical conglomerates in this country that are just constantly advertising drugs to us, but they're legal, so who cares? But, you know, like ADHD medications, all that shit is amphetamines. There's cocaine. That's meth. That's crack. Like, it's the same shit. It's just safer and it's dosed out. I mean, all the opioids people take for, pain medications, that's heroin, that's fentanyl, that all of this shit is the same. It's just packaged differently. So the educational aspect to where people feel like illegal drugs are just bad for you, but legal drugs are good for you. Like, no, they're all the same. They're all the same chemical compounds for the most part. Typically, if you follow the instructions on the medicine bottle, then you should be fine. If it says take 1 a day, take 2 a day, and you take 1 or 2 a day, you probably will be okay, right? But if you take 3, 4, 5, 6 a day, then you're not going to be all right. But then opioids are so addictive that you don't necessarily even have that type of discipline to just be like, I'm only going to take 1 of these. Like, you're probably going to end up abusing it. So then there's that. And then there's the whole issue of just our laws and regulations around drugs in the first place. It is very hard, if not impossible, to get your hands on controlled substances if you don't have a prescription. And most people, the overwhelming majority of people, don't have like solid ongoing black market connections. But pretty much anybody can get illicit drugs because the government doesn't really pay much attention to where those products are. Yeah, we have, Southern Border Patrol, but all you got to do is pay a couple people. All you got to do is pay a couple people tens of thousands of dollars and they'll let the shipment through. You put some politician or somebody on some commission on a payroll to where, okay, you getting $50,000 extra dollars a year to turn a blind eye. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. And that's not going to stop unless we legalize, tax, and regulate illegal substances, which sets a lot of people's hair on fire. A lot of people don't want to hear that shit. And I can't blame you. But if you address the problem realistically, first and foremost, you have to accept that people are going to get high and people are going to get drunk. They're going to do it. Okay. So if we're going to do it, we might as well make some money off of it. How much shit do we have to pay for in this country? How many potholes are there to fill up? How many construction projects need funding? How much infrastructure do we need in the country that could provide millions of jobs? Shit, fuck thousands of jobs, millions of jobs. There's so many things that we can do to actually address the issue of drug addiction in this country. But unfortunately, lock them up is just what Republicans are dead set on. Democrats have been dead set on that for a long time, too, because after Ronald Reagan, after his second term ended, Democrats were, well, particularly Bill Clinton, the blue dog Democrats, the new Democrats who were basically Republicans. So they kept that up. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, the super predators, the 3 strike laws. But the reality is that shit just doesn't work. We have the more people in prison in this country than any other nation per capita by far. And motherfuckers are still getting high. People still out here committing crimes because we're not addressing the core issues of any of these problems. And until we do, we just gonna keep doing more drugs, especially when you consider like millennials and well, pretty much Gen X down, everybody broke, particularly Gen Z. You know, like people don't have savings, people can't afford to purchase homes, people I mean, drowning in debt. We're in the middle of the beginning of a recession now that's almost certainly going to spiral into an economic depression. Yeah, drug usage is not going to become reduced by anything like this. There's not going to be any type of reduction in drug use. But there is a silver lining. I think that over the next couple of decades, I think we're going to address these problems because it's just the coming of age for so many of us. It's really not more complicated than that. As we stride deeper into our 30s and 40s and 50s, it's our turn to write the rules. It's our turn to manage the house. It's our turn to make the decisions and to be in control. So I do take solace in that, you know, despite the fact that there's so many problems around us. I always feel like I can do something about it. And I always feel like if I'm not doing something about it, one, who am I to complain about anything? But also, am I really, I mean, honestly, what's the point of being alive? What's the point of being here if we're not at least playing some small role in making the world around us a better place? So yes, addiction is a real issue. And we know from many years of data that locking people up, treating them like criminals, having no empathy for the circumstances that people find themselves in, to, you know, no choice of their own, we're just not going to solve this issue. The Epstein file release that was put out by the Department of Justice, honestly, they might as well not have even done it, because Pam Bondi just blatantly and brazenly broke the law by not following through with what was supposed to be followed through on in the release. And apparently less than 1% of the total amount of files were actually released yesterday. And of that 1%, over 500 of the pages were just completely blacked out and redacted. So, you know, on the one hand, you are hiding information from us in total. You don't even let us see all the blackout. You know, you only releasing 1% of the files. They said, nah, we want to limit how many pages that we give to people that are redacted. Give them like 600 or 700. That'll be cool. They'll let us rock with that. But you will put out pictures of Bill Clinton and Michael Jackson and Noam Chomsky and, you know, other people to try to deflect attention away from Donald Trump. But the big problem is that, I mean, not only do huge chunks of MAGA and the right wing want to see justice for this type of stuff, but the majority of people aren't going to accept this. This is disgusting. This is an international sex trafficking ring that we're talking about. Underage girls that apparently Jeffrey Epstein would make sure that they were underage. And just the way that he you know, all the pictures that have been released of all the different passports that he had of these people from European countries, Eastern European countries that may be steeped in poverty. So these younger women have that much more of a power imbalance with Jeffrey. So he's just all the evidence in the world that they're trafficking. Jeffrey Epstein, who said that he and Donald Trump were best friends for a decade. Trump, who ran a teenage modeling pageant, who's been accused of sexual assault by dozens of women, who's been convicted on his assault of E. Jean Carroll. I mean, this dude, we know who he is. We know the rhetoric, but y'all got to check this out real quick. So I got like entire files. Like, look, this is 119 pages that I'm about to pull up from the Epstein files that were released yesterday, right? Check this out. All of them black out. All of them blacked out. Just, I could sit here and scroll through the whole list and go through all 119, just 30, 40, 50, all the way down through 50, all the way through 60, up going past through 70, up to 100, all the way through, just nothing but blackout, right? And then I have 3 other pages like this pulled up too. One of them has 100 pages that are straight blacked out, and the other one has 55. And there were over 500 pages blacked out. And again, let me remind you that less than 1% of the total amount of files were released in the first place. So Pam Bondi is, very likely to end up facing some type of punitive punishment for this. Some type of charge, some type of, she might have to go to prison over this. I don't know. We'll see. But she's just blatantly breaking the law. Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey have been leading the charge on holding her to account over this. And then see, look here, this is from ABC. Over 500 pages, like I said, were entirely blacked out. So why even release them? I mean, they got to release something, so they put this out, I mean, just and all of it, obviously, if you're best friends with somebody, we knew he was on the Lolita Express 7 times. Michael Wolff talking about pictures of him surrounded by young underage women with stains on his pants, stuff like that. There's really no question of his involvement. And especially when you do stuff like this, there's nothing to hide, even though we're hiding hundreds of pages. So, and, putting Bill Clinton up and just flooding everybody's timeline with Bill Clinton. One, okay, whatever he did, we want him to face justice too. Nobody's defending Bill Clinton in the same way that, the cult of MAGA, the cult movement behind MAGA and Donald Trump would be doing for him. That doesn't happen on the other side. And again, I mean, this is a dude who, here, check this out. He was, Jeffrey Epstein was just a straight up criminal. He threatened he would do stuff like this to keep information under wraps or to keep himself from being held to account for his actions. See right here, he threatened to burn a woman's house down if she told anyone that he stole and sold photos of underage girls. So that's what he was doing for a long time. There were pictures of him. They're not up here now, but pictures released of him, like basically dropping off underage girls to fat, sweaty billionaires around the world. And this is what he did. This is what he and Ghislaine Maxwell did. And, it just goes to show that people obviously who are at the top of society who hoard all the wealth, these people are absolutely not above depravity. In fact, they're often the most depraved among us because they can afford to be. They have far fewer consequences to face for their actions in general, and they're able to do a lot of things under wraps. And so someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who went from being a college dropout, and he was teaching math at like some high school in New York. And then not too much longer after that, he's just rolling in hundreds of millions of dollars. Obviously he's good with numbers, but again, he's a criminal. He, apparently, ripped a lot of people off, stole money, led people on. And what he did is he built up an extensive network, gathered a lot of information on people, and made friends with individuals who were, at least almost as sexually depraved as him. And so he had a ton of blackmail on people, and he was in the middle of everything. Excuse me. He found himself in the middle of everything. Pardon me. But at the end of the day, and all of this to happen before Donald Trump is even in office for a full year. His approval rating is in the low 30s. His disapproval rating is basically at 60% now. He's underwater with everything, whether it be the economy, immigration, foreign policy, his handling on the war, his handling on Israel and stuff like that, as well as his standing with Latinos. That shit is gone. His standing with basically all the minority groups who voted for him, the youth vote, that is completely underwater, and he's not going to get it back. On top of just general perception issues that he has along these lines, he is in a position such that he can't deliver on anybody's basic everyday concerns and basic everyday needs. The economy is in shambles. It continues to be in a bad spot, whether it be from inflation that's on the rise. And then you have to keep in mind as well that corporate America always takes advantage of general inflation. So when prices are spiking for whatever reason, here comes corporate America to just spike that up a couple more percentage points, because why not? This happened during the shutdown, the pandemic shutdown, when prices were going up. Yeah, there was an issue of supply, but also why not make a few more dollars on products that people can't survive without? So that's always an issue. Donald Trump, whose administration definitely is not helping to push forth a more progressive culture financially in any type of way, as he just gave them yet another giant tax cut. And that was his premier accomplishment, quote unquote, in his first term. You got people in vans and masks just riding around the United States, hopping out and kidnapping the wrong people just because they're suspicious. Basically like police academy dropouts, failures who not even the municipalities in rural Arkansas would take and consider for the job. So now these boys are just running around picking people. I mean, no matter how you look at it across the board, he is absolutely failing. This bailout that he just gave to the farmers for, what was it, $12 billion, I think that bailout. In his first term, he did $28 billion, I believe. It was either 25 or 28. I'm pretty sure it was 28, though. $28 billion in his first term. And this one, he does $12 billion, but that doesn't cover the total amount that China was supposed to buy. They're not purchasing the agreed upon amount. That isn't happening. They were supposed to get over a dozen metric tons. They've only done like 3, not even 3 at this point. That's not happening. And that bailout doesn't address the long-term issue that farmers in America can't count on giant markets like China to purchase all their products, which has cascading effects. Then you have, the issue of him being this anti-war president while he's just openly waging war against Venezuela, moving in to take the oil, aiding with Netanyahu, threatening other nations around the world while he goes around and says that he ended 8 wars. And finally, after 3,000 years, there's peace in the Middle East. And also, he just all the grifts and the cons that he's doing, the corrupt business deals that he's involved in. So he's not in a good place, and this Epstein fiasco isn't helping, obviously. But you release less than 1% of the files, and then of that 1%, over 500 pages are redacted and blacked out. Nah, man, he may not make it another 3 years. I don't know how this is going to end, but people are going to continue to escape the sinking ship, and the midterms are going to be a complete tsunami victory for Democrats. And then we're going into 2028 with Trump just basically the object of negative attention.
Hey now, thank you so much for tuning in here at Politics and Paper. If you like what I do and you support my work, go ahead and subscribe. I greatly appreciate it, and it really helps to support what we do here.
The accusation that I, Allie Beth Stuckey, am a feminist is laughable. It almost doesn't dignify a response.
Sometimes things really do hurt your feelings. And sometimes things really weigh you down and they discourage your heart. And that's what I'm feeling this morning.
That was one of the Blaze TV's more prominent female hosts, Allie Beth Stuckey, who became embroiled in controversy over comments that she made at a Turning Point USA conference back in October. And what she said went viral all over Christian Twitter for all the wrong reasons. Specifically, she made unhinged and hyperbolic comments about pornography, and I don't think anybody on the left is going to agree with what she had to say, but what she said isn't necessarily that different from what other fundamentalist evangelicals say about porn. The problem, however, is that they didn't think that she was the right messenger to say what she said. So here's what she said, and these comments, by the way, are what led to accusations of feminism from those on the right. But without further ado, here's the feminist rhetoric that you're going to hear.
Porn has weakened men. Porn objectifies women and children. It commercializes sex, which is a gift from God for a married couple between one man and one woman, and it glorifies violence. It creates addiction and shame. It destroys marriages. It ruins your perception of other people. It is the legal loophole for sex trafficking. It is evil in every way, and it will destroy your life. And this is what I would want to say to men, and I hope that you hear it from strong men in your life, that men, we need you. And we need your masculinity, and we need your strength, and we need your boldness, and we need your courage, and we need those things to be harnessed for good. We need really strong men, and porn makes you weak.
So you kind of see the problem, right? The men who are hyperfixating on masculinity aren't going to take kindly to a woman calling them weak for any reason whatsoever, even if they agree with her on the merits of the argument. Now, nobody should agree with her on the merits of her argument because what she's saying is nonsensical. She basically equates child abuse material with all other forms of pornography, when those are two very, very different things. One is a crime, rightfully so, and the other is not. And her conflating the two makes it seem like she's minimizing the harm caused by pedophilia. Now, I don't think that that's her intention. Nonetheless, it's how it came off. But if you can't see the difference between those two things, I seriously question both your morals and your judgment. With that being said, that wasn't the main contention with her comments on Christian Twitter. And when the Blaze TV shared that clip, they very quickly sounded off about why they found her comments so triggering. We don't need a woman telling us this. Men, we need you to do what we want. This person shared a meme which says, a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. She must be quiet. And you see the Christian feminist running away. I don't take advice on how to be a man from a woman. When women start listening to me about how to endure birth pangs, I'll rethink my first statement. She's a woman and Jewish, so watch out for that subversion of the faith. Why isn't she lecturing women about OnlyFans? I don't really care what she has to say about men. Men can minister to us. She should be lecturing women. How is this just not feminist badgering in a conservative skin suit? Women who pastor and women who preach in the church are a disgrace and openly reflect opposition to the clear command of the word of God. This is flagrant disobedience. Cool, get off the stage. Everything useful you would say has been and is being said better by men, and there is quite a lot of important things that need to be said that you would never touch. Okay, cool, then stop taking up male space by speaking at political events. Women, we need you to be quiet. We need you to be submissive. We need you to have a gentle spirit. We need you to be busy at home. We need you to be about the business of raising children because that is where your greatest source of sanctification lies. Women, we need you to abandon the stage and master the home. Be about your husband's mission. Be the helpmeet God made you to be. And that's just a small sample of some of the backlash that she received in just that thread. It was much more prevalent in other Christian conservative spaces, so much so that she actually felt compelled to address it in a video where she was nearly brought to tears by the pile-on that she received for those comments.
Sometimes things really do hurt your feelings. And sometimes things really weigh you down and they discourage your heart. And that's what I'm feeling this morning. Like I'm feeling the weight of discouragement. And there is a part of that speech which was clipped. It was posted on the Blaze's X account. And it was a great part of the speech to clip because I meant every word of it, where I'm saying, men, we need We need your strength. We need your masculinity. We need you to be present fathers and solid pastors, and you're better than porn, and porn weakens men. This was not a chiding. This was not even an admonition. This was an appeal. And what happened? You had a bunch of people who identify as Christians on the right who are always, always, always looking for me to say something publicly that they can pounce upon. And they were calling me a feminist because apparently I was, they said finger wagging or whatever. I had people that I consider friends, people that I consider colleagues, repeating this kind of thing. And, all different kinds of just straight up lies. It's really disheartening. And these are people who identify as Christians, who I notice will only ever go after me for these things and not, for example, like Candace Owens. I'm not saying they should go after her for those things, but they really have their sights set on me. And really will take every opportunity, even the Jubilee debate, like you saw the Jubilee debate, to say, this is why women shouldn't be in the public sphere for any reason whatsoever.
I'll admit, I actually did feel a little bit bad for her, which I'm sure she wouldn't approve of since she frequently warns about the dangers of toxic empathy, but you can tell that she's really hurt by the fact that she was attacked for saying something that's not controversial when other conservatives, namely men, say it. But I think that part of the reason why she gets singled out more often compared to, say, Candace Owens is because they both have very different audiences. Candace Owens, like her, is a Christian, to my understanding, but she primarily focuses on conspiracy theories and pop culture, whereas Allie Beth Stuckey predominantly focuses on fundamentalist Christianity. So she cultivated a very different audience than Candace Owens. Stuckey attracted viewers who expect more traditional evangelical views, and when you deviate from that, they're going to lash out. That's what they came to see, and that's what they expect. Now, about a week later, she released a more comprehensive response video titled "My Feminist Speech Controversy, a Biblical Response." And I've got to say right off the bat, you already know that that's not going to go over too well, because the people that she's responding to fundamentally reject the idea that a woman can teach the Bible. Therefore, in their minds, they don't believe that she's qualified to produce a biblical response in the first place. She can listen to a man's biblical teaching, but she can't actually teach it herself, and that's the issue here. Nonetheless, she tries, and she scoffs at the notion that she'd ever be considered a feminist. So let's take a look.
It's okay for women to also say, hey, this is damaging. And we really appreciate you as a man and appreciate your strength. But this is not good. This is sapping you of your strength, actually. So this negative reaction was from a very niche segment of the online male right. The accusation that Allie Beth Stuckey, am a feminist, is laughable. It almost doesn't dignify a response. Those of you who know me, who have been listening to me, who have been reading me for any amount of time, you know how hard I go against the tenets of feminism, against the gender ideology that I think was born of feminism in many ways. I actually argue that in this speech, that the ideology of feminism led to the idea that a man can become a woman. How hard I go against abortion, how hard I go against every tenet of progressivism. So to say that I am a feminist who preaches to men really is just laughable. And it just goes to show that people will just lie. So just know that. People will just lie about you.
I have to say, it honestly feels like satire to see a woman defend herself from allegations of feminism in the year 2025. But I mean, this is modern day conservatism, right? I mean, it feels like a parody, but it's not. And there's this fundamental disconnect here between her and the people that she's responding to that called her a feminist. They don't think that it's her place as a woman to offer them any advice because they believe that she's inherently inferior to them. And since she explicitly rejects feminism, which just means equality, she tacitly gave them permission to reject everything that she says outright because she's a woman. So she conditioned them to view her as unequal herself. So she kind of is lying in the bed that she made for herself. And in their minds, simply asserting herself on a stage is itself a feminist act, because any woman that feels empowered to take on the role of an authoritative figure, which is reserved for men, is definitionally feminist in their view, which is why they told her basically to stay in her lane and talk about womanly stuff with the girls, clothing and cooking and cleaning, or whatever they think they should be talking about. Now, she addressed that criticism as well about her staying in her lane, and she was basically like, well, I do stay in my lane. Nonetheless, it's not going to appease them, but here's what she said.
The second one, that I shouldn't preach to men, that I should just focus on women. I mean, you guys know it's what I do. I mean, look at the covers of my books. Look at the color of them. Do those look like books that are trying to target a masculine audience? I have been writing to women, for women, talking to women, for women very intentionally since the very beginning. I started out speaking at sorority chapters. We had 6,700 women attend our second annual Share the Arrows, and it was a solid biblical conference just for women. And the clips that were circulating of Share the Arrows, the same crowd had the same criticisms that this is somehow feminism and this is somehow wrong. And so the goalposts seem to always move. When you're talking exclusively to women, women shouldn't be talking. When you're talking to men and women shouldn't be talking to a mixed crowd at all, even outside of church.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what they want. Because again, this is how they interpret the teaching in the holy book that you're championing. Sure, you can find other passages that contradict that, but you're in a space that champions traditionalism. So it shouldn't be surprising to see people you associate with interpret the Bible in the most antiquated, regressive, ass-backwards way imaginable. But there's more.
Okay, so there's this weird criticism out there that by me being up at the Turning Point podium, which I have done many, many times over the past 8 years, that I took the place of a man, that should be a man's job and a man's job only. And there's this idea that this is a zero-sum game, that if I have a podcast, or if I'm asked to speak, or if I do the Jubilee debate, then that means that I am taking the place of some male counterpart. And if I am not asked to do those things, then these people would be invited. And that's just, it's not how it works. And even if you believe that men in general are more suited for the public sphere than women are, and in general, I would probably say that's true. Statistically, I would probably say that's true. That doesn't mean that all men are cut out for it and all women are not cut out for it. And there is this idea, I think, by a lot of these people who also criticized my Jubilee performance that, well, she's a woman, so she can't have done as good of a job as me, some man. Well, okay.
Okay, but they say shit like this because you keep reinforcing that idea. You just said men are statistically more suited for the public sphere than women, but based on what? What statistic proves this? How would you even objectively measure something like that? It is horseshit, and she knows it's horseshit, but she thinks that she'll be able to win them over by ceding certain points to them, but that's not going to bring them to your side. That's just not going to work. They're not looking to compromise with you. It is a zero-sum game where you have to shut the fuck up and accept the totality of their worldview uncritically. Otherwise, you're a man-hating feminist. They really are that petulant. I know it feels like an oversimplification, but that is how they think. But to her credit, she does eventually finally take off the kid gloves a bit and more sharply criticizes the people who attacked her, but in doing so, only managed to make things worse. And you're going to see why when you watch the clip.
This segment of the male right, again, a lot of them I don't actually think are believers, just profess to be believers. They are very crass. They're very sexually degenerate. In many ways, they will make a lot of sexual jokes. They're very degrading, very rude to women across the board. I'm not saying all. And guys, if you're listening to this, I'm going to tell you what I tell my female audience. So important for all of us on the internet. If it's not about you, it's not about you. But a lot of this people in this segment of the so-called right are just very rude and very crass, very degenerate, very depraved, and very, very calloused. A lot of the excuse making of extremely crass people from this segment of the right, a lot of these people will hail and honor people like Nick Fuentes, who of course is extremely haughty and reviles and is crass and is crude. and is brutal and is ruthless and boastful, all of these people, all of these characteristics that are listed in this segment. And so they will give approval to those who practice these things. And this description here in Romans 1 are describing people who have been given over to the depravity of their mind. They're actually put in the same category as people who are homosexual, who are practicing homosexuality. Well, just as you can't affirm homosexuality and affirm LGBTQ ideology in the hopes that you're going to win people over to Christ, you're also not going to affirm slander and crassness and crudeness and brutality and win people over to the cross of Christ. It's just not going to work.
I love how gay people are catching strays. Also, she can say, fellas, if you behave in this way, you're acting like homosexuals. Right, because comparing them to homosexuals is definitely going to go over well with the segment of the population who melted down over a woman daring to call them weak. Ellie, what you don't understand is that that's how they view you. They think that you're comparable to homosexuals because you're violating gender norms to teach the Bible in the same way that LGBTQ plus people violate gender norms just by being themselves. And again, at the end of the day, the people that she's pandering to just don't believe it's acceptable ever for a woman to address men in this way. It's not your place as a woman in their minds to call them degenerates. So it kind of feels like this is her birthing person moment where, you know, she can't take the criticism and she's kind of making it worse by lashing out. But, you know, she's not the only conservative pick-me to get a reality check about the people that she's aligned herself with, because after months and months of cozying up to right-wingers, trans influencer Brianna Wu published a mea culpa on Twitter on November 1st, where she announced that her attempt to get conservatives to see trans people as humans has completely and utterly failed. And that's not too surprising. Nonetheless, here's what she says, quote, "Trans sisters, I'm pretty sure I was wrong. I am sorry. I genuinely thought that as a trans woman, if I ceded some points with a gender critical crowd, we could have a healthier conversation and arrive at a better public policy. The problem is they're getting crazier and more extreme. If you admit trans women don't belong in women's sports, they agree, but call you a man the whole time. If you admit, I understand I am a biological man, but this is how I want to live my life, and talking about me like this is degrading, they scream about free speech. If you admit that hurtful language is part of free speech, but you don't have to associate with people that degrade you, they act like the victim and call you a man and then say you should be thrown in an insane asylum. It's like this on everything. They are incapable of looking for a middle ground on bathrooms. They want maximalist policies on everything. They throw a fully transitioned, fully passing trans woman in male prison gen pop and laugh as she got AIDS from being raped. I want a middle ground on so many of these policies, but the fundamental problem is they do not. They enjoy degrading us. It's fun for them. So sisters, I genuinely don't know what to do. I think many of our most extreme ideas are bad, but theirs are worse. So if I had to pick, I choose us. I wish there were a political vehicle for compromise and medical safeguarding, but that just simply does not exist. So first, I just want to say credit where it's due. I know it's very difficult to admit that you're wrong, so her saying this is actually very commendable. Hopefully one day she'll apologize for all of the anti-Palestinian bigotry and genocide apologia as well, but baby steps, right? Now, even though it's objectively good to see her finally take the correct stance after legitimizing right-wing talking points about trans people for so long, I can't help but respond by saying, no fucking shit. Like, what did you expect? I'm not trying to be a dick here, but did you expect this to end any differently? See, there's this idea that you can reason with conservatives by ceding ground to them or fluffing their egos, but it doesn't work that way. Their brains don't have the capability to connect dots in the way that other people's brains can. They're not going to think, hey, this trans person is super reasonable. Maybe not all trans people are bad. Maybe my views about trans people, more broadly speaking, are misguided. That's not what they're going to do. They're going to instead just view your olive branch as validation that they were right to hate trans people all along, because even a trans person is saying, yep, they're pretty crazy, right? And you're still going to go into the fucking blender. Either way, like maybe they'll put you in last, but you're going in with the rest of the LGBTQ plus people that they hate. They will only ever see you as a useful idiot and never as an equal human being. And trying to reason with them by ceding ground does nothing but fuels the fires of their hate. But Brianna Wu, this is not the only person from the LGBTQ plus community to get this harsh reality check, because self-proclaimed America First Patriot podcaster Sean on the Right responded with shock to all of the gay bashing he saw towards two gay dads going skin-to-skin contact with their newborn baby, saying, "As a gay man, I hope to have a husband and children one day. I intend to raise them as God-fearing Christians, responsible citizens, and believers in America First values. Some people within my political coalition take issue with that. I don't care." Now, if you had to guess, how well do you think that this went over with his conservative pals? Not too well, as Dave Rubin could have told him. They responded by gay bashing him instead, saying, "God-fearing Christians do not practice sodomy," and this person ratioed him. Supposed ex-gay Milo Yiannopoulos says, "Absolutely disgusting. Leave children out of your self-abuse rituals. God does not delight in wickedness and perversion. You cannot be an openly gay Christian living and proudly identifying with your sin. Christ did not die for your sin so you can continue to take it up the butt from another sodomite and purchase babies to play house." Damn, this person is very, very blunt. "God willing, surrogacy will be banned before you have the chance to do such a wicked thing. You're clearly not God-fearing. The chances of two men raising a child as a God-fearing Christian are close to zero. They might become a Christian, but in spite of how you've raised them, not because of it. Repent." Now, of course, there's more. There's always more. But as you might have guessed, his conservative peers didn't take his tweet too well. And much like Ali Beth Stuckey and Brianna Wu, he's also learning in real time that they will never, ever view him as an equal, regardless of how hard he tries to LARP as a fundamentalist MAGA tryhard. They simply do not fucking like you. Take the hint. My advice to all of these people would be to just have some self-respect once and for all, and stop trying to win over people that think they're better than you. You don't need affirmation from brain-dead conservative dipshits, and if you think you do, maybe you are as pathetic as they say you are. Well, your parents and grandparents aren't going to be too happy about this, but their worst nightmares are coming to fruition. Both atheism and socialism are on the rise around the globe simultaneously. And while they're not mutually exclusive, obviously, I do think that their growth is fueled by the same factors, at least in part. So today, I'm going to take some time to explain to older generations why people in my generation and younger are all godless socialist heathens. Now, generally speaking, socialism has far more support now than it ever did. But having said that, it's still not that much support overall. As Newsweek points out, an NBC News poll found that just 18% of Americans view socialism positively compared to 49% who view it negatively. Socialism fared much better in a poll from Gallup, with 39% viewing it positively. A November poll from The Economist and YouGov got the same result as the aforementioned NBC News poll, with 18% favoring socialism. But here's where it really gets interesting. Jacobin shared the result from a YouGov Cato poll, which shows that favorability towards socialism among 18 to 29-year-olds is at 62%, which is an 11-point jump since 2019, which is a lot. Now, these numbers tell us a lot of things. First and foremost, they tell us that socialism has been completely destigmatized among younger populations. They simply don't hold the same views as their parents and grandparents who grew up during the McCarthy and Cold War era. They view it as a logical alternative to capitalism, which has completely failed them, which is why so many young people are voting for candidates who self-identify as democratic socialists, like Bernie, AOC, and Zoran. But older generations, they still don't like socialism, primarily because they associate it with authoritarianism, and they view capitalism more positively because, quite frankly, they reap the rewards of capitalism. They were able to buy homes and put themselves through school and subsist off of a single income, and because of that, they're always going to be nostalgic for the system that propelled them into the middle class. This isn't true for all older generations. Not every single boomer is living it up right now, but most of the generation, they benefited more from the social safety net that came about during the FDR era. My generation, however, they just didn't have that same experience with capitalism. I mean, for millennials, we graduated into the Great Recession. We were told that if we worked really hard and went to college, we'd land ourselves good paying, decent jobs. But all that got us was debt that we cannot escape from. We literally cannot file bankruptcy on our student loans. And my generation just doesn't have wealth like older generations. Like, we can't buy homes, we can't buy cars, we don't go on vacations and travel. Oftentimes, young people have to have second jobs or side hustles just to make ends meet. And for all of those reasons, we associate capitalism with misery and greed and exploitation, because that's been the totality of our experience with this godforsaken system, whereas older generations and the ruling class associate capitalism with growth and freedom because they experienced capitalism in its earlier stages where wealth wasn't concentrated entirely like at the top with just a handful of people. And this is a global phenomenon too, by the way. It's not just unique to the United States, but the generational divide was on full display in this exchange between a British news anchor and Fiona Lawley of the British Communist Party. And I want to play it for you because it really shows you everything wrong with the mentality of older generations who don't understand why young people could possibly gravitate towards socialism.
Is it that young people have had too many handouts, they've had it easy? Technology has made life easy for us, and maybe now they're being attracted to socialism, whereas perhaps capitalism is what got them the good life, as Charlie describes it.
Yeah. To be honest, I almost don't even feel the need to make an argument based on what Charlie just said, because I think it really represents just how out of touch the ruling class and much of the establishment and millionaires are with the young people today, and not only their lives, but also the mood that exists amongst young people. I mean, this is the first generation that is going to be worse off than their parents. Young people are saddled with debt by the time they get into their mid-20s. The thought of buying a house is a far-off dream for so many people. Lots of young people are putting off and not even considering having kids because of the cost of living crisis. I mean, it's just extraordinary to suggest that young people are looking towards socialism just because they're living a life of luxury. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the fact that capitalism has produced so much inequality in their own lives here in the West, but also around the world through war and genocide and imperialism. That's making young people think this system is sick and I want an alternative. And so many of them are looking to socialism, and even beyond socialism, they're looking to communism and communist ideas because they want something fundamentally different than what capitalism has to offer them, because it's offering them nothing and definitely not a future.
And she is absolutely correct. Nobody is becoming a socialist because they think it's cool and they want to hop on some bandwagon. The rise of socialism is a direct result of the failure of capitalism. If my generation grew up in the same sort of economic environment as older generations, I guarantee you socialism would not be as popular as it is today, because nobody's going to look for alternatives to a status quo that benefits them. It's when the status quo isn't working, it's when things are bad, that they begin to look for alternatives. And let me just say that if you're distraught about the fact that your son or daughter is becoming a socialist, well, it's good that they're opting for socialism, because it could be worse. Because that same desperation that makes people yearn for alternatives like socialism is also what's fueling the rise of global fascism. So in a late-stage capitalist system, neoliberalism and incrementalism simply isn't going to cut it. People want extreme changes to the system that has failed them. It's why so-called moderates in both parties have failed to stave off the rise of fascism and socialism. Not that they're comparable, but when your options are limited, you can't ever get out of poverty, you have nowhere to go, you want to blow up the system. And socialism is the best way to do that. Because as we're now learning with Donald Trump, fascism simply reinforces the capitalist status quo, albeit through violence, whereas socialism is something completely different. Socialism is where workers own the means of production so that way they can enjoy the fruits of their labor. Socialism is when wealth is distributed equitably, so that way a handful of rich pricks don't have it all while the rest of us are left with crumbs. So to put it simply, the rise of socialism is a direct response to the collapse of capitalism, and it's shocking that they don't understand this. More importantly, socialism is the only viable alternative to fascism. Late-stage capitalism always devolves into fascism, and for that reason, liberal parties that fail to adapt and embrace socialism are complicit with the rise of fascism themselves. But that brings us to atheism, which is also on the rise as a response to the collapse of religion. In fact, atheism is growing faster than every other religion, and as the Dallas Express reports, a Gallup survey published in July covering nearly 43,000 respondents across 40 142 countries from 2005 to 2024 documented a clear upward trajectory of people who consider themselves atheists. Their proportion of self-described convinced atheists rose from 6% in 2005 to 10% in 2024. Over the same period, the percentage of people describing themselves as religious fell from 68% to 56%, while those identifying as not religious increased from 21% to 28%. A separate Pew Research Center report released in June examined religious switching patterns between 2010 and 2020 and found that the population of the religiously unaffiliated grew by 17% from 1.6 billion to 1.9 billion people. That lifted their global representation from 23% to 24%, the largest net gain of any major religious group during the decade, outpacing even Islam's growth of 357 million followers. Pew noted sharp increases in Europe, North America, and parts of Latin America. By 2020, those who considered themselves unaffiliated to any religion had become the majority in 10 countries or territories, up from 7 a decade earlier. Now, generally speaking, this trend is more pronounced in higher income countries because as economies grow and societies liberalize, reliance on religion overall tends to go down because people begin to shift from a pre-material to a post-material political orientation. So what that means is once your country develops to a point where you're no longer worrying about basic necessities like, food, shelter, water, security, at that point, you tend to adapt a more post-material view of the world where you want democracy and civil rights and civil liberties, which makes sense because basic survival is always going to trump one's desire for freedom and liberty. I mean, it explains why so many Americans opted for Donald Trump, even though they knew that he was a threat to democracy. At least I hope they knew that he was a threat to democracy. But I mean, they didn't care that he was a threat to democracy so long as he helped them put food on the table. I'm not sure why they thought he would help them with that, but that's what they thought. And time after time, people have shown that they're willing to sacrifice freedom for stability because when push comes to shove, basic survival is always going to come first at the end of the day. And when you address people's material needs, that is how you move them back to a post-materialist worldview where they care about civil rights and democracy and freedom again. Now, religion tends to wane in the same way because a lot of people use religion as a crutch that's there when they need it. And I'm not saying that to be insulting to people who are religious, but that's how it's used in a lot of ways. So if they're doing better economically speaking, they're less likely to lean on that crutch. And the less that they use it, the less dependent they become on it, which leads to them moving away from religion altogether oftentimes. I mean, sure, they might run back to their religion if a loved one dies or is sick or if they experience a medical emergency. There's no atheists in foxholes, as the saying goes, right? But the less habitual it becomes, the more likely it is that that person will end up abandoning their religiosity in general. They lose that muscle memory, so to speak, if that makes sense, which then opens the door to them questioning their faith altogether and possibly becoming atheist or agnostic. So globally, the rise in atheism can be attributed to underdeveloped countries starting to develop to a certain point. But I think that this trend is starting to speed up because of the rise of socialism and simultaneous fall of capitalism. And that's because religion, like all things, eventually becomes commodified in capitalist societies. In the United States, you see megachurches on the rise to the point where they form these networks and try to become monopolies and focus on profit maximization as opposed to faith and helping out their communities. We are in this era right now where you see religion be a complete, money-making scheme, and not necessarily smaller churches per se, but where you see these mega churches where they have televangelists and these prosperity preachers. And, if you're a true believer, you can't not see that as a contradiction, right? You can't not feel like your religion is being hijacked because wealth maximization is antithetical to Jesus's message. But if it becomes common, it could broadly delegitimize organized religion, which could result in a decrease in church attendance in favor of a more personalized version of Christianity, which is then, going to get you out of the habit and lead you to the path of atheism, possibly. Maybe you don't think about religion for a while, and then you just kind of dismiss it altogether. It's hard to say where people go. And just in the United States context, the rise of atheism, much like the rise in socialism, is in part due to backlash because the dominant religion in America, which is Christianity, has been hijacked by a fascist political movement. As Leslie Abravanel put it for Alternet, they've co-opted Jesus and turned it into an absurd farce, which is a concise summary of the conclusion from Bill McKibben's lengthy write-up about the modern Christian movement in The Guardian. Now, I would highly recommend that you read this article because he explains how the dominant strain of Christianity is fundamentally at odds with the Christianity that he grew up with in every conceivable way, seeing as how it's attached itself to a toxic personality cult of a perverted president who posts AI-generated videos of himself shitting on people. I mean, it's why some evangelicals are quietly moving away from the MAGA movement, because they're now realizing that the politicization of their faith is actually causing people to leave the faith in droves, which is bad for business because less congregates means less tithes. But if they draw a hard line between them and MAGA, they could piss off MAGA loyalists. So they've kind of boxed themselves into a corner. And needless to say, the Christian leaders who chose to get in bed with the Republican Party decades ago are now reaping what they've sown. Because even though it's made them a dominant force in politics for generations, they inadvertently initiated the beginning of the end of their entire religion, at least in the United States. And in the same way that neoliberals haven't been able to adapt to the changing economic climate, evangelicals haven't been able to adapt to the changing social climate. I say this because atheism is particularly pronounced among LGBTQ plus people. I mean, ask yourself why that is. Quite frankly, it's because there's no hate like Christian love. As somebody who was raised as a fundamentalist evangelical, I can't tell you how traumatic it is for the church to teach you that you're inherently flawed for being gay when you're very young. Like at the age you're starting to realize that you might be gay yourself. Like it fucks with your head. You develop an internalized hatred for yourself, which leads to a plethora of psychological issues or exacerbates existing ones like it did for me. And it creates an existential fear of rejection from your family who've also been taught that being gay is a sin. And like, the church thought that they could flex their newfangled political muscle to suppress LGBTQ plus rights, but they just couldn't stop the tide of social change, and their bigotry has officially blown up in their faces because it's not just queer people who resent the church for their homophobia and transphobia. It's the friends and family members of queer people who resent the church for teaching society to look down on people that they love, and their antiquated views on abortion, on contraception and trans people, and even immigrants has led to a mass exodus from the church, which they're just not handling well, right? And since Christians in America have lost credibility and they can't really win people over by just making their religion seem more appealing, they've opted to adopt a more nationalist stance and try to force their religion on the rest of society. But they don't understand that the more they push, the more hated they'll become, the more atheists they will inadvertently make. And while most queer people and their allies, abandon the church, not all of them abandon religion altogether. Like others who've moved away from organized religion, maybe they just focus on their personal relationship with Jesus. But the problem is that once you feel turned off by your church and you already have one foot out the door and your mind is open, you begin to question whether or not the whole thing is a farce. If everything else that they taught you, was so wrong, if they're wrong about gay rights, are they wrong about just God in general? Like it's a slippery slope for these people, for lack of a better word. But, it's not just backlash to the church that's fueling atheism, in my opinion. I think that the rise of socialism is also fueling the rise of atheism as well, because it goes back to religion being an opiate for the masses, as Marx put it, because we're taught that we should accept the status quo because even though we're impoverished on earth, we're going to have vast riches in heaven. So if that's the case, what's the point of rising up and overthrowing the status quo when all we have to do is wait? And one day in the afterlife, we'll be as rich as the billionaires are here on Earth. And I'm sorry, but that's just not a very compelling solution because it basically forces you to accept that you're going to be miserable and you should just suck it up and deal with it because you're going to have a pleasant afterlife. But socialism is at odds with that philosophy because it fosters a kind of self-worth in ourselves that was taken from us by capitalism and Christianity. And it teaches us that we do deserve to benefit from the fruits of our labor here on Earth because every life is valuable, not just the lives of the ruling class, and everybody deserves dignity now in this life, and we shouldn't have to wait for it in an afterlife. And ironically, socialism is the quintessential message taught by Jesus. But I think that there's a reason to believe that socialism and atheism are on the rise simultaneously because they're compatible. They go together like peanut butter and jelly because atheists believe that there is no afterlife. So this is all you're going to get. So make the best of it. And socialism tells you how to make the best of it and gives you something to work towards. It's kind of a paradigm shift because our parents were taught that you should have faith in God and trust in the system, whereas younger generations are rejecting those ideologies that reinforce the status quo. So it's a new way of thinking. And that, in a nutshell, is why both socialism and atheism are on the rise, at least in my humble opinion. And I think that that might scare some of you, especially if you're an older person who grew up during the Cold War and still associates socialism with authoritarianism. But even if you disagree with the direction that young people plan to take the world in, it is important to try to understand why young people feel the way that they do, because this is all happening for a reason. And rather than lashing out and attacking them and calling them stupid, you should understand that their move towards socialism and atheism is motivated by reason and logic. Welcome to the 11th annual Humanist Report Award Show, the most prestigious political award show on the internet. That's a pot shot at TYT for those who didn't catch it. I'm your host, Mike Figueredo, and 2025 has been a year, and there is a long list of both heroes and villains, mostly villains, but there's a long list. And what we do every single year, for those who are new, is I will nominate 4 people or organizations or events in 4 different categories, and I will put it up to a vote. So that way all of our viewers on Patreon, YouTube, and Twitter and Blue Sky get to decide the most badass moment, WTF moment, the scumbag of the year, the MVP of the year, so on and so forth. I'm also going to do something new where I'll just throw out random awards for people based on various criteria. Like, here's Cunt of the Year, Randy Fine. Congratulations, brother. But let's get to the first main category, which is WTF Moment of the Year. And to be able to narrow this down for me was actually impossible because the whole year, 2025, was just what the fuck. Nonetheless, here's my selection. Charlie Kirk's murder. This moment was obviously shocking, and the ensuing crackdown regarding censorship and the reaction from the right was in and of itself also shocking. But, seeing him get assassinated was certainly up there in what the fuck moments. And I also nominated the Doge cuts because to see this criminal organization run by this ketamine-fueled billionaire just dismantle our government and access our data illegally and hijack entire agencies, this was actually genuinely shocking to see. I also nominated Trump's Epstein blunder as a WTF moment of the year because nobody has ever behaved as guilty in the history of guilty people as Donald Trump. And then my final nomination is Marjorie Taylor Greene's abrupt resignation. This was actually really crazy for me to see because, I expected her to stay in office and grow increasingly disenchanted with Donald Trump and try to present herself as the alternative to him for a future run, but she just decided to duck out, and maybe she'll get involved in politics again in the future. Nonetheless, I just found it really shocking. But those are my nominations. Let's get to the results. So with more than 12,000 votes in total coming in, you all unequivocally said that Charlie Kirk's murder was indeed the biggest WTF moment of 2025, with the Doge cuts being the runner-up. Now, when you look at the results, it's clear that you all agreed across every single platform. 60%, 56%, and 49% on Blue Sky, YouTube, and Patreon, respectively, all said that that was indeed the WTF moment of the year. And I would have to say that I agree, kinda. I don't really know. All of this was equally WTF to me, but I understand why people chose that as the WTF moment because it really felt like a turning point, like a sort of Reichstag fire moment. So, yeah, that was the WTF moment of the year. But for a quick award, the Shut the Fuck Up award goes to John Fetterman. Congratulations, John Fetterman, for being an insufferable prick who just won't shut the fuck up. And I hope you enjoyed this award. And more importantly, I hope you take the hint and shut the fuck up. Now, with the bad comes the good as well, because this year also had some pretty encouraging moments. So here are my nominations for the most badass moment of the year. The first nomination is Mamdani's victory for obvious reasons. It was a really dark, terrible year. And then out of the blue, he clapped Cuomo's cheeks and killed that political dynasty, and you love to see it. I also nominated the heckling and roasting of Republicans at GOP town halls at a time when it seems like everything was just going going off the rails in a terrible direction when Trump just took over and Doge was making all of these cuts, I got a little bit of hope seeing people show up and just put their own Congress people on blast. It's nice to see people get involved that way. My third nomination is Dick Cheney's death. This man is a mass murdering piece of shit. He has killed probably more than 1 million people. So it's unfortunate that he wasn't held accountable and his victims will never get the justice that they deserve. Nonetheless, it's still nice to know that he's not going to be around any longer to hurt more people. And then the next nomination for Badass Moment of the Year is the special elections that took place on Tuesday in November, where the Republican Party got blown the fuck out. And it was nice to see that there was indeed a backlash to everything that Donald Trump was doing. But those are my nominations. Let's get to the actual results. So with more than 11,000 votes in total, the winner of the Badass Moment of the Year by far is Zoran Mamdani's victory, with the special elections being the runner-up. Now, if you look at the results here, 80% on Blue Sky, 75% on YouTube, 85% on Patreon, all agreed that that was indeed the best moment of the year. And I would have to agree because it gave us hope. It felt like there was never going to be a moment of hope again. And Zoran winning was very, very wonderful. It kind of like made me feel rejuvenated. And we needed that at that time. Now, hopefully he delivers. Hopefully he can do what he wants to do. And if that's the case, then, you know, there's going to be some more badass moments to come. But for this year, Zoran gave us the dub that we desperately needed. But with that being said, I have another award to give out, just a quick award. And this award is going to go to Dr. Abdul El Sayed, who is running for the Senate in the state of Michigan. He gets the Badass Motherfucker Award for being a relentless warrior for Medicare for All. I hope he wins that seat, and I hope he gets the recognition that he deserves. So let's move into our two main categories, the Scumbag of the Year and MVP of the Year. This is where we crown our main villain and our main hero of the year. Let's start with Scumbag. So I'm going to get to the nominations first. This was very, very hard to come up with this list this year. This list could have been 20, 30 people. And I still wasn't satisfied when I put it up for a vote, but I had to do it because time was running out. I still feel like I could have reshuffled it. I mean, it was really hard. There's so many villains this year, but these are the four that I narrowed it down to. The first one is obviously Donald J. Trump. This man is destroying the fucking country in a plethora of ways. He is America's first actual dictator president, and he's destroying all of our institutions, the rule of law. He's benefiting financially from everything that's happening. I mean, he's a war criminal. What else is there to say? He's up here for obvious reasons. The next person that I nominated is Stephen Miller, because I do feel like he is pulling a lot of the levers of power in the sense that, you know, Trump really listens to him. Trump values what he has to say. Trump is letting him basically control his immigration policy for all intents and purposes. It's very similar to the way that George W. Bush let Dick Cheney control all of his policy. And I think that Stephen Miller is that kind of an influential figure. And I think he's caused a lot of harm. I think that his neo-Nazi politics is extremely damaging. And I just feel like this man is a big piece of shit and will be all better when he's out of power. My third nominee is Elon Musk. Even though he's not as relevant today as he was at the beginning of the year, his Doge cuts were truly something that is just still so shocking to think about. And all of the cuts, like the USAID cuts, that's going to lead to hundreds of thousands of deaths. It already caused so many deaths. I mean, Social Security payments for the first time did not go out to certain people because he crippled that agency. He crippled agencies like the CFPB that were regulating his corrupt companies. And it's shocking that this man isn't in prison right now, and he needs to be. So that was an obvious nomination. And my last nomination is the ICE Gestapo, because these people are destroying this country. They are very, very similar to the Nazi brown shirts. They are rounding up immigrants. They're taking citizens. They're abusing their power, violating civil liberties, civil rights, and everything that they're doing is straight up illegal. They're not presenting warrants signed by judges. They're breaking the law, trespassing. I mean, everything that they're doing is so fucking shocking. So those are my four main nominations. But I mean, there's so many honorable mentions. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu, Randy Fine, media figures in this space who are just championing Nazism. But before we get to the results, let's look back at the winners of the past. So as you can see, Netanyahu held onto this spot for the last 2 years, and he tied with Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell for having been winners twice. And last year, the runner-up was Trump's voters, seeing as how they obviously decided to hand the country over to fascists. And before that, it was Elon Musk who was the runner-up. But without further ado, let's get to the results. So with more than 14,000 votes, the winner of the Humanist Report Scumbag of the Year award goes to Donald J. Trump, making him the first person to win this award 3 times. And the runner-up is Stephen Miller. Now, when you look at the results, you can see that 55% of our YouTube audience voted for Donald Trump, and a plurality on Blue Sky and Patreon actually voted for Stephen Miller, I think because of the logic that I shared, where he really is the one who is taking advantage of this dementia-ridden president. But let's get to some comments because I wanted to hear what you all had to say about this. So Jameson on Patreon says, I really wanted to say Miller, but then that brings up, why not the thugs themselves? Ultimately, this could be stopped at any time by Trump, and he's fine with it. His whole administration is posting memes about the suffering of our neighbors being brutalized. Fuck all of them, but especially fuck Trump. Dave's Not Here 420 on Patreon says, I'm going to say Trump because with that bullshit immunity ruling, he'll probably avoid any punishment. The rest of them are fucked if we can wrestle the government away from them. Still would have liked an all of the above choice though, because I wouldn't piss on any of them if they were on fire. Jill Pearson on YouTube says, just remember Elon basically unilaterally killed 600,000 of the world's poorest people to make a bit more money, with millions more on their way. Red Mag on YouTube says, reminder, though USAID was a hotbed of CIA embedding and an arm of hegemonic soft power, the immediate gutting of that program caused the deaths of 600,000 people, mostly children. I think we're all sleeping on the fact that under that light, Musk is one of the most prolific mass murderers of modern times. Jack A Plus Pro on YouTube says, that's like an impossible question. They all have no redeeming factors. Signinge on YouTube says, Gestapo thugs first because they don't have to do what they're doing, they choose to. Yeah. Guy Gadares on YouTube says, Ahmed from Sudan. Another honorable mention, absolutely. Autumn Finneck on YouTube says, the shriveled orange is how all of the others got their current levels of ability to commit horrific crimes with impunity. All of them are nightmares, but he's their current access point to power. And that brings us to our last category of the evening, which is the MVP award. But I have one extra random award to hand out, and it's to Candace Owens, who's getting our first ever I Don't Fuck With You But Keep It Up award for completely dividing the entire right with her non-stop conspiracy theories, her attacks on other right-wingers. I think that what she's doing is absolutely beneficial for the country because it's dividing the right and fractionalizing the right. So keep it up, Candace. You won an award on the Humanist Report Award Show, and it's not necessarily a bad one. It's kind of a good one. But without further ado, let's get to the best award ever. Listen, if you win this award, you're basically set for life. You can boast about this forever. You can put it on your resume and just like walk into any job and be like, I won the Humanist Report's MVP award. So I'll start on Monday. I can't even say it with a straight face. But, you know, this is our main award. So the MVP award is the best person in all of politics. And look, in a country like the United States of America, there's not a lot of good to go around, but I do like to honor the people who do a lot of good. So my nominations this year for MVP of 2025 are, of course, Zoran Mamdani. He didn't just give us hope. He expanded the realm of what's possible in the United States. He is helping to destigmatize socialism and mainstream socialism. And I mean, the guy is just truly a powerhouse. He's good at what he does. So I think he is somebody who is going to be able to direct American politics, hopefully in a better direction in the coming years. My second nomination is Miss Rachel, because this is a woman who just cares about children. And the fact that she decided to put it all on the line to condemn the genocide in Gaza, it is something that's brave because so many other people in Hollywood and around the world, they're staying silent because they don't want to jeopardize their careers. But Miss Rachel said, you know what? Fuck that. children shouldn't be murdered, and I'm not afraid to say that, and we shouldn't be afraid to say that. So I want to send some positivity her way after she was nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year by the Stop Zionism organization, which is just fucking stupid. My next nominee is Kat Abou-Gazelle, and I don't usually nominate candidates for congressional office unless they win or accomplish something, but Kat isn't just running for office in one of the best, most inspiring campaigns since Zohran Mamdani. She actually put her body on the line and is now paying for it. She got indicted by the federal government for obstructing ICE, and they're trying to, throw these political charges at her to stop her, but I think it's just going to fuel her even more, and I think that her badassery needs some recognition. And my final nomination is the Gaza Flotilla activists. This is actually a collective of people, including Chris Smalls, Greta Thunberg, and others, because they literally put their lives on the line. They knew that they were going to be captured, potentially bombed by Israel. Some of them were abused. Greta Thunberg was forced to kiss the flag, and she knew this is what they would do to her, but she did this because she wanted to break the blockade, because people needed to know about the starvation taking place in Gaza that was deliberate, and I just find this so fucking encouraging. These people are literal heroes, and they need some recognition. But before we get to the results, let's take a look at the history of the MVP award, because this award has been dominated by one man, and that person is Bernie Sanders. As you can see, he won 8 years in a row from 2015 to 2022 until he finally got knocked off in 2023 by Rashida Tlaib because he wasn't nominated by me due to his refusal to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, the following year, he actually did start to call for a ceasefire as well as an arms embargo, which led to him being nominated again, since he was basically the only senator that was doing that, but he still wouldn't call it a genocide, and for that reason, he kind of slipped behind in favorability, which paved the way for Jon Stewart to win in 2024, which is when he returned to The Daily Show at the best possible moment, which was incredibly soothing to millennials like myself who enjoyed his wit and sharp commentary. And at a really dark, depressing time, it was just so nice to have Jon Stewart back. But this year, we have a brand new winner on the list, so let's get to the results. With nearly 9,000 votes cast across multiple platforms, the winner of the Humanist Report's MVP of 2025 goes to Zohran Mamdani. Obviously, it was always going to be Zohran Mamdani, and this is not a surprising result to me. And the runner-up is the Gaza Flotilla activists for their courage and bravery and shedding light on a genocide and Israel's mass starvation campaign. But let's get to some comments, because you all had a lot to say about these nominations. Raymond Rogers on Patreon says, Miss Rachel never asked to be political, yet she's handling it like a boss. Jim D. Bartolo on Patreon says, all amazing people and options, but Zohran and his victory and on-message progressivism is my choice. He's showing that running on leftism, Dem socialism is possible by winning, setting the winning example for other Dems to follow for a possibly better future. But damn, I love Kat, and Miss Rachel is a beacon for us all, and the Gaza Flotilla activists are brave as fuck in the face of horrors. Skyla on Patreon says, for me, it's the activists. That's putting your life out there and on the line, more like the unsung heroes of the protest world. Wesman44 on YouTube says, Miss Rachel is incredibly inspiring since her career was not tied to politics or activism. She just saw children suffering and couldn't just look the other way. The amount of hate she has had to endure is staggering. She is a powerful symbol of care and empathy in the face of unapologetic dehumanization. Parker402 writes, the man who threw the sandwich at the police officer in D.C. Casey O'Leary on YouTube says, for me, it's a tie between Kat and the Flotilla activists because they're quite literally putting their bodies on the line to stand up to the ICE Gestapo and the genocidal Israeli government, respectively. The courage they've shown to help their fellow human beings is inspirational. NSN on YouTube says, the impact that Zohran has already had and will continue to have is absolutely a political earthquake. The strongest forces politically that have controlled America and to an extent the world have been abusive corporate Zionist AIPAC white supremacist racist. He has shattered their hold on political victory. There is hope in these dark times that change will actually happen. F21 on YouTube says, anyone standing on the side of good is an MVP. All of them, the known and the unknown. Your energy matters. Make sure that you're on the right side of history. And last but not least, Mushroom Dude on YouTube writes, Zohran's victory gave me so much hope that I didn't know I could feel. Like that will have such a positive impact on the future of politics. So those are the results. And I lied because there's one last award to give out. It's the I Love You Award. And that goes to you, viewers. now that I've bribed you, hit that like button because, putting out this award show, it's a lot of work. We've got to hire a set designer. We've got to rent a stage for it. We've got to work with the committee to come up with the nominations. I'm just going to stop talking. I'm delirious at this point. Listen, I want to know what you all thought. If the people weren't nominated that you thought should be nominated, sound off down below because I think you all have really good insight. I'd like to know particularly your scumbag and MVP of the year. I think those are the most interesting categories to me. So yeah, definitely sound off down below. But we'll see you next year for the 12th Humanist Report Awards. I'm Mike Figueredo, your host. Good night, everybody.
Up yours, up yours, up yours. Sons of bitches, bitches, bitches. Woke moralism, moralism.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for that amazing segment, Pastor Ben. Honestly, yes, please go show up at these data centers. Old school sit-ins. Sit down, do not let them do construction. Make them arrest you, and then they can do construction. But then keep showing up. More people will show up day after day after day. We've been doing that kind of stuff since, before I was born. We gotta bring it back. Bring back old school resistance. Now, my show today is going to be a bit different. We got two topics. I got one for the first hour, one for the second hour. Now, many, I live in Australia, and we recently had the Bondi shooting, and that was a horrific atrocity. It is already being capitalized on by the right wing. Now, I did a full stream on this to the point where Twitch banned me for it. I'm unbanned, don't worry about it. But just to give you a little bit of a recap, they are blaming Muslims for all of this, even though two of the heroes of the day, the two heroes, the one that disarmed one of the shooters, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, is a hero. He has been seen by the Prime Minister. The second hero is an unnamed asylum seeker who was accidentally shot by police, beat up by the crowd, and is now facing deportation. We will get to that. But just to really clarify, this is the cause. This is the real cause of the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia. This is a news headline from, mind you, a right-wing news source from just 10 months ago. I wonder, right? What could possibly be the cause? Jewish leaders warning after white supremacist boot camp on Melbourne Beach, neo-Nazi boot camp 10 months ago. But we're not going to go into that again. You can go and check out my video on YouTube of last stream for that, just on the NSN and the American connections. But today we're going to focus a bit more on the aftermath, what has happened since, because it's been really, really bad. But just to really hammer in that this is not Muslims hating Jews. This has not ever been the case. This is not the problem here. The Muslim community in Sydney, in Australia, has been furious about this. The funeral rites are even being denied to the shooters. In fact, here is a Jewish man and his statement on Ahmed Al-Ahmed, the hero.
Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He saved my life and my 4-year-old's life. If Ahmed Al-Ahmed didn't stop that guy, he was coming to do absolute horror, further horror to what happened. And I can only say thank you to that Muslim brother that came and took it upon himself and risked his own life to save us from further
Now, as a result of this event and the propaganda that's being pushed, many people aren't seeing stuff like this. They're seeing the posts on Twitter, they're seeing the NSN, they're seeing, just the general right-wing hatred on Twitter, and it's causing large amounts of violence throughout the planet. Here is an example just from yesterday in Canada. Muslim truck driver violently attacked in Montreal. Just truck driver, chilling. Getting chased by some other crazy person who was radicalized by reading stuff online, by watching even the mainstream media. Now, yesterday, I gave credit to Australia's mainstream media for openly talking about the fact that there is a neo-Nazi movement growing in this country. In fact, they even call themselves neo-Nazis. They're the National Socialist Network. They proudly will call themselves neo-Nazis on camera. But today, instead, we're seeing things like this. Now, mind you, they are lying in this video. Victorian police have effectively conceded that social media ban isn't working after 200 teenagers, mostly aged between 14 and 17, were able to organize the storming of a Woolworths store and post footage of it online. No, this is not about the social media ban. This is, well, let's just have a look first.
This TikTok, were they planning to, I guess, storm the Woolworths, or was that their plan, or just to meet up on the beach?
My understanding, there is an indication that through social media, the 150, 200 young people have gathered on the beach. And for one reason or other, they thought it was a great idea to go across the Woolworths store.
Do you have any idea?
For one reason, they thought it was a great idea. You want to know what actually happened? So what actually happened is on the beach, these 200 or so teenagers started a fight with pro-Gaza protesters. Mind you, many of which were also Jewish protesters. And then after this fight, went and trashed the Woolworths afterward.
Tell them to go. You're being provocative. You're allowed to be here, you're allowed to be here. They're disturbing the peace. No. At the moment, you're disturbing the peace.
The police saying you're disturbing the peace to the peaceful protesters, including many Jewish ones.
And we have been holding signs of peace at the
But of course, the media's going to continue to lie because we have folded entirely to the American propaganda narrative. In fact, there has been talk of a Cronulla riot too. Cronulla riots were back in the day very racist riot. It was a complicated issue, but it was primarily racism that caused it, and there is organizing for cracking skulls, as they're saying, happening at the moment, trying to create more tension, trying to create more violence. These are the same kids that went and trashed that Woolworths after they started attacking people at the beach. Police responding to reports at a brawl at Mordilioc supermarket with a large hostile group now gathered at a nearby pier. Officers say items are being thrown as they move to disperse the crowd. All of this starting with the propaganda, the narrative that Muslims are causing the violence, that Muslims are causing the anti-Semitism. In fact, they're continuing to lie. This happened today, brand new. This was the first I saw of it, actually. And then I saw the lie, interestingly enough. 7 Muslim men driving towards Bondi Beach have been arrested by Australian counter-terrorism police. Authorities described the action as precautionary. They detained the men after ramming their vehicles, acting on intelligence that they were reportedly heading towards Bondi Beach. These were just 7, this was going to the beach while brown, was their offense. That was it. That's literally it. And all of the media is reporting this as an actual counter-terrorism operation. We're not talking about where it started in Germany. America is pushing this at the moment. It's also pushing Germany towards the AfD. Police state, yeah, literally just going to the beach while brown. Now, interestingly enough, you know, being the truth here, what I see afterwards is the media spin. 7 arrested over possible violent act in Sydney. Nope. None of that is true. There was no possible violent act. There was no evidence leading to this. It was just 7 dudes going to the beach. I've yet to see any evidence presented on this.
7 people have been arrested by counter-terrorism police, stopping a possible violent act from being carried.
America is also pushing this shit in Britain. It's also coming from Russia. Russia has created reform in the UK. America works with Russia. America is pushing the AfD in Germany. America is pushing reform in the UK. America is pushing One Nation in Australia. It is all connected. The global right wing is all one movement. Please understand this, James Fox. No matter where you are in the world, whether you're in the United States, England, France, Germany, Israel, Australia, India, Russia, it doesn't matter. It's all the same right-wing movement. It's the same narrative. It's the same rhetoric. All of it. Everywhere. It is a global movement to, like a decentralized movement, to manufacture consent and to dismantle global democracy. And they are succeeding.
Carried out on city streets.
Let's go live now to Sydney reporter Nicole Dunn. Nicole, what more do we know?
Sarah, we know they all remain in police custody this morning and will be for some time as counter-terrorism police work to figure out the motives of this group who had travelled here to Liverpool from Victoria. One of the cars they were travelling in was rammed by a tactical operations unit here at a busy intersection. The men inside
ice-coated, huh?
Brained by zip ties before being arrested, some of them even ending up bloodied and injured in the altercation. Witnesses had reported seeing a gun on the scene, but that is yet to be confirmed by police. A short time later, a second car...
Shocker that that's yet to be confirmed by the police. So they ram into this car of people going to the beach. Some of them are bloodied and bruised, clearly, and they were arrested for just being brown. There's no evidence that's been presented.
I was intercepted, with the men inside also arrested just a few streets away. 9 newspapers are reporting that the group was headed towards Bondi, but the latest update we've had from police could not yet confirm a link with Sunday's terror attack. But this was no doubt a frightening turn of events for people here to witness, Sarah, given the week that Sydney has endured.
More now on those dramatic arrests in Sydney's southwest, with police revealing they received intelligence a violent act was possibly being planned. For more...
From who? What kind of intelligence? What was the potential violent act? Was it a bomb threat? Was it a potential shooting? There was no gun found on the scene. This was very quick response time for a potential threat. Now, I understand Sydney is on edge, but I don't know. I don't feel like they're really responding to the correct threats here. For example, I don't really see too much response to, I don't know, things like this. This happened just yesterday. Queensland mosque graffitied with swastika and Islamophobic slurs. 2 hours ago, in fact, actually, not yesterday. A pig, because for some reason these racists think that Muslims are vampires and pork is like garlic because it's haram. Yeah, no, swastikas, Nazis, because we have a literal open neo-Nazi movement, a proud one in fact.
Well, Queensland police are investigating after a North Brisbane mosque was vandalised with anti-Semitic messages and Islamophobic hate speech overnight. Our reporter Molly Slattery joins us now from the scene. Hi there, Molly. Just take us through what we know about what's happened there.
Good morning, Mel. It's pretty distressing stuff we've seen today. Now, Queensland Police are investigating this act of vandalism here at a mosque in Bald Hills. It's in North Brisbane. Now, we've spoken to some of the leaders at this mosque here. They say this all unfolded late on Wednesday night. About 10 p.m, a person wearing a face covering arrived with black spray paint, and they've scrawled some really distressing symbols and text across this wall of the mosque behind me. Now, we've seen anti-Semitic anti-Semitic and Islamophobic hate speech, as well as a swastika. It's incredibly distressing stuff considering.
Now, mind you, not every state is the same. Western Australia has already passed a law making it illegal to do a Nazi salute, for example. So there is a difference where you are. It depends. For example, I showed yesterday when there was a Nazi rally in South Australia, everyone didn't realize initially, but once they started saying Nazi stuff, they were like, oh, the Nazis ruined it, and then they left. However, that is not the case in Melbourne, for example. The Nazis there are far more prominent. That's clearly not the case in Sydney, for example. And possibly in Brisbane. I'm not sure. Queensland's a bit weird. It's kind of our Florida. North Queensland is a bit more insane than southern Queensland.
The week that we have had across the country. Now, we've heard from Queensland Police that they're increasing patrols at this mosque. Today is Friday prayers. We'll have about 400 people at this mosque today, so there will be a police presence here to protect those people coming to pray. We've been told they're appealing to the public for anyone with information who may know something about this graffiti attack. Now,
yeah, it was the NSN. Duh.
We've heard from the team here at the mosque that the community is entirely rattled by this act. They say it's not something they've had to face in recent times, but they are getting a lot of support from the community and certainly a lot of support from Queensland Police. So hopefully a little bit more information to come, but definitely if anyone has seen or heard anything in relation to this incident, definitely reach out to police.
Well, I suppose I will reach out to Queensland Police and I will send them my sources on the NSN. Now, I would like to point out, for example, that maybe, just maybe, something like, one second. Something like maybe this right here could potentially be responsible. Now, don't worry about the caption is incorrect, but this is members of the NSN and other Nazi groups in Australia talking about their plans going forward. This was pretty recent. It's obviously on Rumble.
How do you see National Socialism fitting into a modern day Australia?
Well, I mean, the rehabilitation of Hitler, I think, is absolutely crucial across the West. As long as our enemies can basically, every time a nationalist movement arises, whether it's, you know...
Just right off the bat, rehabilitation of Hitler. These people should never be allowed to see sunlight again. They should be in prison forever.
As weak as a sort of a Charlie Kirk type civic nationalism, or whether it's Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell, mind you, the New Zealander national who is in Australia claiming that we should ban all immigrants in Australia.
All that the establishment has to do at the moment is say Hitler and genocide.
Yeah, I wonder why.
6 million Jews. And it's like anything else you want to say is destroyed, because that emotional argument basically said, you know, the never again mob. So that has to be taken down. People have to start.
Well, we were much better off until Bondi happened, Boku. Much, much better off until Bondi happened.
Understanding.
Now, obviously we got some problems, kind of like this. Neo-Nazi leader Thomas Sowell claims they're close to forming a political party. This was 9 days ago. 9 days ago! I showed this yesterday, but let's just have a look again. Mind you, this guy gets arrested like every 2 weeks. He loves being in court. It is his way of making the media. They make propos out of it. They love arresting, they love being arrested, rather. But they think that they can manage.
Neo-Nazi leader Thomas Sowell has told the media...
Again, by the way, 10 News, this is a right-wing news organization. Imagine Fox News openly talking about how right-wingers are neo-Nazis. There is a chance still for some change. Most Australians do not like Nazis. Most Australians do not like America. But this is a fucking problem. I wonder where the anti-Semitism and Islamophobia is coming from.
Neo-Nazi leader Thomas Sewell has told the media today he now has the required numbers to register as a political party, part of the group's agenda to expand nationally. The claim followed a court appearance related to the attack on Camp Sovereignty, with he and several supporters facing jail time if found guilty of charges related to the violence.
Dressed in all-black uniforms, 14 of the National Socialist Network appeared in court, related to charges over an attack at Indigenous site Camp Sovereignty after a March for Australia rally.
Yeah, they did their little Nazi rally and then they went and assaulted people on camera.
Stand by your actions at Camp Sovereignty that day?
I am 100% proud of fighting for Australia and fighting to defend those that were...
Yeah, we're not going to listen to you talk, dipshit. But just to really underline how much these people are hated in this country, even though the police will bail them out, even though the police won't really go too hard on them, they do. They do. Like in Adelaide, for example, this video, the ones that were bailed out were also run down by police on horseback.
Was arrested after swearing at police while the group's leader is still behind bars tonight.
One by one,
Happy Australia Day, ma'am.
a steady stream of white supremacists step out of the City Watch House after appearing in court, all singing from the same song sheet.
Was it worth it?
Happy Australia Day. Happy Australia Day, guys.
Still holding flags flown during their far-right rally, they called for white power.
What did you want to say about your arrest?
16 National Socialist Network members were arrested. Most fronted court today and were granted bail, while a supporter who arrived to pick up his friends voiced his views.
Why can't we accept other cultures in Australia?
Why should we?
Joel Davis, mind you, who has now been arrested and I believe deported? It might not be him that got deported, but he has also been arrested for threatening a politician. Yeah, we're not going to watch him again. Just giving an underlying, explanation, because here is what the media is talking about now. Now, this is what it looks like. Victorian Premier warns protesters to avoid Melbourne CBD 3 hours ago.
Well, the Victorian Premier is warning protesters to stay away from Melbourne CBD this weekend, with local business leaders raising concerns after the terror attack in Bondi. For more, let's bring in Sally Curtin from the Victorian Chamber of Commerce. Sally, good morning to you. Look, Jewish leaders are calling the planned protest morally bankrupt.
No, they're not. Zionist leaders are calling the planned protest morally bankrupt. Many Jews are taking part in these protests.
It would be an abomination if this goes ahead this weekend.
An abomination, in fact, Is it an abomination to have Nazi rallies in Victoria where the Nazi gets to speak at the state capitol flanked by police officers?
Yes, agreed. Victorian community, just like the Sydney and New South Wales community, is in shock, grief, despair, lots of anxiety. And the last thing we need this weekend is a protest.
Okay, so are they going to do anything?
The Jewish community is in shock, huh? The Jewish community is, very angry about this? Then how come?
Sorry about everything that happened over here. Oh, Sydney. Appreciate you saying that. No problem. You celebrate Hanukkah? I'm Muslim. You're Muslim? Yeah. But I'm gonna give you a hug. The fact that you're saying that, in the Jewish community, I got it all the time, but this is the first time I get it from a Muslim, so it means so much to me now. No, absolutely, brother. We're all in this together. We're in this together, in the same world we are, so let's just add in light. Peace and love, that's all we got. Inshallah. Inshallah. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, brother. What's your name? Rabbi Levi. Rabbi Levi Farouk. Yeah, Farouk. My pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Yes, of course, the Jewish community is enraged by the anti-genocide protests, even though so many of them show up. I have been to the anti-genocide protests in my city. I see so many Jewish people there. So many. Every time. Every single time. And one more thing on this before we move just a little bit more forward into what's happening in Australia. This is a video that I showed on my stream I really, really, really cannot underline how important this is, because this is what actual Muslims believe, and everyone else who says otherwise is either dumb, hasn't read any of the texts, the trilogy as I like to call it, the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran, and or they're lying to you. One or the other.
Assalamu alaikum and hi everyone. I am utterly disgusted, horrified at what happened yesterday at Bondi Beach. First of all, I'd like to send my condolences to the families that are grieving, suffering by losing their loved ones. I'd like to wish my beloved brother Ahmed Al-Ahmed a speedy recovery. You are my hero. I would have done exactly the same thing that you've done. As for these terrorists, I wish you hell. You don't know how frustrated I am. You don't know how angry I am at you. I ask God the Almighty to deal with you in the manner that you deserve. Did you not hear what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said? And whomever kills a soul, it is like they've killed the whole of humanity. And whomever saves a soul, it is like they saved the whole of humanity.
That is what the religion actually believes. It is also very much the same in Christianity. Yes, if you kill somebody, you have killed the whole of humanity. If you save somebody, you've saved the whole of humanity. So much of Western culture is built on Islamophobia that dates back to the Crusades era. The Crusades happened because of Christians lying about Muslims converting Christians by the sword, a thing that is specifically outlawed in the Quran, because a lot of Christians were converting to Islam at the time. And ever since then, this narrative has persisted. It's for a reason. They're both Abrahamic religions. Yes, in fact, Muslims literally only exist in their belief because Jesus was correct, was the prophet, and then Christians started lying about Jesus for money. And so they needed an update. That's literally what Muslims believe. That's why the Quran exists. They would have been followers of Jesus. That's what they believe. Mind you, I am not religious. I don't believe in any of the religions. And I keep having to find myself defending all of them. I defend Christianity like I'm a goddamn pastor, like I'm Pastor Ben. I'm not Christian. I'm not Muslim. I'm not Jewish, and yet I have to defend all of these because everyone lies about them. ISIS is not Muslim, evangelical Christians are not Christian, and Zionists are not Jewish. All of those beliefs are fundamentally contradictory. They cannot coexist together.
As I was watching
Read the books.
The news unfold yesterday, I was so angry. I could not believe that this is happening. And all I can say, we are all grieving together at the moment. So let's take precaution. If you ever want to say something in this specific, allow me to say, time, say good or be quiet. Don't fuel the situation. And this is my advice to politicians.
Now, we saw one of the heroes being actually referred to as a hero, Ahmed Al-Ahmed. This man was one of the ones that disarmed one of the shooters, the father and son shooter duo, did not shoot the shooter and then got shot by the second shooter. Even the Prime Minister went and thanked him. The community raised $2.5 million for him. Also insane comparatively to American police response. But then the second hero who helped stop the second shooter, well, unfortunately, he was mistakenly shot by the police and then beat up by the crowd. This one, we don't know the name of, is an asylum seeker. And guess what? Guess what? How Australia is going to thank this Australian hero who also displayed every Australian value that the Prime Minister thanked Ahmed Al-Ahmed for. How are they thanking him? Well, Bondi bystander who ran towards gunmen facing deportation. First off, shit headline, should maybe mention the fact that the police shot him as well. This man should not only be receiving citizenship, but should be also considered a national hero. The refugee worked his way towards the footbridge using cars and trees for cover before kicking the weapon away from the gunman, and then got beat up and shot, and now is facing deportation for it. I wonder why they didn't release his name. I wonder why, right? Meanwhile, if you are wondering maybe why the police response may have been weak, first off, just to be fair here, the response by the public predated even the first shot being fired. The police were there, but the public had already been trying to disarm the shooters before they fired off a shot. The first two victims, unfortunately, were an elderly Jewish couple who saw one of the shooters taking the gun out of his car, tried to disarm him, and became the first two victims, unfortunately. But if you're wondering about more of the police response, I would like to show you Exhibit A. The AFP, Australia's federal police, our version of the FBI, was grilled in Australian Parliament last year about inciting autistic Muslim children to become snipers and plant bombs. Now, I don't believe this has anything to do with the Bondi shooting. I believe, well, possibly, maybe not the AFP. I blame that on American influence. I blame that on the NSN. I blame that on the Atlas Network. I blame that on CPAC Australia. Not anything really else. And obviously, the shooters themselves. But this makes you really think, huh?
Given the age of the individual, and you've noted he was 13 at the time, and then became 14, we put in place significant safeguards in terms of how that person was engaged. And again, noting all operational strategies in relation to this matter were jointly agreed through set processes and constructs to the JCT with Victoria Police and ASIO. And ultimately, as a result of our action, the DPP agreed to the laying of 2 serious charges.
And the court found that, in fact, it was the AFP that was radicalising the child. And I'll read you the conclusion from the magistrate. By its conduct in attempting to radicalise TC for the purposes of gaining evidence to prosecute TC for the offences with which he's been charged, the AFP has completely and inevitably undermined the therapeutic process initiated by TC's parents and the Countering Violent Extremism to seek to help to engage TC in the therapeutic and rehabilitative process. The radicalisation was happening as a result of the actions of your own officers.
Senator,
do you accept the magistrate's finding?
Listen, we acknowledge the magistrate's finding, we accept the finding, but...
So they admit that they radicalized the 13-year-old boy with autism into a terrorist. The police, the federal police.
Radicalising the kids.
Final question.
You're radicalising a 13-year-old boy with autism. Has anyone been held to account? Have you been held to account?
Okay.
Has the undercover operatives been held to account? Has anyone been held to account for this?
Final question.
So just in relation to that question, it was not our position, not our intent to
you did it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't matter whether it was your intent or not. You did it. You are in a position of authority. You did something wrong. You should face consequences. Like, it's just that simple. This is not, you accidentally gave somebody a speeding ticket. You created a terrorist. You radicalized the 13-year-old autistic boy into becoming a sniper and tried to convince him to plant bombs as part of an entrapment plan.
But if you can let me finish the question, Senator. The person was on the path to radicalisation long before we became involved, long before Victoria Police came involved.
It was the AFP who recommended he become a sniper and a suicide bomber.
Senator.
It was the AFP.
Literally. First off, a 13-year-old on the path to radicalization can be de-radicalized. That is, common sense. When you push them further, and you can't go back and claim they were on that path for the longest time. No. It was the Australian Federal Police who recommended he became a suicide bomber and a sniper. According to Parliament...
He who recommended he become a sniper and a suicide bomber.
Senator.
It was the AFP who put that in his mind. A 13-year-old boy with autism with an IQ of 71. Is anyone held to account for this? This obscene abuse obscene abuse of power and authority.
So, Senator, that was not our intent and not our purpose.
It's what you...
I don't care. You should be in prison or fired at the very least.
Did.
Senator, it wasn't our intent in terms of the actions.
It's what you did.
So in terms of you following up from that question, there's a range of reviews
This is functionally, we were just following orders, by the way.
that are happening in relation to this matter. More than happy.
Shameful.
More than happy to come
Thank you,
back before,
Senator.
as a matter of transparency
Shameful.
and confidence, I'm more than happy to come back before this committee and take.
Not even a hint of remorse. Not like, you know, I agree, it's shameful, it shouldn't have happened. You're not even saying that. It wasn't our intent. Not, I'm sorry, it was shameful, it shouldn't have happened, we are conducting, you can just lie, even, say conducting an investigation. It's not like you're gonna get any, like, consequences for that. No, there's literally zero regret for this.
You're here with no consequences.
Senator,
They're out there with no
your
consequences.
time's
No one's ever held to
expired.
account.
We're going
And
to
this poor
move
kid's
on.
wife
Senator
and the family who trusted the
Shoebridge,
police.
your time has expired.
And nothing has happened.
See, this is why people say ACAB. This is why. This is the federal police, this is the FBI of Australia. These are the protect and serve. These are the counter-terrorism. People like what? The same type of people who are currently arresting, I don't know, dudes for being brown and trying to go to the beach? Or maybe, just maybe, he should stop defending it and reconcile the fact that he did something wrong. No? This was a year ago. This was a year ago. Mind you, again, today we're seeing this rise in like Islamophobia, anti-Semitism in this country, and it is also being pushed by the United States. It's also not just Islamophobia being pushed by the United States. Do you know how many messages I saw of like, oh, guess gun control doesn't work? We haven't had a mass shooting in Australia for 30 years, and one of the only reasons that it is now easier to do so is because of people like Pauline Hanson working with the United States, caught on camera even, I'll show that clip as well, specifically watering down Australia's gun laws for the last decade and a half. But first, just, like, come on.
Does he give you a vibe of a peaceful
gives me the
Muslim?
vibes of someone who's doing the right thing.
He gives me the vibe of a peaceful human being. Okay? But check this out.
He's a hero.
Even one peaceful Muslim who could have taken the guy's father's life when he walked away, gave him mercy. The other guy still, with the mercy that was given to him, didn't return the mercy and came back and killed him. You let a snake go and you're like, you know what, I'm going to spare this guy's life. Do you think you let the snake be in the backyard while your kids are playing, that snake's going to spare your kid's life?
Every accusation is a confession. This is what I believe of Nazis.
No mercy for you. They're not wired like you. They don't think like you. They don't live like you. They don't have the same values like you.
All confessions. This is how I see Nazis.
They live in a very different way, folks. They live in a very different way. Even if only 10% of them are extremists and they believe in the jihadists and all these other things that they follow. Even if they do.
By the way, it's not even 10%.
Even if it's 10%. Even if it's 10%. 10% alone is more powerful than the 90%. Because the 90%, you notice, he didn't even do anything to take the guy's life. He gave him mercy.
Yeah, and that's a problem for you. Americans can't imagine stopping gun violence without shooting people. You notice how the bad guy with a gun was stopped by two good guys without guns. And by the way, imagine if we had like AR-15s. These were bolt-action rifles. In fact, studies indicate that 6,000% less casualties than what would have happened had this been in the United States, had this had American gun laws in this country. And you know who's trying to bring American gun laws to this country? It's people like this, people like Pauline Hanson. Just 6 years ago, Pauline Hanson suggested that were, quote, a lot of questions about the Port Arthur massacre, all while courting millions of dollars in NRA donations to help weaken Australia's gun laws. This, right here, has been a long-term strategy. Slowly, slowly, slowly. In fact, I'm going to find you a clip of them saying very specifically it's kind of like spreading Vegemite on bread. You don't put a whole chunk on it on there. You got to spread a little bit and get them used to the taste first.
He said it would actually take a massacre in Tasmania to change the government.
Wow.
Have you heard that?
I hadn't heard that one.
Have a look at it. It was set up by Parliament.
No, it's that whole September 11 thing too.
Those shots, precision shots, to them around. I've read the book on it, caught up.
Yeah.
All the questions there. And MPs.
Regardless, I'm not going to look for that video. It doesn't matter. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. The thing is, I'm wondering, right? When I did a whole stream about this, pointing out the NSN, pointing out the ties of the NSN to the sovereign citizen movement, pointing out those ties to the Atlas Network, people like Gina Reinhardt with strong connections to US companies, the fossil fuel industry, CPAC Australia, I got banned from Twitch. Now, I wonder, the reason they cited I got banned from Twitch was that I was promoting, encouraging, or facilitating the discrimination or denigration of a group of people based on their protected characteristics. Mind you, all of these allegations were the literal opposite of everything that I was doing. Posting combination of words and emotes in chat to promote denigration based on race, not true. Praising or supporting a hate crime, literally the opposite. But my favorite right here, advocating for the exclusion of a group of people based on disability. Now, I did submit my appeal. I never got a response, though. I don't understand, because that's why I posted this. I asked Twitch and Twitch support. I still want to know. What are you calling Americans a disability or Nazism a disability? You know, like, I don't want to break the rules. If I'm being ableist and making fun of disabled people, I need to know who the disabled people that are now, like, being referred to as such. Is it Americans or is it Nazis? I don't know. I don't know. Which Twitch, personally, explain to me which of these groups is the disabled people that I am being ableist against. I really need to know. I'm really curious. I bet you they won't answer me, though. Alright, now we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to talk about the United States and the Nazis over there. But before we get to that, I feel like just a little bit of an icebreaker. I want to show you guys an incredibly funny video that I saw this morning. I'm going to show you two because I finished that segment just a little bit early. But I don't understand. I mean, I understand. It's just listen.
Vaginoplasty, a procedure a child does not need, costs $60,000. Shockingly, a phalloplasty, the creation of a penis, costs, on average, in America, according to this data, high quality, $150,000 per child. I do believe, with doing some work, that these prices have continued to increase with increasing manufactured demand. And I must point out that the creation of a vagina, in that case of a phalloplasty, or a scrotoplasty where you add testicles, that's extra. Vaginoplasty.
Dr. Oz says testicles cost extra. That was the only bit of this that I cared about. It was just so funny to me. Christopher Zablante, is that V speaking or Johnny Silverhand? I honestly can't tell anymore half the time. When we start a conversation with the word vaginoplasty, things are going to be rough. I guess so, yeah. It's just, if you add testicles, that's extra is just incredible. It's incredible. One more time.
That these prices have continued to increase with increasing manufactured demand. And I must point out that the creation of a vagina, in that case of a phalloplasty, or a scrotoplasty where you add testicles, that's extra.
Love it. This man used to be a real doctor, mind you, like a long time ago. He started grifting with his TV show, but before that he was like a legitimate surgeon. Like he was an actual doctor. Now he dresses like Trump and grifts. Shame to the Turkish community, really. When all infants have a boomy stick, everyone is safer. Just give them to teachers. Bondi Blondie should have had flying guardian patrols in the streets, normal things. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Fucking insane. It's a wild thing for him to say on stage. Yeah. Maybe you want to bring down the prices of healthcare? Yeah, you would think that that would be the rational response, but no. Alright, one more funny thing, just because we do have the time, because I finished this early. Did you know that technically you can sue Satan in the United States? Now, you're not going to win generally because you can't physically serve Satan with papers, but there is a brand new lawsuit that is just chef's kiss. And it's probably not going to go anywhere, but I love it all the same.
To sue Satan, the devil, Lucifer in court all the time. Yes, that's Satan. In this respect, there is no provision that allows a court to dismiss a lawsuit against Satan for silliness, because how do we know that Satan doesn't exist, right? We're not going to get into the weeds there, right? That's opening up a can of worms we don't want to deal with. All of the court opinions ultimately dismissing these lawsuits are very serious. They're like, listen, this is where these lawsuits typically fail. One, for lack of jurisdiction. Number two, you have to show and prove that you have served the defendant with the complaint and the summons. There is no address for the devil that you've provided for us that we could possibly cite here, that you could have possibly gone to.
By the way, you can sue God, by the way, and win.
Serve them with process. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to dismiss your case. The only reason why I mention all of this up front is because there is a new Satan lawsuit on deck on the docket, filed November 13th in DC, captioned Moon versus Satan. Let's just check it out. This is the cover page off the bat. Already loving the artistic liberties that were taken with the red font right there, and up at the top over here, judgment is coming, and asks for $7 billion, which is, you know, I think they're lowballing it. Grand jury trial demanded. All right, cool. COVID-19 host, hoax, or Holy Spirit. Cool. This top part, which is kind of hard to read, says, from the kingdom of Adrian der Deemer, by proclamation and decree, under the blood of Yeshua, Jesus Christ, the Messiah, ... Nothing to add. Plaintiff, Adrian D'Amico Moon, an individual recipient of SNAP and suing in his official capacity as czar of homelessness and anti-Semitic reform.
Czar of homelessness and anti-Semitic reform. I hope this is against anti-Semitism. I imagine it is because of the plaintiffs of this lawsuit.
Versus Satan,
Sorry, the defendant.
The fallen loser, a spiritual being and being sued in his official capacity as ruler of this world, Donald John Trump Jr., aka Teflon Don, an individual and being sued in his official capacity as president of the United States of America, a bunch of other people, and does 1 through 350, inclusively. Now, the best part of this,
mind you, it still blows my mind that Donald Trump has had the nickname Teflon Don since the 80s, like specifically meaning charges don't stick to him. All of New York knew this man was connected to the mob since the 80s, like the Russian mob, the Italian mob, all of it, and people still elected him president, but sure. This is an interesting one because you can serve the devil in this case.
is he's referring to Satan and all of these people as Satan et al. So Donald J. Trump Jr. is inclusively Satan. Just making sure we're clear. For decades, defendants, Satan et al., have come against plaintiffs to steal, kill, and destroy.
You can't sue Cthulhu, you can't serve him. You can serve God because of how the law is worded. Acts of God, for example, you can sue for. Also, it's God is omnipresent, so like he always would have the lawsuit. Also, God has a house, it's the church. It's much more difficult. Now, I suppose you might be able to sue Satan if you go to like the Satanic Temple and serve them, but
capitalized by shutdown of his government to avoid paying SNAP payments and issuing executive orders to pay plaintiff his $7 billion from being kidnapped for ransom from Altadena, California, spending 10 years in California prisons and 16 months in DOC, DC jail, to chill plaintiff from exercising his rights in his protected class and grand theft of approximately $1 billion in personal and real estate properties. Plaintiff are therefore forced to seek this court's intervention to forestall further irreparable harm and damages, duress, and actual cost and punitive damages from Satan and his underlings' evil, vicious, heinous, Hamas domestic terror illegal actions. This court.
They called him Hamas. I love it so much. Moon v. Satan et al., everybody. Love it. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Alright, now let's get to the real news. We got some dark stuff coming out of the US today. Word salad? Absolutely. Hilarious? Yes. Worth it? Yes. Should more of this happen? Absolutely. Now, this is unexpected and insane. I'm sure you've seen this. A lot of people thought this was a joke. We have launched the Patriot Games.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. But I promise there will. In the fall, we will host the.
I still haven't found the full clip where I say, where he, like, oh no, sorry, I did. I promise is like trans people. Okay, so we're doing Hunger Games. One man and one woman from every state is going to compete in the Patriot Games. I wonder what it will be. I honestly don't know. May the odds be ever in your favor, I guess. I really don't imagine it being anything really special, but I just like thinking about the fact of 100 Nazis being put into an arena and only one lives. I really hope they do that. That would be based of the president if he were to do it. It would make things a lot better, honestly. I'm not against that, but the real thing is there's a historical parallel here. It's actually just Nazi stuff. As usual, it's not the Hunger Games. It's not that fun. It's just more Nazi stuff, unfortunately. Speaking of more Nazi stuff, this came out recently. We're just going full in, aren't we? This is from yesterday. John Kennedy, Grill's nominee in Congress. You believe that folks with handicaps should not be allowed to marry. This man admits it. This is literal Nazi stuff. One of the first groups that the Nazis went after were disabled people. Let's take a listen.
House, Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Olson, I believe I looked at your resume. You are an elder in the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America. Is that correct?
Yes, very Christian of you to think that handicapped people should not be able to get married. Jesus would approve 100%. God damn, I wish the Christians were right and Jesus would come back and whip these people to tears.
I am an ordained elder in the RPCNA. I am not actively serving.
In August of 2015, you gave a sermon at the Second Reformed Presbyterian Church. Do you remember that?
2015, I think that might have been a Sunday school lecture, but I spoke, yes.
During that sermon, you said that marriage was not intended for all people, including, and I'm going to quote your words, our handicapped friends are our persons with physical disabilities that might prevent the robust marriage that we're called to, close quote. Did you say that?
I think I did, Senator, yes.
You believe that folks with handicaps and physical disabilities should not be able to marry?
No, Senator. I was explaining the meaning of Christ's words that some, to use Christ's terms, are eunuchs by birth, and explaining.
Yeah, no, not Christ's words. Not Christ's words. These people literally never quote Jesus. These people don't believe in any of Jesus' teachings. Again, Jesus was functionally a communist. He was proto-Marx. The closest this planet ever got to communism was immediately after the death of Jesus. Jesus was a brown Palestinian who was arrested by state enforcers for advocating for the abolition of private property and being nice to foreigners. Killed, and yeah, that was it. And then after he was killed, his closest friends and followers then actually did what he wanted, sold all of their stuff, pulled their money together, and created a commune until the Roman enforcers came and ruined that too. None of these people believe in Jesus.
That the meaning of that verse in the context of those who are called to singleness, and that there are various reasons why individuals don't get married.
They don't want you to have babies, Shade Dragon. The current plan is depopulating. They want more people to die first.
But what about folks who are handicapped or who have developmental disabilities?
I was using that example as an illustration of why some don't get married, not as a kind.
Yeah, no, you're full of shit because you just said a moment ago, no. I'm using Jesus' words saying these people shouldn't get married. I think people like you shouldn't have the right to speak at all, actually.
Kind of reason why someone shouldn't. It was illustrative of the condition in which some find themselves, but certainly not in any stretch of the imagination suggesting that they couldn't or shouldn't, merely that in some cases they don't.
Literally not what you said a minute and 30 seconds ago. It'd be real cool if Senate Dems kind of stopped confirming people and pulled their eyes out of their ass. It'd be really cool if Senate Dems actually worked for us and not the same people these people work for. For example, right now everyone's losing their shit at the Vanity Fair article that came out because Susie Wiles said a lot of stuff that possibly she thought was off the record. They clearly need her because no one is mad about it. She called the president a alcoholic's personality, said Elon Musk is a committed ketamine addict, stuff like that. But Susie Wiles runs the show. They could not function without her. But I want you to understand that this is on purpose. This is not an accidental leak. This is not her saying so much that she's out. No. This is her both propping herself up for if the ship were to sink, but also kind of just setting the tone for their base for any potential surprises like a war with Venezuela, the Epstein files coming out, which are currently being redacted.
Susie Wiles tells Whipple this: some clinical psychologist that knows 1 million times more than I do will dispute what I'm going to say, but high-functioning alcoholics, or alcoholics in general, their personalities are exaggerated when they drink. And so I'm a little bit of an expert in big personalities, Wiles said. Trump has, quote, an alcoholic's personality. He, quote, operates with the view that there's nothing he can't do, nothing, zero, nothing.
I sure hope that's true, because that's when people make mistakes. I don't care about this, besides the fact that they look like losers in every single photo. I'm not going to go through the photos. Personally, plenty of people have. I might show one video if we have time about it, but I have a lot more important things to show. But I do want to touch on one important bit from this that I did catch, and this is a quote from the photographer, where there are moments that you missed, anything that happened that's on the cutting room floor. I don't think there's anything that I missed that I wish I'd gotten, but I'll give you a little anecdote. Stephen Miller was perhaps the most concerned about the portrait session. He asked, should I smile or not? And I said, how would you want to be portrayed? We agreed that we would do a bit of both, and then when we were finished, he came up to me, shook my hand, and said goodbye, and he says to me, you know, you have a lot of power in the discretion you use to be kind to people. I looked at him, and I said, you know, you do too. Now, obviously, that takes a lot of courage to say to Stephen Miller. What makes it even funnier, by the way, is apparently, Vanity Fair photographer Christopher Anderson posted the story on his Instagram, suggesting that he intentionally posed Stephen Miller underneath a painting of Native Americans. And before we get to the painting, I do want to say I love this photo because it is very intentionally being lit from the side, and it's making him look two-faced on purpose. The shadow is directly covering half of his face. That is an intentional decision. Christopher Anderson is a fantastic photojournalist. But I do love just the fact that trolling him like this. And the one other thing I will really say is J.D. Vance owes Vanity Fair at least $1,200. So apparently J.D. Vance said, I'll give you $100 for every person you make look really shitty compared to me, and $1,000 if it's Marco. J.D. Vance's portrait looks disgusting, but he looks downright flattering comparatively to the rest of them. Marco Rubio looks like he literally contracted skin cancer from being MAGA, and it's killing him. Like, it looks like he is actively dying from trying to transition from neocon to MAGA. It's sad. The detail on this, like, oh my goodness. Now, you know what? We do still have time. Technically, I wasn't even going to start America until 2 minutes from now. I'm getting through this pretty fast. Good thing I have a lot. Let's just have a look at an actual photojournalist break down some of these photos, because I do agree with these. The actual article isn't important as much as the way that these photos make you feel.
For these Vanity Fair photos by Christopher Anderson could be a masterclass in professional photography, and I'm going to tell you why. Starting with this photo of J.D. Vance, I think this one is my favorite. Okay, he's backed up against a wall. We don't do this with portrait photography unless it's like an interesting wall. Not to mention, his shadow is cast against the wall, but the lighting on his face still looks really flat. This was done on purpose. The baseboard is really high, making him look very small. Read between the lines on all of that. It's not just that these aren't edited out. He looks small, he's backed up against the wall, and he looks very one-dimensional in this photo. Next, we have this photo of Caroline Levitt, where the first thing
Okay, wait, before the Caroline Levitt thing, explain to me how Caroline Levitt is 28 years old. She is younger than me. She has crow's feet on the wrong side of her face. Thank you, Jet. And it looks like her lip injections were done by a chiropractor. Like what is wrong? Like, I mean, I know evil ages you. I know evil just makes you look bad. But this is the face of like a 55-year-old woman. I want to see a birth certificate. I cannot believe that she is younger than me. That she's 28 years old. I can't believe it. I need to see a birth certificate.
Levitt, where the first thing I noticed was that the light is shining directly on her face, and it's not soft light. This is harsh, bright light meant to show every wrinkle and every pore. What everyone else is pointing out is also what I saw.
The orange nose from shoving her nose straight up Trump's ass every day is very clear.
Her mouth is full of holes. That has to be a metaphor. Next, we have Steve Miller, who looks drunk or something. But what I
didn't even notice the gut hanging out.
love about this isn't that his gut's hanging out and he looks super gluttonous. It is that the lighting is coming from the side. This was done purposefully because if you look at his face, he looks two-faced. Half of his face is dark, half of his face.
I didn't see the gut until this came up, though. I was still focused on his face.
That also was done intentionally. And finally, we have this photo.
And you look weak as hell, Marco. But, you know, this is a redacted photo of Marco. Here's the unredacted, the real version of this, actually. That's the... I'm kidding. All right, let's get to, like, the more important stuff. So, you guys ready for some horrors? Because here we go. ISIS kidnapped a U.S. citizen, not the first time. An immigration attorney, Victoria Slatton, has a client who was born in Maryland, a U.S.-born citizen. ICE took her into custody on December 16th. That alone should terrify you. Yeah, you're not safe. They've been doing that for a while. Her legal team filed habeas corpus, the legal protection meant to stop the government from disappearing people, and a court granted and issued the injunction stating that she cannot be deported or moved out of the jurisdiction. She is a U.S.-born citizen. ICE still ignored the court order. Even after being given her valid U.S. birth certificate, ICE moved her anyway, transferring her to Louisiana, a widely known stop as the final stop before deportation. This was someone born in the United States.
My name is Victoria Slatton. I'm an immigration attorney. I currently have a client who is a U.S. citizen who is in ICE custody. She was taken yesterday under very suspicious circumstances, in my opinion, and we have been desperately trying to get her out. We filed habeas last night that was supposed to protect her from being moved and keep her in the jurisdiction. The court actually ruled, giving us an injunction that said she was not allowed to be moved from the jurisdiction and that she was not allowed to be deported. Despite that, and despite ICE having her birth certificate that shows that she was very clearly born in Maryland, they did move her to Louisiana. That is not a good sign. That is usually a last stop before deportation. They're blatantly ignoring orders from the court. They're not allowing me access to my client, and I am at a loss. And I'm incredibly angry. It is an indisputable fact that she was born inside the United States. I've seen her birth certificate. We have immunization records. We have multiple affidavits from people who were there at her birth. I personally called the hospital and they confirmed that they do.
Yeah, like I was going to say LMAO first time. Yeah, no, this has been happening.
We have records. They just cannot release them at this time, but we are working on getting additional evidence, but we have her birth certificate. That should be enough. She never should have been picked up in the first place. I am asking if anyone in the media is willing to cover this story. She has 2 sisters who are willing to speak. I'm also asking for basically any resources, any help. I've gone to her congressman. I'm doing everything we can on the legal side, but I am at a loss because this is so far beyond what I ever thought I would be fighting for. So please at least like and share this video. If you are a journalist or if you know a journalist, please reach out to me. My email is in my bio. I'd really like more coverage on this. Thank you.
Well, I didn't reach out to her, but I covered it anyway. I probably will reach out to her. Mind you, it's worse. They're also making it so that you can't contact these people. No, I know, Buncourt. I know you're laughing because you're coping because of how bad it is, and I'm gonna say the worst part in a bit, but I really want to build up to it first. I need you to understand this is about disappearing you.
Hi, I am trying to set up a communication account for a detainee. I don't have their A number, which is required to set up the account, and I was hoping you could help me with that.
No, ma'am. They're going to have to be able to give that to you. We can't give it out.
So their family is not in the country. They haven't heard from them in a week. And so what other ways do we have if they're unable to make the phone call to give out that number?
There's no other way. They can't contact them. We can't help right there.
Is there a way I left my phone number with you?
No, ma'am.
And what if I wanted to write them a letter?
I can write them, but they still need your A number.
I need to have the A number on the letter for it to arrive to them.
Mm-hmm.
This was your family member or loved one who was detained. What would you do? How would you go about trying to contact them?
I would hope they'd contact me.
And how are they supposed to contact you? Huh? Yeah, 100% the media is already fully aware and complicit. That's why they're not picking up her story. Yep, absolutely.
I wouldn't have a choice. I mean, it goes against our policy.
If they're unable to do that, though, because they don't have the phone number to call out to give their A number to someone, it's sort of like a chicken and egg situation, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any other suggestions?
No, ma'am.
There's no other way to deposit. I mean, I know you all use Getting Out, which I know requires the A number. I've talked to other facilities that also might use like Western Union or things like that. Are there any other ways to get money into a detainee's account that don't require that number?
No.
Okay, and there's no way for me to leave a message with you that can get to a detainee?
No, ma'am.
What law, Shade Dragon? Last week, Buncourt came on and we talked about the death of the law. You want to know what the law is? Let me ask you a question. Trump declares fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. What is the penalty for smuggling weapons of mass destruction into the country? Mandatory penalty. It's a capital offense. Who are they blaming primarily as the people smuggling drugs into the country like fentanyl? Brown people. Mind you, it is not. It's mostly white Americans who do so, but that's unimportant here because that's not the point. Now, if it is mandatory death penalty to smuggle drugs into the country, and they are blaming, or smuggling fentanyl at the very least, brown people for smuggling fentanyl into the country, what do you think is going to happen? What is NSPM 6 if NSPM 7 declares all of you terrorists? Everyone, everybody that is not actively bending the knee. If that declares everybody a terrorist, right? What is NSPM 6? If they're able to say that, they're happy to say that, what are they keeping classified? Now, I'll give you a little bit of a thought experiment. What if you swapped NSPM 6 and NSPM 7 and put them the other way around? What if, 7 came before? What do you think 6 may be in this case? See you later, state your thesis. Just wondering, just asking questions. We are witnessing domestic terrorist sedition against federal government, says Stephen Miller. NSPM 7 is being utilized. Well, what's NSPM 6? What happens if they just say you have fentanyl, you have weapons of mass destruction? Now let's take a look at what the inside of the current concentration camps look like. But I would ask you, I'm not going to tell you, but I want you to look into what's currently being built in Utah. Look into Core Civic and Geo Group. Look into what's being built in Utah that is specifically being designated for the homeless population. What do you think comes next, guys?
This is wrong. I'm here because there's torture in that facility. It's a concentration camp, and because my conscience calls me to do it. I was treated like a criminal.
I said, listen, I know every one of you will say, I left my kids at home with no one to take care of them. I don't care. You will say that you haven't eaten anything all day long. I don't care. You're terrified, you are here unjustly. I don't care.
I'm saying, okay, can I talk to my lawyer now? You'll get your lawyer call. Not now. And I would remain there for 18 days.
Not knowing what's gonna happen to me, I feel like that was the worst.
Chained her feet. She stayed for nearly 2 weeks.
ICE detention facilities run by private companies. The more detainees there are, the more profit.
When you have a strong case that ICE fears the judge is going to rule in your favor, they transfer you to another state to prevent you appearing in front of that judge and to delay you from appearing in that court.
I don't even know how to explain what it's like being in there.
Esto se va viral, ayúdenos.
What do you think comes next, guys? Anyone listen to Trump's speech last night? The self-filleting? The only part of it that mattered was this part.
American-born citizens. That's what he said. American-born citizens. Not American citizens. American-born citizens. I need to talk to you about the direction that they want to take this in, because a lot of you still think you will be safe. It is no mistake that in his telepromptered stump speech, because make no mistake, his speech today that everyone was like making a big deal out of, that was a stump speech. He is campaigning. He's campaigning for approval. That's why he's just telling a bunch of lies up there about how great everything is. He's campaigning because he's flailing. That is a good sign, but I digress. It is no.
He's dying. It's the people after him that matter. He's probably got like 3 to 5 months left. You notice the signage on the White House that says this is the bathroom, this is the West Wing. He's a dementia patient. He's dying. He has a heart condition, congenital heart failure.
No mistake that he said this in a pre-written speech, especially now that it is coming out that they are looking to strip naturalized citizenship from more people in America.
In fact, specifically today, we got this. The Trump administration has now set an internal target to pursue 1 to 200 denaturalization cases per month. They now have a quota A sharp escalation in efforts to strip U.S. citizenship from naturalized citizens, according to reporting by the New York Times. The policy would dramatically expand a rarely used legal process, typically reserved for cases involving fraud during naturalization. Trump had previously signaled support for such moves, linking denaturalization to broader immigration enforcement. Speaking to reporters earlier this year, he admitted he would like to strip citizens from naturalized people, and he claimed that naturalization maybe through Biden or somebody, that they didn't know what they were doing. A quota of 1 to 200 people a month. That is 26 million naturalized citizens in the United States. Where do you think they're going to end up? It's those camps. Where do you think they get their money from? These are private camps. The more people in them, the more money they make.
Mr. President, you said that you might
Now then there's the other camp.
denaturalize some American citizens. Can you talk about
You mean people that are in here that shouldn't be here?
that became Americans? Are you trying
Well, we'll
to
see.
promote
I mean, yeah, if
citizenship?
we have criminals that came into our country and they were naturalized maybe through a Biden or somebody that didn't know what they were doing, if I have the power to do it, I'm not sure that I do, but if I do, I would denaturalize absolutely.
Mr. President, you said that.
So, guess what, guys? If you weren't born in the United States, or honestly, even if you were, you're not safe. You're not safe at all. Not to mention the fact that, like, a Pentagon official recently said that he'd be willing to do military strikes inside the United States against designated terror groups, mind you. By the way, here's them laughing as they disappear American citizens. Born citizens in some cases. They want to kill you.
And U.S. citizens in the vehicle. This is in front of Berwyn's Community Center, terrorizing our community.
U.S. citizens in this
Literally.
vehicle! I saw their passports and pulled it from the car!
We have multiple ICE agents.
U.S. citizens!
We have ICE filming us from their cameras for their propaganda. 2 citizens with U.S. passports in front of the Berwyn Community Center, held by ICE.
They don't care. They don't care if you're a veteran. They don't care if you're a citizen. They don't care. They want to kill you.
Police! I'm the state police! Border Patrol! I saw their
What's your name?
What's your name?
What's your name? They're here in full force, Greg Rubino.
Merry Christmas. They're laughing as they disappear, kidnap American citizens. Like you. Like some of you.
I'm a fucking American!
Greg Rubino is here in front of Berwyn's Community Center, terrorizing us. There are children all around us. You have a silenced fucking weapon.
Call my mom.
Silenced weapons. Yep.
They're not pick up my daughters. Yeah, please. They're gonna take me to Homeland Security. I'll be back though.
They have 2 U.S. citizens with passports.
You know what else they're doing? Stuff like this. Yeah, just pull your gun out and point it at random people. Yeah? All over? Biz, if you can please send me your source links for all the ICE-related clips later, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I got you, mate. Just dragging people around the streets. Mind you, again, they're going to tell you that it's the left that advocates for violence. It's the left. They're going to tell you to turn the temperature down while they shoot you.
Unequivocally condemn all forms of violence.
You're sitting on a pile of bones.
These bones were here when I got here.
You're drinking what appears to be blood out of a human skull.
As is my right to do. I found this skull.
I'm just saying it doesn't really seem to go with your message.
Maybe if you worked harder, you could drink blood out of a skull.
I don't want to drink blood out of a skull.
Terrorist! Seize him!
That's where we're at. Yeah, Infallible Foul, I talked about it a little bit ago. It's mostly unimportant. The photography is what I really focused on. Here's ICE agents illegally detaining and demanding proof of citizenship from teenagers on their way to school in Chicago and laughing as they go and drive away. Tuesday morning, masked agents are caught on camera cornering a teenage girl, questioning her without cause or legal authority. They don't need it. When they finally leave, she is left frozen in fear, visibly shaken, unable to move until a woman steps in and asks if she's okay, brings her into safety. As the person filming pans back to the agents, they're seen laughing like terrorizing a child on their way to school is a joke to them. Let's be clear, this is not security. This is the Gestapo. These people want to kill you. Papers, please? Yeah.
You okay? Come inside. Come inside. Come inside.
By the way, saying come inside is a crime. If the person comes into your business, the employee's only area of your business, of their own accord, then it is not a crime. But if you flag someone down that ICE is looking for or chasing and ask them to come inside, you have now committed a felony. It's illegal to harbor them. I wonder, that sounds familiar, right? Like, I feel like that was something that happened back in the 40s. I feel like, a little kid wrote a book about how it was illegal to harbor the undesirables.
This car is ICE. Be careful. 51st and Western. It's ICE. It's ICE. Be careful.
Even if you don't know their identity, which is crazy, no one is walking around saying, I'm an illegal. Yep, because it doesn't matter. They're arresting U.S. citizens. I've shown several now. I just showed how there's a quota of 100 to 200 citizens that are going to be denaturalized a month now. Now, that has been put forward. That has been, agreed upon and is being applied. They want to kill you. All of you. And on that, the fact that you can't tell whether or not these are ICE agents, want to know one of the reasons why the Brown University shooter got as far as he did into the university before he got to do that shooting? It's because he dressed like a fucking ICE agent. It'll be relevant when the nightmare is over. You think this nightmare ends through any means other than force? Because they're not getting voted out. They're not leaving. Trump isn't the problem. He'll be dead in 3 to 5 months from his heart failure, and then the next people are going to be the ones that actually kill you.
Alarming video going viral. It's now being investigated by Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement. Rialto police say they've determined these...
Which... oh, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have the video up. Here, let's see that one more time.
This alarming video going viral is now being investigated by Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement. Rialto police say they've...
Which law enforcement agency, the unidentified law enforcement agency, likes to run people over with their cars and drives around in unmarked cars, by the way? Because, look, he got out. That was the driver that hit the person.
Rialto police. It shows a man being chased and hit by a pickup truck and then taken into custody by several unidentified members of law enforcement.
Bam! Which law enforcement agency is doing this?
This happened just before noon today along West Foothill Boulevard.
I wonder.
Enforcement activity. Now they're trying to locate the driver of that pickup truck.
Yeah, the driver being immigration enforcement. Does not come by default. You must get ready and prepare yourself. You know what? I'm going to show this one in a minute. We'll get back to this one. The Nazis are training. Are you? White supremacists in Tennessee are training to fight themselves. Their exact words: they believe modern men are soft and need brutal combat to prepare for the race war they're building towards. CNN has exposed their 124-acre hidden compound where this is happening. The Nazis are training for war. What are you doing?
This is footage of a training event organized by Patriot Front, one of the most active white supremacist groups in the country.
Finish strong.
The group
Join the SRA, Shade Dragon. Go build community. It's a non-political organization. They will help you learn self-defense. Arm yourself and learn how to defend yourself. Because I have news for you. This is not happening right now. They're preparing for the next step.
The group's leader says they aren't violent, but in January, they were found liable for the brutal beating of a black man in Boston. I've been tracking them for some time, and earlier this year, I noticed something in their propaganda. They appear...
You know what, let me correct myself. This is also happening right now. It's just not a full-blown race war just yet. But they're training. So should you. The lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you to save themselves. You think you're safe? That comfort is a delusion. Join the SRA, a 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing self and community defense. The one that I just linked, the Socialist Rifle Association. It is a non-political organization. You cannot talk about politics there. They will kick you out.
To be using a private compound where they teach recruits and where violent fight clubs are held. The footage we're showing you from inside the compound was shared online by Patriot Front's leaders. I've geolocated several of their videos to the same place.
Mind you, the SRA also does disaster relief, community outreach. They go and help people when natural disasters hit. Like, it is a non-political organization. It is an aid organization.
124-acre property hiding in plain sight outside the town of Tellico Plains in Tennessee. Now, we've asked Patriot Front for access. They've not gotten back to any of our requests. So we're driving there to see if we can get a better idea of what goes on. The property is managed by Ian Elliott, a leading member of Patriot Front.
It stemmed from some of the same desires that many like-minded, like-blooded people have for an intentional community, private property, self-sustainable property.
Now, Elliott didn't respond to my request for an interview, but we flew a drone over the site.
If there is no branch in your area, contact them. They probably have members or former members near your area. You may be able to start up a branch in your area. Again, it is an everything org. It is a non-political one. It is not, telling you to do violence. It is teaching you to defend yourself. You have the Second Amendment still. You are Americans. Learn how to use it. Because, again, the Nazis are training right now. Are you? And again, if it's this easy to declare something like fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction, the thing for which the only penalty is death, a capital offense, and all they have to do is plant some on you, primarily brown people is who they're blaming, but it is a capital offense, and the law is dead. You had WMDs, mate. You're going to the camps. That's what happens. They want to kill you personally. They take joy in it.
Guys, I don't typically make videos like this in this type of setting, but I just need to, and I'm so sorry that I'm choked up. I am just really overwhelmed about this, and I don't really know how to react. I go to school in Northeast Georgia, a small town. I'm not gonna say where specifically, just for safety. But I was just stopped by ICE.
If you can't afford to leave, then cross into Canada or Mexico and apply for asylum. You can do that. That's how it works. You cross the border and you apply for asylum.
They were unmarked vehicles and they were blocking both sides of the road. It was a 2-lane road and they were blocking both sides of it. And they were stopping every car that passed. Like, no one was getting past them. Like, everyone was getting stopped. And I was just like, hey, what is going on? And they're like, we need to see your driver's license. And I was like, okay. So they take my driver's license, like, take it, and
papers, please. And it doesn't matter, because 1 to 200 U.S. citizens are now going to be denaturalized a month. And I just showed you several U.S. citizens, including U.S.-born citizens, getting disappeared.
Walk around my car. They're, like, looking my car up and down, and they come back. And I was just like, can I ask what this is about? They're like, we're doing a safety check. There are a lot of illegals in the area, and we need to make sure that
reach out to me on Discord, Shade Dragon, personally, and I'll talk to you and see what we can do.
You know, we make sure that they are eradicated. And I was
That's their literal words. Listen to what she just said. One more time. Their words.
a lot of illegals in the area, and we need to make sure that, you know, we make sure that they are eradicated.
Eradicated. Eradicated. And again, they don't give a fuck about whether you're illegal or not. They are dragging pregnant US-born citizens by the face across concrete. They want to kill you.
And I was just like, what? Like, I was like, are you serious? Like, I was like, I'm a citizen. Like, I was born 45 minutes from here. Like, what? And they were just like, yeah, it's just standard. And then they just walked on with my license.
Just standard, you know, bureaucratic extermination policy.
And then they came back and they were like, okay, you can go. And I just can't help but, like, feel so much horror, not only for myself, but for the people who are not of the same privilege that I am. Obviously, I am white, and I know that that gave me enormous privilege in this scenario. And I just, like, I cannot tolerate it. It is just so disheartening and horrifying and abhorrent.
They'll just say you have weapons of mass destruction in your body, Christopher DeBlante, and then they'll put you in the camps too, and then they'll kill you because the minimum penalty, the only penalty, is death. That's a capital crime.
And I just wanted to warn people because they are now blocking roads. So, yeah, that's all.
Onecore, the only reason I'm not crying is because I'm screaming. What Discord am I reaching out to? Anyone have the link tree for me, please, that they could post? That would be very appreciated. Male ICE Border Patrol agents used force to unlawfully detain a woman project manager on a private site after she questioned their authority and refused to hand over her ID. In Amherst, New York, the woman is the project manager for a roofing company and was standing on the private property of an active job when agents entered the yard without a warrant. They don't care about the law. It doesn't matter. They're never going to get held liable for this. As she was asked basic lawful questions, including whether they had a warrant, began filming. Agents demanded her identification. She refused, which she is legally entitled and allowed to do in New York. The refusal triggered immediate escalation. A male agent ordered her to put her hands on a tree, pushed her into it, began grabbing her body and reaching into her pocket in attempts to restrain her. As this happened, she repeatedly asked, "Why are you arresting me? What are you arresting me for?" They don't answer. They continue to use physical force without stating a charge or a legal basis. It's not the KKK or the Proud Boys. It's the SS. It's the Gestapo. They are specifically designed as the Gestapo. They are no different at all in any way, shape, or form. They just hire from KKK and the Proud Boys.
No, excuse me, that's a woman.
It's for the love of the game, Shufu Poofer. That's the worst part.
Where's the lady officer? Get the lady officer. Get the lady officer.
Turn around. Hands against the tree.
For what? Why are you arresting me?
I posted the Discord link. There you go.
Against the tree.
Why?
Because.
Why are you touching me? What have I done to you?
Okay, Twitter, you gonna stop freezing? Or is this just how the video is? Okay, that's how the video is. They don't care. They laugh as they arrest you. They laugh as they harass children. They laugh as they run human beings over. Here is ICE forced a pregnant woman onto the ground, used their full weight to hold her on her pregnant belly. Bystanders can be heard screaming and pleading for them to stop. They got pepper sprayed. This is not law enforcement, it's brutality. No, this is just demonic. Makes me wish the Christian God was real. Yeah, this is the very beginning. Yes. By the way, all of this has been happening for months. I've been saying it for months. You just don't see the worst of it on the media. That's why. It's getting even worse. This isn't the worst of it. It's just The bar has moved so much that this is now the least bad, which is why it makes it to the media. This is the least bad.
Please let her go. She's pregnant. She's pregnant. You're ugly as shit. Please let her go.
I can't stand to watch the whole thing, but
Let her go. Let her go.
exactly, this is their best behavior. You want to know what they do? I will finish it. And then I'm going to show you what they do when they think that there's no camera. They're dragging her. She's pregnant.
ماشي waxaa ka dhacay dagaal oo u dhaxeeya ayska iyo dadka kale. Hey, he's dragging! Yes, he's dragging. He's dragging!
These are terrorists, all of them. This is what they think. This is what happens when they think they're not on camera. In every major city where there is an ICE presence, it's off in the outskirts of the city, where they don't think people are, where stuff like this happens. They made this man kneel and then drove an armored SUV over his legs as he is screaming, and they are laughing as they torture these people. This is what's happening every day in this country when they think that they're not on camera. One more time. I never let this leave your mind until this war is over. That's what they want to do to you, and will do to you. It's really Nazis. Yes. Yes, it is. Every single one of them. Yes. A 13-year-old boy in the United States was picked up and detained by ICE. Legally in the United States.
A mother in Massachusetts is living every parent's nightmare right now. Her 13-year-old son, Arthur, was taken by ICE, and not a grown man, not a criminal, child. He was arrested after police got what they called a, quote, credible tip, unquote, but before his mom could even get to the station, ICE had already taken him. No answers, no phone call, nothing. She is from Brazil, here legally, waiting on an asylum decision since 2000.
Showed you last week how many white people, American-born citizens, are also this is happening to everyone.
21. She said she waited at the police station for an hour before being told her son was gone. She didn't even know where until he finally called her from a detention center, then another detention center, first in Massachusetts, then Virginia. And he's been crying on the phone, terrified, saying that ICE took him.
If you haven't watched my video on YouTube about the alleged illegal medical surgeries being done on ICE detainees in Honolulu Federal Detention Center in relation to the Neuralink trials, go check that one out, youtube.com/@Visora. That also involves moving people between dozens of facilities and states, making it difficult to track them down, difficult for an attorney, difficult for them to remember. It includes a 251% increase in the time spent in solitary confinement. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. There is a little kid somewhere hiding in someone's house from the Nazis writing about this right now.
Now, ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are saying one thing, and local police are saying another. DHS claimed that the boy had a weapon. Everett's mayor said that's flat out false.
The 13-year-old boy,
The judge,
literally, he had a gun!
Has already ordered ICE to explain why this kid is even being held. But as of last night, they still haven't provided a clear answer. His lawyer says this violates his Fifth Amendment rights, his community.
You have no rights left. You don't. You ever vote Democrat, guys? Ever? Any of you ever? Stephen Miller says it is a domestic terror organization.
Or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense.
She's probably getting released too, Shufa Poofer.
Of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrats.
Remember this from last week?
Executive Board of Domestic Terrorist Organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is Antifa headquartered?
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
We are building out the infrastructure right now. What do you think that means? Again, if they're perfectly happy to call everyone a terrorist with NSPM 7, what are they not willing to say in NSPM 6? If you've not read NSPM 7, let me give you a quick little rundown. I'm just going to do this every week from now on. NSPM 7 says entities that can be identified by any of the following indicators are extremist terrorist organizations. Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, and support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, aka immigrants should have rights, extremism on race, aka white nationalists and white people are not superior to every other group, extremism on gender, trans people should have rights, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, you should be allowed to have gay marriage, hostility towards those who have traditional American views on religion. You're against evangelical Christians because they're not Christian, they're a death cult. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on mortality. You don't believe that empathy is a sin? You are a terrorist. So if they're willing to say all of that, which, by the way, makes most of the country, including many Republicans, what are they not willing to say in 6? Again, flip 6 around. 6 comes after 7 in this case. Think about what that could mean. Think about what that could mean when you tie it to the designation of fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which would be a capital crime, mandatory death penalty. What is being built in Utah right now for homeless people? Look into Core Civic and Geo Group. They are going to kill you. What comes next, guys? What comes next? Anyone have any idea? Other than, me? Because, like I've said what I think. Anyone have any alternatives that they want to throw out? Because I can't think of any. You know, we're doing all of the Nazi stuff. Openly. And it's getting worse by the day. By the day. They don't care about the law. They will assault you. They don't care if you're a citizen. They don't care if you were born here or not. Even if they're talking about, born citizens as if it matters. Oh, by the way, if you don't live in America, don't fucking come back. Don't come here. Because now, to get into the country, even if you come from a country that doesn't require a visa, such as an EU country, the UK, Australia, or Japan, you need to hand over all of your social media accounts from the last 5 years, your biometrics, including your face, your fingerprints, your DNA, and your iris. I imagine that's a mouth swab for the DNA. Every phone number you've ever used in the last 5 years, every email address you've ever used in the last 10 years, IP addresses and metadata connected to every photo you submitted, the names of all of your family members, parents, spouse, siblings, and children, all of your family members' phone numbers from the last 5 years, all of your family members' dates of birth, places of birth, residences and residencies, all of your business numbers for the last 10 years, and all of your business email addresses for the last, phone numbers for 5 years and addresses for 10 years. What do you think comes next? What do you think they're willing to do when it is already now quota policy to denaturalize U.S. citizens, 1 to 200 per month? What do you think happens when the Nazis are training for battle? Are you training? Do you have community? Do you have people around you? And again, just to circle back to how I started this off, this is not just an America problem. This is a global problem being pushed by America and Russia and Israel. All of them. You know what you could be doing? You could be doing things like this, but we're not, because America is the Nazi country. Look what happens in Australia, in Western Australia. First Nazi salute conviction under new Western Australia laws. Now, to be fair, these people aren't in prison. I would like them to be. I would like them to be in prison, but even this is better than being in support of it?
WA's new Nazi salute laws were put to the test in court today, with 2 men sentenced after being hit with the new charge. Each walked free with fines despite extreme views.
Admitting guilt over illegal Nazi salutes, Daniel Stocks was let off with a fine.
Yeah, I'm happy not going to jail. That's pretty good, eh?
Are you a neo-Nazi, Mr. Stocks?
Yeah, I am.
Are you proud to be a neo-Nazi?
Yes, I am.
Why?
Because
you can get methadone in a lot of other countries, Christopher DeBlante. You can. Australia included. They're proud to be Nazis here. Like, they're open about it. In America, you don't need them to say it. You can see it. You can see it. Everywhere. All the time. 24/7. You're not safe. Your family is not safe. No one is going to save you but you. You need community. That comfort that you feel is a delusion. Join the SRA. It is a non-profit prioritizing self-defense and community defense education. It is not a political organization. Your neighbors will sell you out. They have lists. If you have ever watched me, you are on a list. If you have ever donated to Hassan, you are on a list. If you have ever shown up to a protest, you are on a list. If you have ever voted Democrat, you are on a list. I can't make this clear. There is only one real response to this, and it is this.
A lot of people in my community, they're just scared to come out. Personally, I have a family member. He doesn't want to go to school. He's scared to go outside because of ICE here in our community. So fuck them. Let us live. We still live here. We'll see what you're doing one day. You're tearing families apart. That's right. Man, how can you sleep with yourself at night? Think about that. You have kids? What if they took them away from you? Think. Disgusting is the only word that can be described. I'm concerned, but man, whatever happens to me, but towards my family members, that's what I care about. That makes me angry. I can't,
Get up or get out. That's it. Nice shirt. Yeah, nice shirt. Ice can my balls. True. This is the bare minimum of what you should do if you are physically capable of going outside. Now, just let me make this clear. There is something that every single one of you can do. No matter how disabled you might be, no matter how at risk you might be, there is something you can do. And I don't care if you're at risk. You are not going to be less at risk by not doing this. There is just no way that you will be less at risk, and you will be continuing to put others at risk. I will lay down my life for this cause. I will. I'm all the way over here, but we have our own fight over here too. I'm not safe either. They could extradite me like this. It's not hard. They're going to debank us soon. They're writing the legislation right now. It's going to be 10 years retroactive. You will not be able to give a water bottle at a protest without it being the death penalty. It will be support of a terrorist organization. It will be support of a terrorist, which is a different crime. It will be, impossible for you to exist without submission. So go and form a community. If you cannot leave the United States, then go outside. Talk to your neighbors. Show them these videos. Make them hear the screams of the people ICE makes kneel down and drives over their legs with a fucking armored jeep. Make them see it. Make them afraid. Make them understand. Bring them with you to a, SRA meeting. Have them learn self-defense. Have them create community themselves. Go join any movement at all. Go join a group. Go join a church. I don't care. Just go the fuck outside. You are going to die otherwise. I can't. I'm trying to make this as clear without making all of you doom, but I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to put this to you in a way that isn't, it's now or never. We're here. It's the end game. We're here, guys. We've been warning about, so many people have been warning about this for over a year, and we are now here. And if you think that the civil war that breaks out is going to be two sides, two armies, the left versus the right, blue versus red, no. Go look at the demographics of this country. Most people live in major cities, and most major cities are split at best 60-40. It's going to be intercommunity terrorism for decades at minimum. You are not safe no matter where you are. It will be cyber attacks. It will be doxing. It will be your neighbors selling you out so that they can be safe. That's what's coming. You think, the Patriot games that was announced today, we made the joke even on this stream, may the odds ever in your favor. This is a joke for now, but again, it's not coming from the Hunger Games. As much as the media says, no, it comes from here. This is what the Patriot Games is from. It is just more Nazi stuff. Trump has congenital heart failure and dementia. He has, at best, 5 to 6 months. At best. They're at the point where they have to label the fucking toilet in the White House. If you've ever had a family member with dementia, who you know what happens next. You know what happens next. And you know who comes next. I'm here, I care too much about the community I found that I've organized with. I'll be damned if I let any of these monsters lay a finger on any of them. Based, join the SRA if you haven't done so already. Join my Discord. Go and organize. Well, I mean, to be fair, yes, he does shit himself. That's because he's lost control of his bowels. But guess what? It's not just the toilet. They have to label the West Wing. They have to label each and every part of it. It's because that's what happens when you have a dementia patient. They don't remember things. They forget. And then, you know, bad things happen. By the way, like, J.D. Vance talking about the most significant thing you can do to eliminate anti-Semitism and any other kind of ethnic hatred is to support the efforts of lower immigration and promote assimilation. I love Hitler leaked messages expose young Republicans racist chats. They do love Hitler. They do. And all of them are the same. This is not one country specific. This is a global movement. All across the planet, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in Australia, whether you're in Russia, whether you're in Latin America, hell, like Chile just fell to a Nazi as well. Past being that one. And this is the same thing that they believe all around, whether, you know, this is, again, sorry, hold on, that's not the right one. God damn it. This one. This is the same thing they believe in America that they believe here, because the way that they built this movement is the way that I have been saying, hold on, right here, that a left movement needs to be built, a decentralized international political rhetorical insurgency. That's what they did for decades. Decades. They sent a couple Nazis to England to go and talk there, a couple to France, a couple to Australia. A lot of the stuff that they say now used to be illegal. I keep saying this. The way that they've gotten the ability to speak freely is by getting arrested, and then out of every 10 court cases, they win one of them, and then the one they win makes it so that all of their friends can say the thing they just got arrested for again.
How do you see National Socialism fitting into a modern-day Australia?
Well, I mean, the rehabilitation of Hitler, I think, is absolutely crucial across the West. As long.
Do I need to say more? We're going to listen to more, but do you need more?
The rehabilitation of Hitler, I think, is absolutely crucial across the West. As long as our enemies can basically, every time a nationalist movement arises, whether it's, you know, as weak as a sort of a Charlie Kirk type civic nationalism, or whether it's Thomas Sowell, all that the establishment has to do at the moment is say Hitler and genocide and.
Yeah, I wonder why that's such a problem for them.
Jews, and it's like, anything else you want to say is destroy, because that emotion.
As it fucking should be. This scum is subhuman. Nazis are not human. They lack humanity. They have no ability or desire for empathy. They don't care about it. They're a death cult. The United States is run by a death cult.
Emotional argument basically said, you know, the never again mob.
The never again mob. And then they wonder where the anti-Semitism in Australia comes from. Again, this ties to America. This ties to Israel. This ties to Russia. I've said for years, the #1 exporter of right-wing white nationalist Nazi propaganda for the longest time was Russia. Now it's America. And Israel is the 51st state. They help with this. They like that narrative because then they get to blame everybody. It's not just Islamophobia, it's anti-Semitism as well. They want that rise because they want a holy war, because they're a fucking death cult.
So that has to be taken down. People have to start understanding, not never again, Never was. Never was, never will be.
They don't think that, like, you're smart enough to understand that they're lying to you. They're lying to you. They are training. What are you doing? That's the last thing I'm going to say on this. They are training. What are you doing? Form a community. When is an appropriate time to drink because I want to? After the war? Look, guys, like, do whatever the hell you want, but, shit's gonna get more expensive. Stop wasting money on vices, spend that money on self-defense. Stop drinking to make the pain go away and learn how to be okay with it. Learn how to feel comfortable in that discomfort and then use it. Use that, like, do you not think I want to be crying right now? Do you, like, not think that I mean, to be fair, I do. I cry every single day. And you know what I do with that? I fill that depression, that anxiety, that hatred into rage, and then I channel it. And then I use it to yell about this. And that's because that's all I can do from here. For you guys. There's more I can do here for Australia, and you know what? I'm planning to. But for you, take that discomfort, that fear, that anxiety, that horror, that disgust, and then channel it into action. Go outside, knock on your neighbor's doors, download these videos, show it to people, download images, hand them out, make pamphlets. Pamphlets are OP. All of the digital media is monitored. You're on the list. You're all on the list. You're not safe. Your neighbors are going to sell you out. So maybe get offline, go outside, and go spread the message physically. We are so out of time. We are T-minus like 3 months until the death camps open. Again, if fentanyl can be a WMD, smuggling it into this country, which they don't have to prove because they don't have law anymore, who literally Buncor, the JD, the constitutional attorney, that, like, came onto this show last week and spoke about with us. They don't care about the law. You don't get habeas corpus. Even if you're a citizen, what do you think is coming next? I'm begging you. Fight back. With your words, with your actions, go speak to your neighbors. Form a community. It's not just for defense, mind you. It's for survival. Food is increasingly more expensive. You might be able to, I don't know, pull some money together with your community, buy a plot of land and grow some food so you don't starve in the winter. You might be able to, I don't know, pull everybody into one person's house during a hot summer day so that only one person needs to pay for air conditioning and cycle it, or the opposite in the winter. You want to have at least one person, your neighbor's phone number, to call in case of an emergency. Go create a group chat, an Article 5 group chat is what I like to call it. Have everyone's address in a PDF in a group chat that you've all agreed upon, and it means any singular message in this group chat is essentially calling 911. Come to my house right now. I need help. Instead of calling the police, who are likely to kill you at this point. Because it's not just ICE. It's not just CBP. It is also the regular police. None of us are safe. Anywhere. It's time. I love you guys. Please stay safe. Please go outside. Please join the SRA. Get up and leave or get up and fight. You're not safe. It's mostly not the regular police, but it does depend on where you live. Like I just saw in Texas, they have state police flanking like bathrooms, checking IDs and shit. Like it's disgusting. And this is only the beginning. This is part 1. This is the start. And I can only show you them on their best behavior. What's happening, what's off camera. See you guys next time. Bye.